there's hustlers, stealers, liars out on this road, and they'll feed the fire and watch it all explode. Gotta put those flames out before we burn it down. Gotta plant new seeds in this ground. Don't let yourself be troubled or think on yesterday. Keep on moving, come on, don't stand in my way. Some people wanna pull you under. Some people wanna make you cry. Some people want it in like thunder. We gotta fight the feeling, we gotta do it right. Well, don't let yourself be troubled or think on yesterday. Keep on moving, come on, don't stand in my way. Some people wanna pull you under. Some people wanna make you cry. Some people want it in like thunder. We gotta fight the feeling, we gotta do it right. Yeah, we gotta do it right.
My ears are ringing and my eyes are blurred. It feels so absurd. Lost all control and my speech is slurred. I can't find the words, the ones that make you turn around and tell me it's alright. A little bit more to keep me going. Feels like my feet have left the ground. Oh, nothing can hold me down. There's nothing I can do. Baby, I'm telling you the truth. And if I can't be with you, take my heart, take your hand. You knew what you were doing. You knew what you were doing all along. I tried to disappear. You can't find me. You can't find me here. Soon the world will be far behind. I tried to get away, but you keep sending me a sign. Oh, baby, there's nothing I can do. Baby, I'm telling you the truth. You always keep me on my toes. Don't wanna keep on going.
Come play with us.
He wants to win right here, right now. He's crazy. As he turns it, nice headshot. Headshots for Leslie.
Hello everyone and welcome to the ESL Pro League Season 22 European Qualifiers. I'm Naira Mizuki, I'm going to be one of your casters today, and joining me is the lovely Affinity. How are you doing today?
I'm doing okay, thanks. Voice a little bit worse for wear. Been cheering too loud at the other matches, but I am excited. We have got an afternoon of banger games coming up for us. And a really exciting one to kick us off here. The Next Level versus 9. Two teams that have clashed before and very recently. So we really get to be the best of three decider who comes out on top here.
And then a little bit later on, we're going to have Fnatic taking the stage, the metaphorical stage, versus ESC Gaming. So look forward to that one. But like you said, right, we're kicking things off here with Next Level versus 9. And these guys have played against each other a couple of times recently. But looking at kind of the games that have been played overall for both of these two teams, it really does feel like, over and above the fact that Next Level have consistently come out on top of 9, they're also pretty consistently winning a lot of their other matches, whereas 9, it feels like, have had a bit of a rougher start to 2025.
Yes, it's been a little bit of a rough start. It's also been a little bit of a rough run for them over the past couple of weeks. They've had some roster changes. They've actually not played with the same 5 set people for the past 3 officials in a row, like most recent 3 officials. They've not had a great time. They had a very, very long series yesterday versus Patera over in the Whale Cup, where it went 3 maps. Map 1 was 13-7, not too bad, okay. Map 2 went 23-25, which is a lengthy one. And then after that, they had to go to a map 3, which also went overtime, 12-16. They did end up losing as well. But, you know, you got to hope that a little bit of stamina, a little bit of practice, something good came from all of the chaos that happened yesterday.
And I mean, speaking of, Next Level have also had a bit of a rough one yesterday, playing against Lithuania in the EEF European Esports Championship. And it was also a 2-0 loss with one map going into overtime. So it feels like there could be a little bit of struggle and strife across the board. Both of the teams coming off of a recent loss. We now also have our Veto up in front of us. And honestly, Dust 2, Ancient, Nuke, I think that these are, fairly straightforward maps that we maybe kind of expect teams to be picking into in the recent, I don't know, map bias, if you could call it that. Sorry, not Nuke, Anubis. I'm being silly. But yeah, I think that these are 3 maps that have picked up a lot of popularity over the last few months at kind of every level of play. So should be a fairly even playing field.
It should indeed, and these are actually all maps that these 2 teams have played against each other within the past month as well. So 3 weeks ago, they played versus each other, and both Ancient came up as well as Dust 2, with the Next Level winning out both of those. Nuke was the 3rd map. So actually, when you said Nuke, not too far removed from the situation. And then also recently, second most recent, they played versus each other in CCT. Again, 2-0 to the Next Level, but that was Anubis and Ancient. So these are storied maps for these teams. This is not new territory for them. So we're really going to get to see how they've learned, how they've adapted to each other, having had that little bit more history.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how this does go. I mean, looking at the score lines of the last few times that they've played against each other, it's been a bit of a mixed bag. 1 overtime in the mix there, 1 13-10. But then for the rest of it, there's quite a bit of heavy-handed advantage that goes over to the Next Level. So a little bit of a concern in that regard, but some roster changes recently for 9, and perhaps that's going to be the secret weapon. Also, obviously, we can see that it's going to be Noni that's stepping in for them in this matchup, so hopefully he'll be that missing link that they need.
Exactly. Should be up and wielding the AWP, hopefully. And on a map like Dust 2, what a way to get started. But here we are, pissed around. Niffy has found the first, and they're still looking for a bit more. They cannot deal with him. That's 3 in a row, and still wants a little bit more here.
That's an outrageous amount of value for a USPS to be getting. I mean, okay, it is at range, sure, fair enough, but 3 back-to-back there without taking a lick of damage himself, and Ken will go ahead and make that a 4th as well. Finally, we'll get a little bit of damage here for 9. Maybe make this 2. Nope, shot's not quite connecting there. We now see who the superior USP player is. But that's just round 1, right? Pistol rounds can be a little bit of a coin flip, a little bit of a 50-50. The question becomes now, what happens into this round? Because without a bomb plant, 9 is in a bit of a tough situation.
Yeah, there is going to be naught in the armory for them. On the flip side, however, look at the Next Level. Already got those A1Ss and fair amount of utility to back it up. Seems a little bit like overkill when we know what they're going up against. But 9, a single flash to the name on routes. It looks like they want to pop over towards B with it. Have to wait out all of this initial utility. Anything they can draw out, any players they can maybe isolate early is going to be a blessing. Actually, it's down towards tunnels they sneak instead.
They've only really got 1 flash here as well to try to play off of. Oh man, no one's watching.
And it's
no one's watching for it, and that's the flasher as well. So now they just don't have that piece of utility at all. Onyx looking to try and farm up some cash there. Only good for 1, but that's a decent little bit. And Dorvi will hold the longer angle. And I think 9 make the right call here. Maybe we don't try to ego that. The problem is they've lost so much map space, so they don't really have any other options. Will they recover the flash? No, they don't. They're just going to be walking blind, or rather walking straight into the waiting arms. Seat will get 1 kill. So So at least do a little bit of economic damage there. But ultimately, I don't think you could ask for too much more. Yep, there you go. Clean up.
Exactly. Given that all they had was a single flash, taking down 2 people with them, you're going to go home, you're going to take that as a little bit of a badge of honor. It's going to be into this round that they come with a little bit more firepower. But you do hate to see it. Lovely proactivity from the next level. And that's going to be something that we see as a recurring theme throughout this series, is they seem to just like to get that little bit of a jump. They like to get a little bit ahead and push for that map control on that CT side. And they're going to be catching 9 off guard time and time again. If the history is anything to go by in the first couple of rounds of this, anything to show as well.
Rifles on board now. I do like Rolls' position. We're still hitting this B site, which, to be fair, if you can get control and get bombed down, you're in a really good position. But cracking into the site can be a little bit difficult. So we're going to make a little bit of noise out towards mid here. Quite a bit of utility being thrown as well. So this should stem some of that aggression and maybe call some of those rotations. But no, next level just not willing to take that bait. Instead, Onyx... Oh, he's turned around. Oh, the timing on that. That's so spicy. Turns straight into the flash. Still good for 2 on his way out. But that's going to be the entire B site capitulated. 2 players left here for next level. And if they do indeed try to push this, they could find themselves worse for wear. Fnatic down to like 3 HP. Niffy... Nope, gonna make the right call here. Back away, hold on to the rifles. Solid execute from 9.
Yeah, lovely stuff there. And I think a lot of that is off the back of Rulz managing to find that position in mid. Because there's a world you can see that if TNL win back that control for doors, if they don't have to contend with Rulz there and the utility that is bombarded at them, there's a player down, they have the player advantage. And yes, they have to retake the supposedly unretakeable site, but they do it with all of the advantages they could ever want. So lovely stuff there for 9 to be able to take such aggressive control and just have Rulz sat there waiting to cut this off.
Well, at least they'll still be able to keep some weaponry into that next round, and off the back of a couple of round wins, shouldn't be feeling the economic crunch too heavily. So they'll be able to still eke something out here, try and fight back. But that's a really important win for 9 as well. I was questioning the re-hit towards B kind of every single round, but as mentioned, you know, getting into that B site, it's so difficult to retake. And once you've taken all of that space and you've eliminated so many players, it becomes a little bit of a walk in the park. Now we'll change things up a little bit. Here's that aggression you were talking about. Fnatic actually spots a player on the tail end of the run. He gets spots in return and loses his life for that little bit of aggression. Beautiful opener here from 9. That's going to make things that little bit more difficult for next level to maintain any of that map control that they were trying to get super early on. Gives so much space for 9 to move forward, but still being very careful about this. They've got extremity control towards B. They've got somebody holding long just in case somebody goes for something crazy. You can tell that 9 come into this as a team that are familiar with what Team Next Level try to do. They're going to try to stem that tide as far as possible. Hit the brakes a little bit here. Slow things down. See if they can draw some rotations. Maybe draw some paranoia.
Yeah, and I love the map control they've got here as well. They've got eyes on doors just to make sure that there's no flanks coming in. It gives them this world of options. They've got tunnels. This entire sort of 2/3 from the bottom up on that mini-map, you can see just fully under their thumb here. Now they're all going to gather up and start heading through doors. Flush these players out. There's the first. Niffy goes down, but then immediately getting the trade. Gets the first, lines up for the second as well. There is a trade. It's a little bit belated, but still the advantage on their side there.
And they have managed to recover the bomb, and that smoke is still up. So there's actually a little bit of space to potentially move away. Unfortunately, the smoke is in a very odd position. Now, bomb is in mid, so it's in relative safety here. Nani trying to draw the ire of these CTs and does manage to allow Farvin to get a kill here. So for Davi, he's the last one left alive. Has the 1v2, spots out the player, but unfortunately comes off second best. 2-2 now.
Yeah, exactly what you'd want to be seeing here. It's going to put a little bit of a dampener on Team Next Level with the economy, however. You can see money's not going to be in a great place for them. They're not really going to be able to buy much into this. You've got Dory on a Deagle, Ken as well, but that's going to be about all they can really afford coming into. That's going to be 9 taking the lead and starting to build up that bankroll in the back. You can see the money on Favlin alone. It means they can start leaning towards potentially getting an AWP into the hands of Fnatic early on if they want to. I love the Zeus being pulled out here, but Onyx want to run them on down that B side. Falls, we talked about it, and now a very unrecoverable situation on that
Not even a little bit of consolation damage done. Nifty can see this is going to be the person we need to look out for cheeky plays. The second time that he's been caught. I say caught. That we've seen him on one of these little adventures. In the previous rounds, didn't really get much. That's a nice little tap. Can you recover the gun? Can you get away? No, not going to be allowed. Fairly clean round here from 9. Exactly what they needed. So much money in the bankroll now to just kind of keep them going. And this is what they need to be doing on their T side. Just getting as much of a runaway lead as they possibly can. Because when we swap sides, that's when things could start to get a little bit more difficult. And speaking of course, Next Level going to come into this round with a decent buy. It's not perfect. They've had to throw the MP9 in the mix there. They've had to kind of sacrifice a little bit of utility. But overall, this is certainly doable. And they're going for a very hold over towards long here. Potentially going to look to wrap around. No, just setting up some players in case of a door pop. Now they can pull back. They've inserted, sorry, not Niffy, Darby, just in case they do go for a doors push. And so they've got some really good map control to play off of.
Utility comes out. Nicky really needing to find a kill there, but hopefully enough utility just to hold them at bay. They are trying to get ahead of it, however, but just a little bit too much flame at the feet, and they're going to have to sit here and wait as all of the forces converge.
One kill already through. Ooh, Nicky into the smoke, ducking and diving. Fnatic swings wide, manages to get one, but it's his teammates there to cover him, to protect what is theirs, and it's a pretty simple cleanup, and that's kind of the danger when you've got all 4 of your players popping through the exact same place. You run into those crosshairs, and sure, Team Next Level, they'd set up a pretty decent defense towards that A site either way. But I don't know, it's the fates were on their side there, that it all just played out perfectly for them.
Yeah, exactly. That's all you can really need. Timeout being called, and I think it's well placed. They found a little bit of footing. Immediately, a response come back. It was a very one-dimensional attack onto this site, and the moment that utility comes out, it stalls them for so long, and they've expended enough of their own that TNL, they can just focus all of their attentions here. They've taken that long control. They know that there is no imminent danger coming from that way. They see nothing, they hear nothing doors, they've heard nothing tunnels, so they know the only place they can be coming from is from Catwalk. And it just makes it such an impossible task. You're going up against 4 crosshairs, all looking your way. So now, new game plan needed to be established. The B has been working really well for them, but I expect Team Next Level are going to start predicting that now that they've noseyed over towards A, that they've done a little bit of a litmus test, it didn't work, they will start pushing towards B again, seeing if they can find the groove that was working for them originally.
Alright, again we're seeing Next Level going for pretty strong doors control here. So this is something they're going to want to contest quite often. And for 9, they've gone for a little bit more of a split approach this time. Something a little bit more defaulty. Putting a little bit of damage in towards the A site here. Showing some presence. But again, Next Level not really taking that bait. We'll rotate one player closer towards mid because there is a little bit of action towards double doors. So perhaps this is the opening that 9 need. They've moved a lot of forces back down towards long. Or is Niffy ready for this? This is why he was positioned down towards long. But 3 players running at him. All he has is an MP9. A couple of shots. He actually gets the first. Has to back away for the reload. Has enough time to do so. Almost gets the second. But not quite. That gives Fnatic time to get into position. Flash over the top. Beautiful spray. Predicted perfectly. Oh, that is a missed off shot. That is unfortunate. Now it's all down to Rolls, and it's been put into a winnable situation, but that AWP was recovered and didn't even need to come into play. Loses out to the MP9, and somehow, I'm not sure how, but Next Level claw that back.
Yeah, it got a little bit messy. It got messy again towards the end. I thought Rolls really had an opportunity. He kills that player in CT. Suddenly, there's a will, there's a way. But a lovely way to come back into this. The fact that the flash comes through and you hate to see it. It's so perfect, but the issue is already lined up on the angle. All you have to do is spray and control that spray. You do not need the vision, and they feed directly into it. So yeah, lovely little micro stuff coming out here from TNL. And now Fnatic, we talked about it, on the AWP and ready, lined up on the angle. No one's willing to give him the fight in mid, and smart move. However, Ken has found that fight elsewhere and wants to go for a little bit more, deals with the player, forces them to retreat, and then even less now that AWP to do, but Nicky in a world of trouble gets a little bit aggressive before overextending here, but unfortunately for the rest of 9, they all come crumbling down.
All the King's horses and all the King's men couldn't put 9 back together again. Rough round, but it was pistols, and we weren't really expecting too much to come out of that. I do like that they go for a more patient play. They kind of read into the fact that Next Level are going to realize it's going to be a little bit of an anti-eco, so they can get a bit more aggressive, they can get a little bit more in your face. So they decide to play passive. They decide to wait for the CTs to push into them. Unfortunately, could not capitalize on that one. Only 1 kill off the back of it. Now, Nani back into the AWP position. Hasn't really had much opportunity to get anything done with that AWP. It's quite an expensive bit of machinery to be bringing into these rounds and not getting any value out of. Massive investment. Well, you know, sometimes it's about sending a message, you know? Just, I have one. But can you use it? Flarex, can you use yours? Smoke not cleared enough. There were so many potential targets there, but that HE didn't create as much vision as he would have wanted.
I love the counter smokes coming out immediately there and the re-smoke onto the doors, because it means that all of this expended smoke to try by that space immediately nullified, and they have to go elsewhere. Minutes already been whittled off the time and they're no closer to the circle.
The stall has been really good, but I think 9 are also starting to feel a little bit flustered. You know, a lot of their approaches have been lackluster. They've had maybe 1 or 2 fairly clean rounds that they've won, and everything else has been pretty rough on them. Only managing to pick up 3 rounds so far, so it feels like Next Level have definitely read into their approaches quite well. And Next Level are doing very similar things round after round, right? We're not having too many changes, but now having waited out all of that utility, 9 will take this opportunity. Flash over the top. Oh, Onyx. On Nick rather, ready and waiting on the edge of the smoke, and as they push through, sprays connect perfectly, but trades have been good. 2 versus 2 now. Money and Rolls stuck yet. Oh gosh!
What is going
no!
on?
Oh no!
There's no
okay.
time, though.
I mean,
No
that was a round of all time, Affinity.
So there's 2 missed no scopes, and then instead of trying to go for the pistol, tries to pull out the knife, gets shot point blank in the face, and then right at the very end, because there's no time to treat the bomb and go plant, but you see the walk towards the doors, had picked up an AK at this point. A single spray through the doors could have won them the round, just accidentally. But you do hate to see the whiffs point blank. Sometimes it'll be like, everyone pretends you didn't see anything. There's no hiding that one.
No, that was pretty blatant, unfortunately. It was quite rough. But as you said, right, by that point, time was just not on their side. They'd held on to a little bit of utility, so once all the smokes had cleared, you start to think, okay, well, maybe now with that util, but they don't expect Onyx to be right up close and personal against that smoke. And because of all the boxes in the way, it's a lot easier to play anti. So when the flashes do come through, he's not blind. So 2 kills off the back of that, and 9's entire push is stopped dead in its tracks. So they're back down onto pistols now. Only 2 Tech 9s, so, you know, not too sure how much of a rush we could possibly get out of that. I must say, I've been disappointed recently. I feel like the Tech 9 rush is becoming a bit of a dying art.
It was so dominant and so prevalent for ages, and then it just vanished.
It's just gone now, and it's honestly one of the most entertaining things to watch, in my opinion.
And it works so well.
Okay, full blind pistol shot, but I was hoping that might actually snowball into something. Not to be the case.
Good job with baiting out these shots. Oh, I say that.
There you go, quick as you like. 2 rounds left in this half, Affinity. 9, bit of an uphill battle to get themselves to 5 if they so want, which I imagine they do.
You'd be wanting 7-5 here, but the thing is that Team Next Level, they are a very good defensive team. So when they go on to that T side, you do see them get a little bit weaker. So anything you can do just to not let them have that little bit of a buffer is amazing. 9, however, have that little bit of an aggressive spark. They love to run through these smokes. It's a little bit of a signature for them, and they're running out of room to really be able to flex that in the way that you would want to see. So 7-5 would be nice. Anything less and I would be worried for them.
Ooh. Alright. Spots out Nani. Oh man, you can't be re-peeking that blind or dry rather. Oh my god, it's just fish in a barrel. Flareax with 2. One of his teammates has followed him up for another. Now, 1 player left alive. I mean, this is just an absolute devastation. This was a round where 9 didn't even approach one of the bomb sites. They were hanging out in top mid for the longest time, and Team Next Level were like, well, if you're going to give us the space, we're going to take it. And they push out so aggressively. 9 look flustered.
And so does the buy they're going to be rocking with. We even saw the scout toyed with for a second there, but there is nothing left in the tank. It's all Galils. It's a little bit of utility spread around, and they know what they're up against. They've been peeking things one by one, and you can't be letting them isolate these jewels because Flareax is on fire. They've got so much money. They've got the orgs coming out.
I mean, I love a good org, alright? I am an org believer. I don't care what Brandon says. I'm all about it. Okay, no, but you're a shotgun believer, so...
Okay, yeah, my opinion is
entirely
entirely... Yeah, true.
Okay, good opener there onto Nippy. Finally, they've won the battle at long. Beautiful Molotov to try to clear out the car position, but Ken is still able to relocate a little bit. They don't realize he's here. Flash over the top, and he's able to spray through. He'll get instantly traded, however. Opens up a bit of space, but not enough. Darby with 2. Darby with 3 to end out that half. Beautiful, dominant from Next Level.
It's crazy, it's hectic, but we are back to close out this first map of this best of 3 team next level. A dominant start to this map, and 9-3, I believe you may have coined a lore after this one, Sam.
Yes, that would be called Nauri's Law. 9-3 is the scoreline where you are cursed to potentially come back. I don't know, there's more scientific terms to it, but that's essentially where that is. So, yes, perhaps this is where 9 actually do turn things back around in their favor. It's going to have to start with this pistol.
I'm a big fan of the decoy buys. I have no idea what it's being used for, but... Oh, there it is. Goes over the top.
What?
Well, yes. Usually there's an ulterior motive. But turns out the ulterior motive is just a distraction for Ken to find the first 2 picks.
I'll be honest, I don't know how that worked, but there's a little bit of return fire over towards the B site, but how much more can get done here? Next level definitely have the advantage in this one. Numbers advantage, trade advantage, spatial advantage. Rawls managing to get a pick on the other side of the map, but Nani loses his life, so 2 versus 2 in a bit, as Ken has just nearly a sliver of HP, but that is an extra body to be wary of. They want to stop this plant from going down, but they're not going to be able to, and now Kragan has to 1v3 and still get that diffuse off. He had a kit, but it doesn't matter. He no longer has a head. There you go. That's 9 up to 10. Nope, that's TNL up to 10. 9 is nowhere near 9.
It's from 9 rounds up to 10.
There you go.
But yeah, we talked about Nauri's Law, the Zonix law of MR12, but it only really works if you secure that pistol, especially on CT's side, because you don't have anything to work with. They go into this round with 2 pieces of utility, and suddenly it's 3-11. They have no contingency rounds to work with. So I would either want to see a very snazzy eco, or they're going to need to come swinging into round 15. I love the stack here, and actually, as we can see, and you wonderful people at home can see, they do appear to be walking into that stack. Unfortunately, they may just line up one at a time for Joy. Faven does manage to retaliate a little bit here, but they're all blind. It doesn't matter. The bullets come raining in, and it is a clean sweep mop up on aisle 9.
Honestly, I don't love that tactic on range. I feel like that tactic gets so much more value up close and personal, because on range, when the enemy team has rifles, if you get one, it's damn near a miracle at that point, and that's all they got, just the one, and the rest was cleanup.
With the corner as well, they have so much more space to back away and play with that angle. You can rush them if you're a little bit closer up and catch them off guard, especially on the pistol. So I'm with you on that one, you know. Long range, I'm not sure I'm a fan of it.
Well, we'll see if 9 can somehow bring themselves back in. They do now have a bit of a buy. Have already expended a decent amount of the util that they had in belt. So 3 flashes and 2 smokes are all that remain, and they're gonna have to try to hold on to this as long as possible. Rails now going for a little bit of an aggression, but loses that battle. There is a trade though, so at least numbers still favor next level. But no, Onyx has been such a demon throughout this entire game so far. 2 kills from him, cracks open that site, and now Seja, again, we see another 1v3 scenario, and I think this one is about as likely as the last one that we saw. We call it a 1v2. 1 player's on the other side of the map, but all it takes is a 1v1. Ken shuts it down. 2 kills for him on the round. Map point for next level.
Yeah, it feels like they are speed running this, and yes, they've won all of the series versus each other before TNL. They've never quite won it as dominantly as this, so exciting to be sure. But 9 rounds in a row, I'm a firm believer that it's never over till it's over, but when you've got 2 FAMAS or 2 FAMI, however we're pronouncing it, it certainly doesn't look likely. I love them going for a little bit of pace over towards long, because they're not going to be able to play the range with these weapons, but unfortunately, it has been read like an open book.
Sights just about in their control. They don't have control of bomb, and that just kind of speaks to their confidence. You don't need the bomb if the enemy team is not around to defend. 2 players left here, an MP9 and a FAMAS. Not a bang, but a whisper. Faven will get 1. It's him versus the entire damn world at this point. Flash over the top. A little bit of damage, but that's it. That's all she wrote. Next level 13-3 on Nine's map pick. That is devastation to kick off this game.
Yeah, going out with a fizzle towards the end. We expected a little bit more from Nine. We've said it's been rough from them recently in series. They've made a lot of roster changes. They've been playing with a lot of substitutes, but you'd expect something a little bit more from that. We're seeing some quite, juvenile mistakes coming out with these peaking one by one. A couple of mistakes maybe we think in the logic, playing longer range when we'd like to see them a little bit up close, a little bit pacier. Something that actually when they played versus each other before in the past that's worked really well is Nine bursting out of smokes and really playing these unexpected paces and quite cheeky angles. But no, we just didn't really see that, not at least in this map. So that is going to be one down, potentially two to go, but next level is going onto their map pick next of Ancient. Is there much hope here, or do you think, there's a chance we've seen these games go the distance? Is there anything, sparks of hope that you really want to highlight?
I mean, TNL have like a 70% win rate on this map versus Nine's 42. So that already just does not bode well for me. The fact that the last time they played it was a 13-7 in favor of TNL. The time before that, it was another 13-7. The time before that, it was a 13-5. Given the performance that we just saw on Dust 2, I'm not seeing the sparks of hope. But we're gonna have to find out. We're gonna have to wait and see. We're gonna throw this into a quick break, and when we return, map number 2 will be on the cards.
When the world is cold, you hear people say, gotta chase the dream of yesterday. But the stories told, the golden memories, ain't a truth but just a fallacy. But there's hustlers, stealers, liars out on this road, and they'll feed the fire and watch it all explode. Gotta put those flames out before we burn it down. Gotta plant new seeds in this ground. Don't let yourself be troubled or think on yesterday. Keep on moving, come on, don't stand in my way. Some people wanna pull you under. Some people wanna make you cry. Some people rolling in like thunder. We gotta fight the feeling, we gotta do it right. If the hustle and grind breaks your stride, do your turn and blame the other side. If the hustle in your mind makes you decide, it will crack and strip you of your pride. Oh, but there's hustlers, stealers, liars out on this road, and they'll feed the fire and watch it all explode. Gotta put those flames out before we burn it down. Gotta plant new seeds in this ground. Don't let yourself be troubled or think on yesterday. Keep on moving, come on, don't stand in my way. Some people wanna pull you under. Some people wanna make you cry.
welcome back everybody to the ESL Pro League Season 22 European Qualifiers. We are in the thick of our game between TNL and 9, and well, that first map, a little bit of a blowout. I'm Nari Mizuki, I'm joined by Affinity. Now Affinity, we're moving over onto TNL's map pick. That's right, they won 9's map pick, and things are not looking great.
No, they are not. There's been a lot of sort of sloppy errors coming in. They just weren't able to find any footing here. The max they got was 2 rounds in a row. So I'm really hoping a running start is needed here. Now, these two teams have played up against each other a lot on this map. And 9, their signature strat, they're very active towards that B ramp. And I have a feeling that if Team Next Level put their attention there, maybe this is going to be a little bit of a difficult one for 9 to shut down. But Onyx, oh, look at that, already charging through the map.
Getting nice and quick with it. Next Level definitely feeling confident after that last map. So much space taken up through Red Room, but finally will get shut down. Has done enough to allow his team to get that bomb planted. However, now it's going to be a 3 versus 4 retake scenario. What can 9 get done here? Darby doesn't care, man. Just swings with it. Knows that his teammates are going to be there. Yes, they do lose 1, but does it really matter? Kragan, okay. Running straight through, but yep, that's all she wrote. 2 players left alive for TNL, but a round in the back pocket.
It seems to be on the itinerary for day is 9 that there's lots of amazing sort of final stands and Hail Marys, but the issue is there's not enough to work with. That even though we're just in round 1 of the pistol, if we look back at that first map, so many amazing sort of 1Ks, 2Ks, 3Ks, and really lovely clean clips, but just too late in the round, it's already slipped too far, and hopefully we're not going to see that be what we're relying on again. But a pistol round is exactly what Team Next Level needs to continue the rolling momentum, and there is the opening pick on top of all of it.
And there we go. We'll get a little bit of a trade-off there with the MP9, so they can try and farm up a little bit of cash. Very nice. The pistols sing out. Noni with the wide swing, managing to get a second after picking up that AK, and okay, 9 looking like they might just be able to reset the economy. Roll's getting a second. Talk about a bang for your buck. Niffy cannot get anything done here. 9, where's that come from?
That is incredible. Just a couple of opening picks, and we talked about it, that B ramp was going to be a hot spot here. And they rush on out. They managed to find this pick. They sweep up the weapons. And instead of Team Next Level sort of falling back, resetting and going, okay, we're being faced with a lot of aggression, they stay, they fight, and they're losing out. They are just being run on down. As you said, economy reset. Not fully. They've decided to force into this one. So I could potentially get a little bit messy after this. But the Tech 9 rushes, the long forgotten art, we've sung the praises of. Hopefully, it's their turn to get an eco round back on the board here, but Fathom does not want to let this happen. The first line of defense on up, and it's a lovely flash to keep them blind and sitting ducks in the open.
Yeah, in the open, absolutely. Just getting caught in the spray down, and there's really not much more they can get done. It's another round where they only lose 1 player. Fathom has become a little bit of cannon fodder over the last couple of rounds, but everyone else is surviving. They're keeping those guns, they're keeping that economy moving. It was an anti-eco, so I suppose to an extent that is somewhat expected, but the economic reset has been horrific for Next Level, because this is back-to-back ecos for them, and it's only going to be in the next round where we might possibly be seeing them bring something back to the table.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit run-of-the-mill, but it gives 9 the opportunity to litmus test. They're going to fly up onto Catwalk, and now here we are. They've got all of the space. They've just suffocated TNL out of this entire round early. Yes, it's just the pistols, but they're not going to let them find anything here.
It's this beautiful, smooth opener, and so much map control gained off of that as well. That mid control, so important on this map. And honestly, if they can get anything more done in this round, I will be absolutely flabbergasted. And no, looks like it's just going to be clean up from this point on. Now we start kind of thinking towards the next round. They've actually got a decent amount of money. Round number 4, they should get a... In fact, they will get a very solid buy out of this. But what kind of adaptations can we possibly see from them that maybe will help them catch something. You know, they've done a little bit of B, they've done the tiniest bit of mid presence. Do we think that they now maybe swap over to an A side push? They're not going for a full buy, in fact. Oh my lord, this could be dangerous.
Yes, it could be indeed, and there's a lot of utility pelted their way, and also 9, they've been given the time to establish on it as well, so it's just going to be a bloodbath. And if he does manage to find this open, they try and run on down, but they're not quite going to find the success. They do go 1 for 1 on every single kill, however, and that is going to be a scooped up AK, and actually a fair bit of utility to boast.
They've kept this relatively close. They've done far more than maybe we would have anticipated in this round. But that should be where that stops. The last rifle lost. They'll at least get that bomb planted for a little bit of extra cash. I thought maybe the Tech 9 could get one more, but no. It's another relatively clean round from 9. They come through with 3 players still left alive. That is what is that, 4 rounds? No, 3 rounds back to back. Never do maths on stream. And they're going to be feeling very, very confident with how these last few rounds have been going. For next level, however, not buying in that previous round. Okay, with that bomb plant, there's still decent money here. So maybe this is where the turnaround happens. I keep saying that. I keep thinking like, okay, now. Okay, now. And it just hasn't happened.
We're just going to keep getting burned by this as well. And despite the fact that they have been ecoing for so many rounds, we're still seeing players unable to buy full weaponry. We've got this Galil on out on Onyx. We won't see that all coming out. Yeah, controversial pick, but they just don't really have the money available to go for too much more. I say that. It's always got a lot of money, just doesn't seem to want to buy.
Saving it for next, I guess. I don't know. Oh, blind kill, and then Kragan follows it up through the smoke. Finally, Niffy will get a trade-off. It's been absolute chaos out in mid. 9 definitely not looking like the weaker team so far on this map. It certainly has been their show for these first few rounds. Still early days, but if this trajectory continues, it does not bode well. Team next level. Now they slow things down a little bit. Try and eke out a little bit of space for themselves. They've lost so much map control at this point. Their only real opportunity is maybe, or their only real option is maybe mid, but that's being held by the AWP. So we're going to posture over towards B here, and it is effectively a 3 versus 2 in order to get onto the site. So if they can win these battles, and Kraken is dangerously low on HP as well. So this is looking like their only opportunity to turn this into winning ways. 40 seconds left now.
You can see they're already calling Nonny over. They've heard absolutely nothing. They've cleared through all of halls. And every second they wait here, it gets harder.
And the thing is, Favin is also clearing out in towards mid. And now with that kill, that's the confirmation. Ooh. Oh my god, Rolls. Okay. Man, Spidey sense was tingling. Both kills garnered there. Looking for a third. Niffy good for 1, but will get traded out. And it's another clean round. Rolls has been on a heater this map.
Yeah, this is unprecedented. Look at the money that he sat on as well to sing the praises there. It's you said Spidey senses. I don't even know what it was. I don't think there was even an audio cue. It was just a little bit of a check back, but you know, positioning of the crosshair just immaculate. Reaction times insane. And that's exactly what we want to be saying. We were saying that individuals were being left to try piece together rounds at the start of this map, albeit for 1 round, and for the whole of the first map. Now it's individuals stepping up, but they're not leaving it to the last second. They're going proactive. They're taking these early fights, and they're winning out. They're finding these player advantages early, and it means that Team Nexel, they don't have the pieces on the chessboard to move around, to play with, to form a round here.
A little bit of time taken to have a bit of a discussion, because again, next level, I mean, their lack of money at this point is the only thing that's next level about them. And it's a crazy turnaround from what we saw on that first map that was so incredibly dominant to looking totally lost and flustered here. Nice little HE there for some early chip damage. And all they'll need to do is that little bit of cleanup. And 9 actually giving over a fair amount of space at the moment. Local red room. Sightlines denied. But now they know there's a definite presence in towards him. There's the HE clears the smoke. He spots out a player, but can't get any shots to connect. That is a lot of info garnered, though. Now Kragan chooses to fall off a little bit, and instead of pushing forward, that's going to allow Next Level to start rotating over towards B. They've made the wrong call, 9. They think that it's angling towards A. Meanwhile, there's a stack over towards this B site, but if Next Level take too long, they're going to lose their window.
Yeah, we've talked about this. The longer they wait, the harder this gets, because 9, they've been poking and prodding. The fact that they've not heard anything, they've not seen anything. Maybe a little bit worried about mid. They're finding that potentially someone could get up into Red Room, but now that is the call, the signal. So he finds one. Now Rolls, we've talked about it, steps up. Man of the hour, only good for 1, however.
It's going to be a free rifle handed over. Oh my god, okay. Swings straight into the AWP and doesn't actually die. The shot does not ring true. And now it's a 2 versus 3 retake. Never mind, the AWP is lost. And Sejit, I mean, he doesn't have to save. They've got some decent money. But maybe he can get a couple of exits here, a bit of a relocation to see if he can catch somebody on the exit. But this was a really good round from Next Level. The info starve, while kind of baiting out a little bit in towards mid, gave them so much free reign.
Exactly, and just playing around with the fact that 9 had a lot of blind spots at the end there. We talked about how wait too long and it could be a little bit of a problem. Maybe a little bit worried at the end there that Onyx was going to go down, but alas, not to be. Oh, okay, no, I stand corrected. To the bomb.
That's rough.
With the AWP as well, right at the very last second. And they've not got amazing money.
I mean, that's kind of the call there, right? Like I was saying, they don't really need to save, but they can try and get some exits and do some more damage to the economy. They know that Next Level don't have any decent money here. Even with a round win, they're on an absolute knife's edge. Losing this round is going to put them straight back in the drink. So this is a really, really important one.
Exactly, and now straight in towards mid, starved of information in Red Room, but now we need to catch this player out. Flash is going to maybe give a little bit of a hint that somebody else is clearing these angles, but Nani waiting. Ooh, scopes at the wrong second. Both passes line of sight, however, he's going to go back and find one. Felix has managed to find the trade and then to be the difference maker.
Ken is taking so much space. Oh, utility in hand. Rolls will shut him down. And now this is very much a doable retake scenario. Yes, the bomb has been planted, but they have numbers advantage here. So a good reposition coming through from Next Level as well. First player gets spot on that cross. So there is an inkling. It's probably going to be moving through this cave area. Shots just not landing. Rolls continues to be a problem. Now Onyx, he was on a heater on the previous map. Can that continue? Yes, it can. Headshot after headshot. 1 versus 1. Still so dangerously close. And the spray is good. 1v3 clutch for Onyx.
Just incredible stuff. The reaction time, the instincts, one after the other. But again, allowing them to isolate these fights. It's been a tale of individuals this entire map. And in some cases for 9, that's been working really well. They've managed to get themselves that little bit of a round streak. But Onyx at the end there, unprecedented to allow him in such close quarters as well. You had the utility to work with to try flush him out, but maybe just a little bit too eager with the pressure at that time looming overhead. And that does mean that their money starting to look a little bit fractured here, 9. They're on a weak buy and there's nothing left in the bank to Team Nexel. They're looking to drive the point in here. And while early fight, so much damage, able to confirm the kill. Oh no, but that HE grenade just goes the wrong way.
Went where he thought that player was, but a good relocation allows him to survive. However, the site has been somewhat overrun. There's still forces here to hold it down, but Ken, how the hell have you gone and done that? He's just completely cleared out the site entirely on his own, and he's still alive. That bomb has been planted. It's 1 versus 2 here. Honestly, a feather is all that it would take, but a beautifully placed Molotov to slow things down, to buy them that little bit of time. He doesn't have a kit here, so this is going to have to be perfection. The AWP is waiting for him, but forces him off of the angle. Beautifully timed there, pushes in towards the back, gets a shot, slips into the smoke. 1 versus 1, taps the bomb, looking to see if he can draw out that peak, but time is not on his side. Playing against a operator. No, AWP. It's one of those days, guys. Oh, the spray, it does connect, but there's no time. He dies. There's no way. Yeah, he dies. Tries to save the AWP, but not to be the case.
No, it's heartbreaking as well, because that Molotov, you mentioned it, so perfectly timed and so perfectly positioned as well, that he does just have to sit there and wait it out. But additionally, you can see it. You can see the isolation of the fight. You can see him tap it. I would have loved just to see a stick there. You know there's an orb. You put the smoke down. You have enough of an angle, right, that you can potentially hop on it. But spends too long toying with it, too long going for it. But you've got to commend the teammates that managed to take the damage down that low. That it does come down just to a matter of bullets, because that's when people get scared. You don't want to peek out, because any stray bullet could be the death of you, but you don't want to allow this opportunity for someone to slip the net to hop on that defuse. But once you found the first kill, once you know it's just that AWP, you've got a little bit more room to work against this clunky placement with it.
I think the problem there is knowing that a teammate with a rifle died so close, and so there's always that like possibility. It's such a high pressure situation as well, knowing that they've conceded so many back-to-back rounds, and now they're really feeling the brunt of that. 3 MP9s of FAMAS and a pistol is all that they're gonna have to mount this defense. They have made the right call though. Heavy kind of presence over towards the site, but how much can realistically get done? Fnatic cracks straight through. Kraken will be good for a couple though, and Nani as well managing to get his, and this is turned into an, dare I say it, a doable situation. They don't know where Favin is coming from. I think there should be some sort of an inkling though, given that he wasn't on site with the rest of the team, so surely they need to have eyes on this. And yes, looks like they may no one's watching for it. Hello? Completely stops the plant, but that's okay. Niffy manages to get those shots to connect. A 4K on the round for him, and we even out the scores.
That gets so scary. Any other weapon, right? If that's an AK, different world, right? But the fact that they're not watching from behind, the fact that they're so focused on where they're planting, it gets scary that so much health goes down at the end, because there's a world that goes wrong. But it doesn't, and that does mean that Nine's economy back in the bin. And Team Next Level, they're storming away with this. A bit of a rough half, but now the coordination, the cohesion, and these pincers onto this B site, they found a weakness, and they don't even want to look at A. They just want to keep driving the point home here.
This is where they've been getting so much of their success. There's a little bit of a lurk. Yeah, okay. Up close and personal. MP9 rolls. You absolute monster. And there it is. This round has fallen apart at the seams off the back of one man and an MP9. Okay, fair enough. Nani did get one kill, but 4 of them go to Rolls, and that is a stupid amount of money as well. Like, that is just the gun to get it done.
Exactly. Although, to be honest with you, maybe not too monumental in the overall scheme of things, because you're still missing a couple of key pieces, and it's the final round of the half. And if you looked at just the kills alone, if you look at the disparity between the two teams, you'd expect maybe a little bit of a different scoreline to what we're seeing. Alas, not the case. But Team Next Level, nothing in the bank, but we've seen these rushes, we've seen the aggression pay off, and now that B stopped working, they choose to nosy elsewhere a little bit. But the patience, I love the change of pace. This is not something we've seen a whole lot of them from. So ease off the gas, don't show any presence, starve them of information, and then pounce.
And of course, this is an important one. Last one in the half, as you mentioned a little bit earlier on. So you want to have a good bit of room to work with into that second half. 5 rounds is good. 6 would be better. So can they find themselves that opening? A lot of util being used over towards B, but Nine not really taking the bait. There you go. A little bit of presence shown in towards Donut, but only a touch of damage done. But that gives away the game. Despite all the util over on B, someone peeks their head, and okay, there you go with that crouch peek and the shot right onto Rolls, who has been the defender of this site. Maybe they're in with an opportunity. There will be a trade to come through from that AWP, and that's going to slow them down again. Looking the wrong way. Fleerax loses his life, but Oh, here, all the way over on the other side of the map, Ken has garnered some space. Beautiful shot connecting. That's going to clear out that site, but now they have to take the space. They don't have anything really to work with. Yeah, Ken loses so much HP trying to get that gun. What in the hell was that? Fully blind, and that shot will still connect, and this is now a winnable round. Yes, they do only have one rifle, but they have positioning. The bomb is planted in just the right spot for them. These last two players have to make a move. Nani will go down. Favin now has to be the hero. The first one will connect, but he doesn't have time. He's got a kit, but it's ticking away slowly but surely, and it'll be Onyx to get that final round. 6-6 at the half.
Don't wanna keep on going. If I can be with you, take my heart. You knew what you were doing. Take my heart. You knew what you were doing all along. Take my heart. You knew what you were doing. You knew what you were doing all along. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground.
As he turns it, nice headshot.
The tide's turned halfway through the half, and now 6-6 is where we find ourselves kicking off in the second half. Team Next Level going on to their favoured side on their map pick. It's starting to look a little bit good for them, but it was a rough start. Can they right the sins of the past 9? They need to get a running jump into this half to restore our faith, to take this to a third map potentially, but it all kicks off right here, right now.
Low and slow is the call. Oh, yes. Dooley's up close and personal. Spots the shoulder. Shots connect, and it is excellent. But they're not going to be able to stop that bomb from getting planted. So, first objective for 9. Check. That is that little bit of extra cash for them. Now, can they hold on? The Dooley's trying to make their way in, but Sejat will wrap around and get himself a second kill in this round. Oh, Rolls has also done a little bit of a wrap. Round and around we go. No one really knows where anyone else is. Down to the 1 versus 1. Onyx has to be the hero again. He's sticking it. He's just gonna stick it. Sidhot, you've got to run. You've got to push him. Hello? Oh,
No.
my god, bro. It was a split second. It was a literal split second.
I can't believe that. That's on a round, on a pistol round. You've got to just go for it. You can't really be trusting that it's going to be a fake in situations like that. There's been lots of these little moments, and we've talked about how for Team 9, we just wanted to see them hop on that defuse. Team Next Level, they are not going to be anywhere near as patient, nowhere near as amicable. They are going for the throw straight into mid, and they are a lot more aggressive with this mid control early on. And they have started starving 9 of any position on this map.
Ooh, that's a bit of a chunky HE, and the follow-up is fantastic. Onyx, yep, he's just laid down the law fantastically there. I thought, with a little bit of the force that went into that, maybe we'd at least see a bit of return fire, but 9 just absolutely capitulated that entire round.
Exactly. And it's going to start getting messy. We love the Tech 9 rushes, but we're having to see another one come out here once they rebuild that economy. And this gap starts to widen a little bit. Sure, it's not much right now, but when we saw just the sheer momentum that Team Next Level built up on their own CT side, a team that is so heavily favored on this and on this map specifically. Now here we go again, run on out. The flash is great, and they do manage to overwhelm, but so much damage done. And HE here could be lethal.
Ooh. Lethal is the word, but if anyone is lethal, it is, Next Level. They're having a very... it's picked up. Let's put it that way. First half, bit wishy-washy, kind of all over the place. So far in the second half, looking much better. Onyx has... I don't even want to say stepped up. Like, he was doing really well on the first map. Towards the end of the first half, he was starting to show that same kind of prowess. And here again in the second half, just continuing to be a menace. And it feels like 9 are heavily relying on Rolls to be a bit of a hero here. Now 9 going for a bit more aggression in towards mid. And this time around, they'll get some very impactful openers with guns in hand. They now know what that win condition is. So they've shut that down and slowed things down a little bit as well. Oh, Onyx punished for that little bit of an aggressive push. And now 5 versus 2. I don't think there's much more to be done in this one.
No, this is just looking to be a save here. And 9, they haven't even started working that 1-1 over. Kragan triggered discipline for a second, just hoping to see if maybe the two are playing together. Hasn't spotted or heard anything, and they've got all the time in the world, and there's enough money on the likes of Kragan. You could potentially send someone hunting. Maybe you don't want to be too presumptuous here and lose too much when your economy's still in its infancy, but a round like this, it's definitely getting you back on the board. It's definitely the mental boon that you need to stop Team Next Level getting away with a ridiculous sort of avalanche in the making. I would like to see that bomb go down at some point, get that timer started, because the longer they wait, the harder it gets for Fleerax. And there it is. Smoke comes on out, but now they know exactly where he is. They've got that whole timer to count down, so I don't suspect that we see this weapon in the next round.
I would be impressed. Liquid smoke. Fleerax. Yeah, there you go. All they had to do was spam it down. And that's all she wrote for that round. A good turnaround from 9 as well, with so many of their players surviving into the next, so they can hold on to so many of those weapons. This is exactly what they needed. I was saying, Team Next Level were looking good, but that is, to be fair, it was the pistol round, and then the conversion, and then the anti. So as soon as 9 had weapons in their hands, that's when things started to kind of turn back in their favor a little bit more, but that has to turn into momentum now. Fleerax has an AWP in hand. Davi's taken very aggressive control in towards mid here, backed up by his teammate, holding M1 and somehow managing to assist in 2 kills. Coming off the back of that, Ken flushed out of position and Rolls will shut it down, bringing it to a more even kill. So 3 versus 3 here. They know there's someone in red room, but Rolls takes so much damage. He's still able to slip away with his life.
Look at this though from Niffy.
Timing is going to be a bit of a thing here. Like, I don't know if he actually... There you go. I mean, he realizes he hasn't spotted anything, so he's got to back away. It's Farvan's position that I'm a little bit more interested in, because I think that he's got such a good pivot point here. And if he catches out Niffy, that could be kind of the end of this round, because that kill, in my opinion, should force Next Level into a save. Let's see if he checks that corner. Does he indeed? Oh, there it is. With that kill, surely Next Level go for a save here. But no, Onyx still looking to cause a little bit of havoc. Clerix is going to try to hold on to that AWP. Onyx going to try to do a little bit of damage. But is he even going to have the opportunity? And he's expending utility into this as well. That tells me he's not expecting to come out of this with his life. Fnatic, okay, he's good for one. He's actually opted to push in for this. He's realized bomb hasn't been planted yet. There's a world, but that world is not this one. And that will be 9 walking away with the round.
Yeah, it's so difficult there with the player disadvantage being lost. We talked about the pivot point, and that cuts off all rotates, really. But so much low HP. The Molotov, I love the fight forward. I would have loved it to be a little bit more aggressive. You managed to get around that corner. Suddenly you found a pick or two. You alleviate the pressure. And you've given Fnatic something a little bit more to work with that angle on the AWP. Alas, not meant to be. And now they're going to be back on the pistols. They are stacking over towards Donuts. Actually, they're not. They're choosing to get the fight to them, and I like this. It's worked so well. They do go 1 for 1 to start with, but maybe weapons to be picked up soon. Except Dragon says absolutely not.
I think this round goes pretty much as expected. There you go. I thought maybe we get 1 more kill out of that one, just for, you know, for the aura. But aura denied. 9 to 9. 9. Lots of 9s. Isn't that the emergency services number in
the UK? Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Because 999 is UK specific. 112 is, you know, European.
Oh, the more you know. And 911 is American. So there you go.
Exactly.
For anyone who, for some reason, didn't know that.
You're learning all of the useful survival tips with us today.
I'm feeling like this is turning into that meme of like, call an ambulance, but not for me.
That has been this comeback, and with Noni finding that opening pick, it just rings even more true.
Well, oh, there you go. I was a bit worried. He missed that second shot, but the third one will land. He'll take a little bit of damage off the tail end of that, but 2-player advantage. What more could you ask for into this round? Now with only 3 players left here for Next Level. Surely now they save. Surely now is the time where they realize they need to hold on to their weapons. They didn't do it in the last round, and I thought they should have. And I'm still kind of believing that maybe they should. I don't know how Noni wins that with an AWP, man. That was a close range MP9. Like, that's just crazy. Okay, how about now? All right, Fnatic, you've got the AWP. Surely you just back away and hold on to that. Ken is kind of...
Ken is dead.
I mean, yeah, no, like he's doomed at this point. But yeah, sure. Okay, I was almost seeing the second kill there. And yes, it does look like Fnatic is going to try to hold on to this weapon instead. So there you go. 9 are so paranoid, man. They're only making their way onto the site now. They're still flashing that out. They're still worried that that last player could be somewhere nearby. And honestly, after that first map, I don't blame them. But they will take this round, and finally, they'll have themselves a lead.
Yep, at long last, they've been vying for it for ages. They have finally been awarded it again. Fnatic is having a little bit of a look. I get more worried the further he strays. Now, of course, they have the money to go hunting for this, and that's unfortunate. We want a save. We are being denied today. We will not be seeing any weapons come into this round as a subsequent, and it would have been an interesting one anyway. You bring the AWP into this round, you've not actually got much to support it. It would have needed to have done a lot of heavy lifting, and we haven't really seen Fnatic have that same level of weighty input individually from previous maps and previous series, potentially. So I don't think necessarily it would have made a difference in terms of a round. Maybe it would have been nice to get a couple more kills on the board, because now they're working with an MP9.
Yeah, I mean, if there's an AWP on the board, a round is always winnable, but there are a lot of like dominoes that need to fall in just the right place. You've got to be getting like an early kill there, then you can like sweep up a gun, and then you've got to like time things perfectly. You've got to have like a smattering of utility. It's winnable,
But not die instantly.
100%, right? There's so many caveats to that statement. And, well, it doesn't really matter because, of course, they didn't have the AWP going into this round, but who needs an AWP, I guess? Two lovely back-to-back headshots there. MP9 will continue to rain down terror. Why is this winnable? Okay. Holy brother. I nearly had a heart attack. If he had clutched that with an MP9, I mean, I think I would.
Our lives flashed before our eyes there.
Bro.
I felt it as well. I've got goosebumps right now. And it's the middle of summer, and I'm... but no, that's the fact that they let it get that far, that they don't suspect that somebody's on site, and the fact that you get 2 kills there. MP9, difficult weapon for that final pick, but... You said 9 have been really, really paranoid. They've been flashing onto sites that they've already fully cleared. Imagine how that's going to make them feel coming into this. We're going to see them double, triple checking everything now. They're going to get run on down here. Nifty with that opening pick, and they take that ramp control, and mid now falls as well. So only one avenue onto site, and it contains nothing but death.
This is the opposite of paranoid, guys. This was them just running out into the open with no util and getting shot from like everywhere. This was
The demons
such a
are
weird
chasing
round.
them, but they're faster, you know? That's the logic I think they were going for. You can't hit us if you can't, you know, catch us.
That only works if you have Tech 9s. That's my theory.
Or XMs, but I know how you feel about shotguns, so I won't push it.
If I ever see an XM rush, I will stop casting Counter-Strike. Like I will quit. I'll be done. That will be the end of my career. That is how confident I am that no one would ever be crazy enough to do something like that. But yeah, I mean, this was a really strange round when you consider how they've been so methodically checking everything the previous rounds, and in this one they just kind of full send it.
Directly after a round where you'd expect them to be paranoid. That they just lost to somebody sat on the backside with an MP9. Timeout being called. I think it's needed. I think maybe a little bit too energetic or a little bit too ahead of themselves. So I think the opportunity, even if they're not discussing something a little bit more detailed, breaking down a plan, because this is the tipping point of the map. We are running towards the end of regulation. A win here puts them on that map point, and with the economy in a not great place for Team Next Level. This is a win condition for them here if they don't want this to drag out longer. Team Next Level, they win this. They still haven't broken the economy. They've still got a little bit of a job ahead of them, but it really does have to be a win here for them. But I think for Team 9, taking a second just to cool down and to go, guys, where did that come from? That's not like us.
What's important, I think, is that if Next Level win this round, they're in a similar position to what 9 are in right now, where they're like on the edge, and winning a round will break economy and put them into like a really good position to win out the entire map. So for both teams, this is a pivotal round to come out on top of. Beautiful flash there, and despite that, he still walks away with that kill. Waited a little bit too long, and that allowed that flash to kind of burn away. Now, being pushed heavily despite losing that first player, they will push back. They'll kick back. Flareax had a great round previously. Can he get something done now with the AWP? We're seeing some good util coming through here, but the bomb is not on the site. I repeat, 2 players are on site, but the bomb is not with them. The shoulder, but he can't connect meaningfully. Nani gets a double kill off the back of that, and Ken now has to 1v4. 2 have already been dealt with, and the third will be the stopping point, and that will be 9 on map point and on the absolute threshold of taking us to map 3.
In a world where he gets that third kill, that bomb doesn't go down, and he then has a real opportunity to win that. But that's got to be a worry for 9. Yes, they win the round, but there are so many... It's like Dr. Strait. You've seen all of the timelines, and you've seen all of the ways that it can go wrong. So you've got to be having a look and going, right, we've had an issue with not getting the bomb onto site and planting very quickly. Maybe going forward, this is something that we need to address a little bit more, and maybe keep it on mind a little bit more. Team Next Level, we talked about it, needed to win that one to keep themselves in a position to really contend for overtime here. And I like 9. They're pulling another timeout out here. There's no reason not to. 23-24 on regulation. You've not really got much other time to use it here. Gives them the opportunity to come up with a game plan really solid just to close this one out. Maybe a little bit of contingency in case something goes wrong. But it also means that Team Next Level don't have the opportunity to fill this, that they get stagnated as well.
I do just want to point out that Rolls is casually chilling on 29 and 11 at the moment. I mean,
What a beast.
Bro's having such a good time right now. Can he hit that 30 bomb? We'll find out. He takes so much damage early on. His teammate has to be there to keep him alive, and that'll be 2 very important kills here for 9. Team Next Level. 3 versus 5 to give them a stay of execution straight through the smoke, and they'll bring the numbers back to an even kill. Rolls goes down, and Farvin as well. And somehow they've brought this back. Next Level have a way of making unwinnable rounds look winnable, but very seldom do they actually make it happen. Niffy through the smoke takes out the AWP, back to 2 versus 2. Bomb will get planted though. It's going to come down to the retake. Very split though. This is problematic. They're so far away from one another. They could potentially set up a crossfire. Are they aware? Caught out in the open. Caught jumping. And Onyx with 2 kills will give them a breath.
What on earth? They were 2 players down, 5v3. They have no map control. Somehow, they managed to claw this back. They've lost mid. They've lost sight. The fact that they're given these angles, 9, a team that was so cautious of every shadow, of every bump in the night, now just full sending it. And to their demise, they're getting a little bit too ahead of themselves time and time again here. And now, it's going to be them that's suffering a little bit. We're going to see these Galils coming out. We're going to be seeing missing bits of utility in this final round of regulation. And again, it's off the back of the fact that they don't plant that bomb quickly. They wait, they hesitate. We talk about the bomb going down. They've actually come off of it. They don't. And that gives time for them to push through CT. So 9, this has got to hurt. One more round to try close this in regulation.
And for Next Level, this is an important one to get us into overtime. They want to take this in a 2-0 fashion. Now Fnatic very quickly forced off of his angle and potentially overrun, but no, instead they're going to respect that WP. There's the shot. Rolls out in the open. I don't know why he wasn't expecting that to be there. I mean, he was watching for it, but he was still walking. There was no care taken, and he loses his life for his hubris. 5 versus 4 now. We still got to play a deep past red room, way in towards the CT spawn, and in a perfect position to backstab if needed. But 9 have now slowed down dramatically. All they have is 1 Molotov, and that's what's going to have to get them onto this site. It's going to have to be dry walk up, and that does seem to be the call here. They've made their way in. Farvin has managed to get a kill onto Niffy, and now they have free reign. Sajot continues to be a problem there. That lurk does activate, and Team Next Level are brought down so dangerously low. Now they're the ones who are paranoid because they have to fight a battle on so many different fronts. Now Davi has to come up massive, gets that first kill. Oh, an HE kill onto Sajot, and suddenly this is 2 versus 2. Suddenly this is doable. The bomb still hasn't been planted. Now finally it will start to go down, but the planter is killed, so that's denied. And Kragan, from a position of authority, from a position of winning, is put into the grave, and we go into overtime.
We go into overtime indeed, and I thought it was all over. Niffy going down there means that this amazing crossfire they've established over on that A site suddenly falls apart. Your player and cheater is now completely alone, has no backup, and the A site has fallen. They're getting pressed from all sides, but still somehow managing to, from the back of site, you deal with and dispatch of the lurk. You've got a lurk already for the lurk, and it's just insane. I don't like that it's coming down to these really clutch moments though, because it's not consistent. It's not it's not stable. It's not going to be what you need to keep this going long term. So I'd like to see them winning these rounds out a little bit before it gets down to the last players alive. But if it's broken, it's stupid, and it works, it's not broken, it's stupid.
I
but
disagree,
yeah,
but okay.
I'm trying to keep it positive. I'm just confused about how we've managed to bring this back 2 huge clutches in a row.
Yeah, well, sometimes that's what it takes, right? The hero plays, you gotta dig deep, you gotta find the magic, and now we move, and Onyx is on the move. Beautiful swing from him, but unfortunately there will be a trade-off there. Oh, Favin caught just on the tail end of that utility. Ken realizes there's another player, sprays through the smoke. 2 players left for 9. Not a great way to kick off this OT.
No, it is not. It's suddenly gotten really out of hand. Now Kraken had some really highlight moments themselves, not on a bad scoreline, but it's all just trying to bring this back under control before they can really start to hit at this round. But the issue that they have is they've cleared out A, they're having a look through mid, and the longer that they wait, the harder this is going to get for them, because Team Next Level, they're just systematically working through all of these angles, and suddenly there's going to be nowhere left for you to try and jump out at them.
We have had a trade-off. Maybe not a trade-off, but we've had something that brings it to something that's akin to an equalizer. You know, slowly but surely, 9 trying to claw their way back into this round. 2 versus 3 is still doable, but 30 seconds left, which means that they have to actually activate. And unfortunately, that's it. A beautiful double there will deny those hopes and dreams and bring TNL up to 13, looking much better than what we saw from them in the beginning stages of that first half. And for 9, I think the mentality or the mental boom potential here is like, I don't know how you come back from this, because you started off so strong. You had match point for 2 or 3 rounds, and you just have not been able to close it out.
Exactly, and it's only going to get worse and worse if they let anything more slip through their fingers, because this has been a half that they've looked really, really proficient on. Onyx, there's the opening pick, and going for a little bit more, being so proactive. And think about this, and Fnatic, look, it is hot, it is spicy on the trigger.
Fnatic has been such a monument on this site, shutting down everything before it has an opportunity to activate, but now flushed straight off of his angle. Sightlines completely denied. That gives over the site to 9 just about. Still, again, that paranoia coming back, and with good reason. They have capitulated far more rounds than they should have off the back of messy plays. Fnatic finds the tiniest gap in the smoke, and he will capitalize now. Noni, yep, good for 1, but it's 2 versus 4. You've got a battle to fight on multiple different fronts. The bomb has been lost. Your teammate is on A. There's just under a minute left. Like, there might be a universe, but I'm going to be honest, folks. I don't think this is that universe.
No, especially after those missed shots, but was found 1. I never want to count them down and out. 15 HP, we've seen them do it on less, but 25 seconds to get to the bomb, surely not. I think also something that's quite interesting to highlight here about Fnatic. There we go, there's the kill. Is that something just really small that I love that I've seen from him, is that if there has been a moment, even no matter how minuscule, where somebody might have managed to get even the slightest timing on him, he immediately falls back. Instead of going and taking a look and trying to find it, or hanging around to see if someone immediately falls back, so that if somebody has managed to get a little bit ahead on that one, for instance, he's hiding behind the pillar, somebody's managed to get out of ramp, he falls back into excavation, and it means that any information they had, any timings they could have gotten him to overrun him, it just doesn't work. He resets and hits again, and it has been just so successful.
People are now so close to that finish line. Onyx has really come alive. I mean, he was already performing well prior to this, but it's just picked up even more in the last few rounds. A beautiful opener from him. An opportunity into this. Okay, nasty little adjustment there from Zidane. Will bring them into a more doable scenario. Uncharacteristic missed shot there from Fnatic, realizing he's being pushed from 2 sides. That time, he will hit that shot, but he'll take a lot of damage for it. That's going to call over rotations, however, so if you can just buy a little bit of time, that Molotov is massive, and the follow-up from Nani is perfect. 3 versus 3, certainly doable, but the site is now fully in Nine's control. The bomb will get planted. It all comes down to who can get this next kill. That will be the big potential difference maker. HE comes out, does a bit of damage, not enough for cleanup, does flush Nani out, and those shots do give away the game ever so slightly, but they're not trusting their senses. Now they will spot him out. Nani pushes through, gets his, but gets traded, so we're still in 2 versus 2 territory. Still very even here, but with those individual swings, it will be easy cleanup for Nine. Their first round in the first half of overtime, but they're still very much alive in this game.
That they've bought themselves a lifeline to cling onto. They had a much better CT side than we saw from their teams. So hopefully that one round is enough for them to use as a springboard to continue here. We can get the AWP back out on Nani, who has had a little bit quieter at times, but overall pretty good, pretty successful. I'm loving the Seaside counter up immediately from Fnatic, though. So much of a fight in mid, but it is going to be to next level they get out. However, it's all backfiring. Yes, the flashes are good, but you're still only going 1 for 1, and on CT side, that does not favor you.
Oh, there we go. Brings it down to an even kilter. But is that going to make... Oh my god. Okay, Fnatic. That's a really rough way to be caught just out in the open beyond the utility there. Similar situation for Seja, trying to play against the smoke and be a little bit sneaky, but does get caught out. Now bomb makes its way over towards this A site. A free pathway. That'll get put down very easily. I do like the positioning from Ken, though. I think the potential for the backstab is there, but being so far away, that's the thing, right? There's the possibility of Onyx being completely overrun here, but if Onyx plays for time, doesn't show his face and instead plays a little bit further back, listens for the sound of the tap and waits for his teammate to get into position, and that's exactly how they're playing this. This could still work out. Ken has found himself in position, but now he's going to speed things up a little bit, and that is his downfall, unfortunately. Team HE, that feels like, but either way, that defuse should come through, and that will be us evening out the scoreline.
It hurts to see that, because you're right, is that I like the idea of them playing together, and they have to play for time. And they try to, but the issue is right at the very end, is that you have that player who's been onside the whole time, goes down, and instead of, you've bought just enough time, instead of trusting that you've got that time to get around the corner and stop anyone that's hopped on a defuse, right? Immediately starts running. And what was it all for then? You've walked this whole way, you've got this backstab, your teammate goes down, you're the only person left alive. You start running after they die, they know exactly where you are. I love the play up until that point, but you just needed to hold the nerves for just a second longer there.
And I think that is a huge issue, particularly when you're getting to this stage, and particularly for a team... I know, obviously, we're not talking about Nine right now because they've just won that round, but it could potentially become a thing when you realize that kind of your back is against the rope and you have to be able to steel your nerves that little bit more. And that's kind of what they did in that previous round, being able to still hold on to that little bit of advantage that they had and leveraging that into a round win. It's so incredibly important here, and they need to just keep doing that if they want a chance to go into map number 3. But here we go. We're still in overtime, folks. 14-14 at the moment. Nine looking for some sort of an opening here. Fnatic spots out that player. Can't quite get the angle that he wants, though, so will not pull that trigger. This is a much slower play than what we've seen in a lot of our previous rounds. I thought Rolls might opt to go aggressive there, but instead we're seeing a little bit more passivity from this Nine roster. However, this is going to be one of the first times that we are seeing the push in towards this A site in a hot minute, and it does end up in a trade, but they get control of the site fairly easily. I feel like that could so easily have become a collect, but ultimately not to be the case, and somehow, despite gaining control of the site, they fall like flies. They still have control of the bomb, they're still in on the site, but they know that they're at a player disadvantage, and they don't know where every one of these players are. The timing on this is so perfect from Nani. Catches Fnatic while scoped in, and suddenly This is not winnable for Team Next Level. Onyx would have to go absolutely nuclear, and Rolls will shut that down. Map point now for 9, but we've seen them in this situation before, and it did not go very well.
No, it didn't. And again, it's only one round needed to equalize this, take us to another overtime. So if anyone can do it, Team Next Level, they've already shown it that they can. But it's certainly getting uncomfortable here. I'm loving what I'm seeing from 9. I'm loving the trade spacing coming out here as well, that they're always so able to trade. I love Fleerix. At the beginning, they're holding the nerve, but the issue is they just get pincered too easily on site. You've just left players stranded on A, being pushed from, you know, both Donuts and from CT. You just don't have enough control beyond the site to leave people stranded like that. And so this time, yes, they're going slow again, but I'm liking the bunching up a little bit more here.
Need to be able to play off of one another. That's such an important factor in this. Kragan will get one, but both he and Nani have taken some significant fire. So they're going to have to perhaps give up a little bit of space here. You can actually see he's traded out places with Sajat. Nice shot from Nani. Despite that shot connecting onto him, does not clean him up. And that's really important, but now he's going to get flushed out. That's going to bring it into what would have been a doable situation, if not for that trade. 9 now, 3 versus 2, but bomb has been planted, and somehow Favin loses that battle, or rather wins that battle against Onyx. Now Fleerix has to somehow defend this bomb against the encroaching hordes. Has no idea that there's a player behind him. Not a clue, and he will get shot from behind. Not a knife, you know, we're trying to keep this a little bit more civil, but that will be 9 securing themselves that second map. And yes, folks, contrary to what you may have thought after our first map, we will indeed be having a third.
That we will, and it comes as a little bit of surprise as well, which is, it's always exciting. We always love to see a third map, and when these two teams collide, it's never usually a massively close affair. Team Next Level have won it out the past 2 times, but this time 9, they want to right the sins of the first map and the sins of the second half of regulation there as well. But I'm loving what I'm seeing coming out from them there. They look like a whole different team. The cohesion's coming together a lot more. Individuals are stepping up, and they're not having to step up in Hail Mary situations. It's coming together a lot more nicely at the beginning of these rounds. They're fighting for that space, and they're not letting Team Next Level run away with insane map control like we usually see when these two teams battle out. But we do have one more map to go, and it is going to be Anubis, and I think that is going to be the real test of all of the weaknesses that we've seen from both of these teams this series. It's going to be an amazing map that's really going to highlight which of these teams comes out stronger, which of these teams is able to patch the holes in the ship a little bit quicker. But we are going to head to a little bit of a break beforehand, so go refill your drinks, go get some more snacks. It's going to be a banger third map, and you're not going to want to miss it.
Before they would say is true. There's a wall before your eyes. Tell me, can you see right through? Right through, right through. Down through the wires and the pipelines. We go disconnecting from the city and the skyline. This is the numbers again. The fire's the fuel.
As he turns it, nice headshot goal.
And welcome back, everybody, to ESL Pro League Season 22 European Qualifiers, where we have just come off the other side of a rather unexpected turnaround. 9 managing to snag their opponent's map pick and bring us over onto map number 3. I'm Naira Mizuki, and I am joined by Affinity, and well, here we are, ready to kick off our third and final map of the series.
Exactly. If you'd asked me after map 1 whether this was going the whole distance, I would have said absolutely not. Yet here we stand. Clutches upon clutches, bring it close, but it's not quite enough for Team Next Level. But here they go on to Anubis, a map they've both dueled on before. And the pistol round started off. It's a little bit of damage, but Joey can't quite find the pick.
No one finding much of anything just yet, although Next Level get themselves a decent little bit of map control here. Oh, not if they take too long. Nice little kill in towards mid here. Gives them a free rotation. And Nani will shut down most of the anchor over towards A. But bomb has been dropped. That's okay. They have control of the site. Now we're going to fan out a little bit. Oh, perhaps that wasn't the right call to make because Sajat loses that fight. And now it's 3 versus 1. And Favin has to somehow clutch this one out. Ooh, questionable decision making there.
Yeah, a couple of moments where you'd rather pretty much any other decision to be made there. But when it gets to that point, you lose your initial planter. You're just trying to get the bomb down. We talked about something that 9 really struggled with in a lot of rounds. They really got burnt by the fact that they weren't putting that bomb down early. And now was there... Oh my god, sorry, I'm interrupting myself. You know what I've just seen, Sam? Oh, and the round has started, Sam.
Are you okay?
Oh, this is the best present in the world. There's an XM.
Guys, why would you give this to
Peeking main with it,
like,
yes.
why would you do this?
And no one's going. That's the worst part about this whole thing,
That's
Sam.
the
Not
best
that there's
part
an
about
XM,
this.
is that no one's going that way.
No, I love this. Absolutely cuck the XM.
No,
Denied.
don't cuck the XM. No. Every time.
Look at this distance. It's gonna get absolutely no value. I love this. Good on you guys. Good on you.
The longer they wait, potentially they manage to move it around. But I don't think so. This is not a retake weapon. You know what? I will give the XM its main flaw. It is not a retake weapon.
I will say, more exciting to me, 3 Tech 9s and 2 Mac 10s. Can somebody say Tech 9 Rush? Maybe. 1 flash, 3 smokes. There is a world. But they have to do a little bit of contacting here because, well, they don't really have the space to look at all, man. It's been read into, and they get cut off at the pass. However, flying Sajat. Nice little trade-offs there. 3 versus 3 now. And they're not entirely sure. Well, actually, yes. With a little bit of a push out into mid here, they are aware that they have been pushed all the way in towards the CT spawn. But from there, this is really good decision-making from Team Next Level. They just corral these final players. But a lot of damage has been done. And now Kragan is left in a 1v2. Oh, I thought he was going to plant. I thought he was going to stick. And no, that extra bit of money gets denied.
There's the XM switcher now. The ace up the sleeve just in case, but alas, not meant to be. But yeah, again, bomb doesn't get planted, and that's another problem for them. But the issue is, I love the proactivity. I love the attempts to rush and overwhelm there. But I think it's a difficult one. Is they're losing so many of these fights up close, right? Is they're not going for these trades. They didn't manage to get that trade. They got mowed down by the MP9 in close range, and that's going to be loads of money in the bank account. Very difficult to deal with, but the fact that you weren't ready for someone when you're pushing onto a site and you've got no information, you need to be a little bit more on the ball with that.
This round should be somewhat of a foregone conclusion.
Should be. I'm not willing to write it off though, because we've seen a lot of eco rounds today.
sure. I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. But with the pacing that we're seeing right now, I think it would be rather impressive. And nope, just continually being sat down. I do love that we're kind of playing past the parcel with the Eagles here. Everyone gets an opportunity to try to win a prize, but no prize is given today, unfortunately. Roll's now 3 HP. A little bit of damage would be nice. Recover one of these rifles, but seemingly unlikely. They're going to push straight into him. He's going to get put in the grave, and that's a quick 3-0 for TNL.
I don't know if you've noticed it as well, then. I heard it at the end. Burst fire has been coming a little bit more back into play. Because I used to never, you'd go months and months and months, and the only time you'd ever hear that little click is crickets, people just fidgeting before a round, right? Mm-hmm. I've actually started seeing the burst fire come back in a little bit more. I don't know how I feel about it, but it is something quite interesting that we have seen make a little bit of a resurgence.
Interesting to see if that kind of continues to pick up in trend or if it gets nerfed into the ground. Tune in next time, we'll find out. Nice little bit of util chaining there. There's a teeny bit of damage. Oh, Can suffers for that little bit of an advanced position. Dobby ahead of the molly, but that's okay. A double person swing. Not able to get too much off the back of that. This is good from 9. Just, okay, there you go. I mean, that could have been worse. That could have been worse. That actually is not terrible. I've lost my train of thought now. Good from 9. Slowing things down a little bit and allowing next level to get a little bit antsy. Pushing out, taking space, and 9 are just kind of chilling. Waiting for them to walk into their crosshairs. Now, 2 players left alive here. Both of them hunkered down on this B site, which is where the bomb is posturing. So, maybe they can get a little bit of damage done. Yeah, they've already done a little bit of chip. So, if they can maybe get a nice little spray through, get 1 or 2, you know, do some of that econ damage, that would be pretty sick.
Low health bars as well, mind you.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So a little bit of a tickle might be all it takes. There you go. First tickle to come through. Nice prediction there from Niffy, realizing that that's likely to follow up. So he'll keep his life that little bit longer. Flareaxe, maybe a little bit too eager with that one. Does get punished for it. And that's all she wrote.
Yeah, there's a couple of bits in there. Like, they throw the smoke out, and instead of letting 9 just have that connector control, falling back and re-establishing on site, I'm not sure how I feel about the pushing around the edge of the smoke to try re-establish the control there. I feel like maybe just a little bit of an overextension would have been nice just to see them try keep a couple more people in the server for the round. But not meant to be. 9 going to secure themselves at last round on the board, and this time a little bit earlier on, which is always good. Nothing too silly just yet. And now 9 change their pace. They're going to fall back. They're not going to push this. And they're going to let Team Next Level actually be the aggressors here.
And they've kind of been doing that, right? Like, this is the second round that they're allowing that to happen. But it looks like Team Next Level are actually opting to play this a bit more careful. Oh my god! The timing on that was kind of nasty. Ken caught with utility out. The perfectly timed swing to shut him down. That's a great opener here from 9. Potentially the springboard to propel this round. And again, they don't kind of accelerate off of that. They keep those brakes pumped, idling a little bit, waiting for just the right moment, baiting out some of that util as well, putting themselves in a much better position here. Look at that. They've whittled this down. All that Next Level have now after the smoke is 1 molly and an HE. And 9 still have so much utility to work with here. If they can leverage this well, this should be a fairly simple one for them. How Nani is allowed to get that control is beyond me, but cannot follow it up. He will get traded out, but that's okay because 9 still have all the control in the world. Now start moving in towards this B site. There is someone pushing in behind. Nope, he's gone on the long path, which means that they have so much time now to set up this post plant, and they have set up a flank of their own. So Onyx is probably doomed. Yes, sorry, not Onyx. Flareaxe is doomed, and Onyx has to try and hold on to the AWP.
Exactly. It's such a difficult one. I think the decision to go the long way around required, if there's no flank, maybe we see something a little bit different. And we do see Flareaxe having a look for it, just isn't quite as ready and where he should be perhaps. But yeah, lovely stuff from Nine there. Switching out, loving the poking and prodding. Team Next Level, it feels like they're giving away a lot of freebies here. Like they're going for these information plays, but they're not getting information that's worth the trade-off. It's very high risk, very low reward. So they're losing a lot of these opening jewels, meaning they're going into these situations where they're leaving, you know, just one player. I think it was Joy, for instance, was stuck holding down the whole of that B site solo and being pressured from all directions. You've lost all support elsewhere. And it just makes it way too easy to pick apart. You send in a single Molotov, you displace that player, and then suddenly you've got a whole site, player advantage. The stars aligning more.
Sometimes that little bit of magic is what it takes. Now, we spoke in the previous map about how it's always winnable if there's an AWP. Let's see if this is one of those times where they do actually make that magic happen. They've already run rampant onto the site here. Kragan, oh my goodness, instantly head deleted, but that's okay. Nani is there. Faven to follow him up, and the last two players here. Well, let's face it, there wasn't too much more to be done in that round. I feel like 2 was actually pretty decent, but unfortunately this time around, no win.
You went full British for a second there as well. I heard that. I heard the surprise, the shock. But yeah, that's a difficult one. It's nice that they get 2. I think that Nine's ability to adapt to the chaos there in the moment, with the whole ground being on fire, losing 2 players, the fact that they're still able to dance around the pillar and not let any more weapons be taken out of their hands is really good stuff from them. Team Next Level, they need to find something in this round, however, because, you know, equalizing picks, it's not going their way immediately, but they are going to lose this lead if this doesn't go their way, and they've not been able to re-afford that AWP, so something here, a win would just be a nice tally in their chart right now.
I mean, we've been in this position before, 3-3.
Deja vu.
Yeah, all over again. Let's see if history repeats itself further, or if maybe we have a change in the winds of fate. Rolls has been a little bit quieter on this map compared to the previous, and he really was one of the big proponents for 9 on that one, but Sajat's really stepped it up into this one. So at least they've got that. You know, when somebody doesn't perform, somebody else can step up. That's always a good thing to have if you can't have everybody firing on all cylinders 24/7, 365. Ooh, nice little HE to do some cleanup there. And now Next Level suddenly find themselves in an advantageous position. Now that Molotov comes from mid, so that does give over that information. So surely there should be some sort of cognizance. No one is checking for this. Oh my god, they're still so focused in towards mid. No one realizes that they've already breached A, or rather B. Letters are hard. Okay, there's an inkling. There's now an inkling, but Darby realizes he has to let go of the site. He can't solo hold this, and now they find themselves in that retake scenario, but 4 versus 3 is certainly doable. A lot of the utility has come out as well, but 9 still have a bit to work with, a little bit of stall potential still available to them, and this is a 2-pronged attack, 2 from each side. So this sandwich could be devastating, but no, Faven is ready and waiting. Shots connect perfectly, and these four players with so much on their backs capitulate around that they really should not have.
No, that gets really, really messy, and it's the fact that I don't mind when a team doesn't really play mid and lets them have that space. It's the fact that there's such an information vacuum, and you called it. Like, surely they're cognizant of that. It just wasn't. It felt like there was so many areas of the map just covered in the fog of war, and they weren't really adapting to be wary of that. So they let all of mid go, but they're making no presence to look behind them. And it means they just get stabbed in the back, and even though they've got a little bit of an advantage at the start there, bomb goes down, something we've criticized time and time again. This time, not going to have the sins of the past repeated. Ken, ooh, lucky to be alive. Dead man walking in.
This is going to be a nice little opportunity for 9 as well, right? This anti-eco that will put them up onto 5, give them a solid lead in this half. They'll be feeling a lot better with that one. I mean, we came into this one and we just about counted 9 out. You know, they've had a bit of a streak of bad luck with their games leading up to today, and they've never been able to, well, they haven't been able to beat Next Level up until this point. So I think on paper, certainly felt like this was a cut and dry affair. And after that first map, it certainly seemed to reinforce that. So to see them now, you know, pushing back, there's no way. No way, bro. Okay, can't make it a third at least. So this is certainly, I mean, if they let this slip into a lost round, then I'm losing some redeeming qualities here. 3 versus 3. Certainly still losable, apparently, as Ken brings it to 3 versus 2. They've made their way in onto the site. Dear Lord, Sajat's died as well. And now it's all down to Craig, and he doesn't have control of the bomb. The last couple of players are still here. And if they don't isolate themselves, wait. You have to wait for your teammate. Beautiful piece of utility there with that smoke. And Craig, now the last bastion for 9 in this round, goes for the plant and gets shut down. There's no way that 9 have thrown that one.
It's off the back of an incredible start, and it's like, oh, this is getting scary. They get the 2 equalizing kills, and you're like, okay, that should be the end of that madness, right? Absolutely not. And it's rounds like that, yes, the shots are incredibly clinically clean, but if you're losing rounds like that, you deserve to lose rounds like that. If you're letting those shots happen, if you're not finding a way to adapt, and at the end there, you know that you're pressed for time, all they have to do is bide that, go for the peak around. Even if they've lost at that point, that's all they could want. And there they are, opening pick again, just to keep the momentum rolling. And mechanically, it is looking on point here.
I mean, a round like that is certainly a confidence booster, and that allows Fnatic to be like, oh wait, actually, I can be an aggressive AWP and take that opening duel there, win that one out pretty darn handedly. And now they've done a ton of damage as well onto some of the remaining players, so that's going to cause 9 to have to kind of slow down a little bit and maybe, you know, rethink their approach into this round. Getting shut out of A so quickly. Do they realize how heavy the stack is towards A? That's the big question here. Yes, there was a little bit of util thrown at them, but it hasn't given away that much of the information. Now, the bomb has pivoted away and is angling over towards this B site. Mid is being held by the AWP, so they don't have a lot of options here. Oh, Niffy. Head caught out. It's a bit of a pixel angle there, but it's a perfect trade-off.
Look at the timing on that in Canals, though.
I think Sajat wins this, maybe. Do they Onyx turned around. There's a chance here that he can get back into sight, but unfortunately that means that there is a lurk set up. Never mind, Rolls is just going to sit him down. And 9, off the back of an unfortunate round, have found themselves back in winning ways.
Exactly. I think maybe if that goes a different way, if Onyx manages to find a pick there, it cracks open for the teammates a little bit more. Just because it looked like, you know, had so much control of mid and canals. It probably called over to team, look, there's nothing. I've seen nothing. And whilst they hadn't cleared all the way through A main there, it felt like they looked pretty assured that they were safe from that angle. You find a pick, suddenly your teammates can help you crunch down on this site. Yes, there's a player that's that little bit of a backstab, and maybe Onyx does go down to that, but you've got your other teammates available. But unfortunately, it all hinged on that. It didn't come to fruition. 9 get themselves another round and put themselves in the lead, but a cat and mouse game going on with the rounds here, and 2 saved weapons. You talked about it. Any round with the AWP is a round that could be done indeed. And it's going to have maybe not as much support from the rest of the team, the 2 A1Ss. There's going to be a lot of utility, but Onyx and Niffy, they might be struggling on the weapons front here, so I want to see something quick, something to help them scoop up just an extra weapon right off the bat, and a timeout being called to have a little bit of a pause, a discuss about how to go forward, how to break this stalemate of back and forth.
I do enjoy the fact that we've had some change-ups in pacing in a lot of these rounds, and that's kind of keeping things on their toes a little bit, but it's happening from both teams, so neither one of them is really getting a clear and solid read on what the other team wants to do, and that does make things that little bit more complicated. Of course, map 3 is a bit of a handshake map. It's the map that both teams are feeling somewhat confident and comfortable on, but not comfortable enough to actually pick it, so you never really know. It's a bit of a mixed bag. Now, speaking of a mixed bag, this buy is a bit messy for next level, but they're opting to force into this one, and I think a lot of that, it's largely off the back of knowing that they do have that AWP, so they want to have something to back that up if they can. And 3 rifles plus the FAMAS and the MP9 certainly put a little bit of a bite into this. But again, so much space given over here. This time around, however, they're taking some very strong mid control. Timing on this could be everything. They'll be in the smoke. Oh, the barrel of the gun gets spotted. He will get taken out for that, but now they know there is presence here towards Dark. So Onyx waiting for the timing, and it's perfect. He sprays through alongside his teammate Can. Will get 2 for himself. Noni, the no-scope does not connect, and now Rolls has to 1v4. And honestly, I don't think this is going to happen. It was such a good read from Next Level to reinforce this B site, and 9 could not set a foot.
Yeah, it is. It's in my notes. It's the biggest and boldest thing I have written about this 9 team is that they love to sort of pulp flash through these smokes, right? But the issue is Team Next Level are so aware. They've played against this team on this map before. They've seen this time and time again and throughout the series. So they're so ready for it. They know the resmoke goes out. They know that they're feeling the pressure to burst onto the site. So they do. They just wait for the flash to come through. They line up and they get mowed down. And it's just absolutely incredible to be seen here as well. Now Onyx this time a little bit more aggressive. I love the drop down into Canal here. Joy though, second guesses himself. Now Onyx wants to part the smoke and have a look. There is the equalizing pick. It's enough for now just to back away.
Part of me was timing, but part of me was like, I'm sure that you saw that person. Oh my god, Kragan, okay. Suspecting someone there. As soon as the shots come through, that does confirm it. That brings them back into an advantageous position. Now Next Level are in some serious trouble because trying to hold down the site with so few numbers, and look at how patiently 9 are playing this. I mean, they're not even angling. Okay, Bomb is kind of posturing towards A, but they still have so much control across the map, even if it is just in the lower third of it. If Team Next Level show themselves, they'll have that information available to them. It's an interesting read from Team Next Level as well to start moving in towards this A site. And I think it's because of how difficult it is to retake on A. You want to rather try and shut that down if you can. Maybe play retake towards B. However, with the shot connecting there onto the AWP, they know the AWP is here. And let's face it, there's a good chance that it's a solo AWP because there's 3 players left alive. And that's the most powerful gun in the game. So if you're going to leave somebody on their own, it could very well be that AWP player. Now Onyx has to wait for reinforcements, and they're coming in so slowly. It's like pulling teeth, but Onyx continues to be a bastion, has brought it to 2 versus 2, and if they win this round, it's all off the back of his hard work, but can they get it done? Can with that first kill, and Niffy is there to make sure that he doesn't lose his life, and that should be a free and clear defuse for TNL.
Incredible scenes to be seen here. I was hesitant for a second. Ral's just throwing enough utility kept both of those A-side players there. And so the read actually from TNL to keep moving people over and to not put too much stock in the little bits of util being thrown as a bait is really good to see. But it does all rely on the fact that Fleric's just a turret at the back of that site. Close combat. You could say it's a little bit like a shotgun the way that AWP is being used, but I love to see it. I think it's great to see, and put 6 rounds on the board. Getting a little bit nervous. It's still quite close here, but final round of the half, the buy's not going to be amazing. Because even with the bomb going down, they've just not really been able to find enough footing in the economy here, and what an HE grenade.
I might give them a little bit of wiggle room at the very least, but ooh, nice bit of follow-up as well, turning this into... Oh my goodness, okay, Flarex missing that shot, scoping in, getting run over, somehow Ken dies in a Molotov, and that's just a little bit unfortunate. Now Faven waiting for those rotations to come through, holding down the line. That site was the freest take. That's one of the best execs we've seen out of 9 all day. Very curious that it took this long to get it done. 2 versus 3 retake, and as mentioned a little bit earlier on, this site can be so treacherous to retake on. A smoke and a flash is all that they'll have to try to enable this one, but walk straight into Noni's scope. Kragan to get the final kill, and once again, we end off at a 6-6 stalemate of a half.
Counting up coins for a soda can, and there's nothing going on, no game plan, no plans.
Welcome back, one and all. We could not have left it at a more even scoreline, but here we go, 6-6 on our Decider map. If you'd asked us after that 13-3 in map number 1 whether we'd be going the full distance, I would have laughed at you, but alas, no, we are not, and here we are kicking off our final pistol round, and I'm seeing not 1, but 2 mysterious decoys on the side of Team Next Level.
I always find it fascinating watching to see how the decoys actually do get used, and I imagine the most common way that I've seen is obviously as like a flash, so to get people to turn away, so that you can like run in, and it makes sense. We'll see how they opt to use it. There you go. Unsure. We'll get him next time. Let's see what the next one is for. There we go. That time.
That's a real flash.
There we go. Oh, that wasn't real flash. Wait, what happened to the second decoy? Nobody knows. We'll get the cast and crew of Stranger Things on it, but it's gone. It's lost to the ether, and now our team are attempting to overrun onto the site, and overrun they shall. Riles will fall. Flareax expecting this flank, ready and waiting for it, and well, Faven 1v3 now as he gets the first. Can he isolate these? Nope. Shot to the dome and 1 to the chest. It's almost an assassination, and TNL will go up by 1.
That they do. I love that, just hiding in the corner, waiting for the smoke to fade, and then just suddenly a figure appears. Beautiful stuff there coming out, and it means they will be able to afford everything they want and a little bit more going into this round. And unfortunately for 9, it feels like they've been cursed with this. They start the half again with a really unfortunate financial situation ahead, constantly just trying to push this rock up the hill, but it is just going to be a full eco here to try scrap something together in the next, and they are going to stack over towards this B side. And no longer are we seeing the long range pistol stack. This time playing a little bit close together, a little bit close to the angle.
This does make a lot more sense. I mean, this was something that we'd actually mentioned a little bit earlier on as well, right? Like trying to make one of these stacks from range, even with a USPS stack, like it's very difficult to get the desired effect. The other thing that makes it difficult to get the desired effect is when the T stack is going A and not B where you have made your stack. So this should be a free take. Bit of a foregone conclusion. An 8th round on board for TNL. Maybe a couple of exits. That would be quite snazzy, but I think that's a little bit unrealistic at this point.
Yeah, it's not looking particularly likely. All of the fire across the map, they are going to be none the wiser until that bomb goes down. And then it's just going to be a haphazard dash. I think Team Next Level, they're going to know that it's just against the ecos. They're very worried that maybe it's a little bit closer than it actually is, this supposed retake attempt for weapons. But slowly they crawl, but it's given them so much time to establish a really solid post plan. And if you have a look at where Flareax is, they know there is no immediate danger, so they're just going to keep sending bodies this way.
Around the corner. Okay. Only good for 1 off that one. Another one? No. Alright, so just the 1. No weapons recovered, unfortunately. And as predicted, round goes exactly as we thought it would. I wasn't sure if they'd actually even get the 1 kill, so maybe that's the one kind of spanner in the works of the round, but ultimately it goes as we suspected. Now 9 are going to be in the money, so to speak, and they'll be able to get a buy into this one. See if they can stem the tide a little bit, yeah. Because we came in at an even half, it does mean that they've got a little bit of wiggle room. So losing that pistol and the conversion, not the end of the world, and still more than recoverable. Which is, you know, we couldn't say the same for our very first map where we went in at a 9-3, and of course that ended out exactly as expected.
Yeah, but this is looking better. Maybe a little bit of a worry on the side of the fact that now going on to the T side and going up ahead now with those round advantages. And but the caveat to that is that the T side for TNL today has seemed a little bit disjointed at times. It has felt maybe a little bit uncoordinated with the peaks, but here we go. There's another example. They go 2 for 1, and there's no real way to back this up. It's all individuals across the map as Ken pairs on forward, not exactly making his presence unknown, and Rouse is ready and waiting.
It does feel like there's been a lot of ready and waiting, right? Like, not necessarily swinging together, but there being a person waiting for when that attempt at a repeat comes through. Now the last 2 players here are going to pull straight into Rolls, who, again, Oh, he was waiting for a flash there. And he's been allowed to slip into the smoke. Straight past Onyx. Onyx now has to know that that's where he is, because didn't spot him on the way through. Expecting a re-push, so rolls mollies him off, but also mollies him onto the site. Traps him there, but joke's on you. He's not trapped with you. You're trapped with him. That bomb will get planted in a 1 versus 2. I mean, this is certainly doable, right? 2 1v1s. This can get done. Spots the first, doesn't land the shot. That information's going to be given over to Nani. So Onyx now going for a little bit of a reposition, but no, walks straight into Rolls' crosshair, who slipped the net, and that will be 9 returning fire and getting themselves back into contention.
Yeah, to be honest, credit where it's due, staying alive as long as they did at the end there. Because you not only managed to slip the net once, you don't get tickled by the Molotov, which would have been the audio cue needed to know what was happening. You managed to get onto site, you managed to plant the bomb. It's incredible as is, right? The fact that you managed to slip round the corner over towards cameras is... Everything is getting... It's impressive. It doesn't really come to much. It's a difficult situation. It turns out that 9 had amazing positioning of their own. But it's small moments like that that we saw 9 getting very paranoid for most of the map. It's when they stop caring that that's going to be a problem. And now I think that's the wake-up call that Team Next Level need. Is they need a little bit of a moment to remind themselves to be paranoid in and of itself. So... I'm curious to see if this is going to change the attitude, going to change the pace at all. It looks like there's a lot more focus being put towards mid now. And that battle for A main, I say battle for A main, already done and won. And now suddenly a little bit of a vacuum over towards A side, but mid still the key location right now.
A wild aggressive position there from Sajad, thinking that maybe he should actually have gotten something off the back of that, but no. 9 just being punished consistently, whether it's for aggression or for attempting to be a bit more patient with it. Doesn't matter how you look at it, it's TNL absolutely sweeping through yet another round, and this is the right call from 9. Back away, hold on to their weapons. Would have been nice if Kraken could have held on to one of the rifles instead of just the SMG here, but there's potential for some money farm in the next round at least, so they'll have that going for them. But this was a really one-sided round. There was really no pushback from 9 either. I mean, the fact that TNL come through this completely flawless speaks volumes.
Exactly, no eyes at all towards mid. Which means that Team Next Level, they can just sort of run amok there. It gives them free reign of the site, and that's something that they were very sort of lenient with, letting 9 have that control over on their T side. It looks like they're not as willing to forget the existence of that part of the map this time. But yeah, 5 alive is exactly what you want to see. They're going to start building up this bankroll in the background that they can fall back on, so this is going to get a little bit more difficult for 9, as their own financial situation is going to remain in difficult straits. So... a round here would be nice. We said they've got the recovered weapons. It's only 1 rifle and that SMG, but they should have enough to buy or cobble together something around it. It's not going to be pretty. I won't lie to you. It is a distinctly ugly buy, but it should be enough, especially with this timeout, to try formulate something might catch Team Next Level off guard.
I feel like there's a certain level of confidence that comes into a buy like this as well. When I say confidence, it's not that the buy is giving you confidence, but you have confidence in order to feel like you're going to get decent results out of this, rather than trying to kind of extend your money into a later round and making sure that you come with something a little bit more robust. And I think for 9... given the fact that they were able to win that second map and they've kept this third one so very, very close, when, as mentioned before, they came into this as the on-paper underdog, they kind of have to lean into that confidence a little bit. Yeah, they have to kind of have faith that they'll be able to pull something magical out of the bag. Again, the 3 MP9s, so a bit of money farm, certainly a possibility here. Leaving mid open again, something that we have seen from them fairly consistently. I prefer it when there's at least a little bit of presence. You know, not necessarily that you've got someone watching through a scope, but someone nearby to at least get that early information if possible. But we'll give them the benefit of the doubt here. Again, it is a lower buy, so strats tend to change in rounds like this. I do like that they're holding a little bit more aggressively in towards A main, because they realize that if this rush comes through, well, there's a very good chance it'll be the A hit, because it'll be easier for Next Level to shut down an attempt at a retake with a superior buy. So they hold these closer angles, waiting for that pop to come in. The problem is that now there is this potential two-pronged attack with mid being left so open. Oh my god, bro, they just dry swing it. They just walk straight into Davi, and now Sajat can't even get one, and he's instantly put down, and all the best laid plans go to waste as the last two players now, surely they again just go for that save.
You'd expect them to, wouldn't you? But I'm not 100% sure how effective it's going to be if Haven's found the first one, but it does look like they want to pressure this, and they've absolutely got the finances to do so. They are surrounded on all sides here. As you can see, you've got the press in from Niffy on one side, you've got Onyx on the other, and there's no real escape forward, but Team Next Level, the patience here, just waiting them out, hoping they can maybe just have the pressure boil over to force this out. But it seems they're unwilling to move much further here. I think also something that might be quite interesting to note that we haven't brought up is we said yesterday about how TNL were playing EEF versus Lithuania. They came second overall, but lost, of course, in the final. Means that they are probably still playing from LAN, which might have some interesting effects. Of course, there's a lot more synergy, a lot more that you can do on LAN. The energy can be a lot more hype. So when it goes this longer distance, I think maybe that's something that works quite well in their favor.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the fact that you can be right there. I mean, one of my esports teams, two of them, in fact, from different games, have just come off of a LAN. And it does. I mean, it makes such a big difference to be right there. We all know how much of a boon it can be, boosting your morale and boosting how well you work together for that time. But given the performance on that second map, I think it might take a little bit more now. Ken spots out one player on the bridge, suspects the second, has to relocate because, well, there are reinforcements on the horizon. It's a stunning spray through for him to get three players, swaps over to another, but cannot stop the Ferrari swing, unfortunately, but he's done his job more than in spades. The last two players from 9 have no hope here. Now Sajat with the USP has to mount a miracle, and the miracle will be denied as TNL go up to 11.
That they do, and it's exciting stuff. Ken single-handedly there manages to secure them the round. Maybe if he falls, it's a bit of a different situation, but I don't think necessarily too monumental. But the fact that he manages to get 3, 2 of them having dropped down, even though he dies there, he's got enough kills, he's got enough information about where the rest of the reinforcements are coming from, that his team can just converge. They're on a sort of roll here. 11, they're 1 away from that all-important series point here as well, which means 9, this is the final round that they're going to have this by. It has to be here and now. They've got the ult on Noni, who is just not having, he's not having an amazing map here. We've seen some really highlight moments previously. This is not one of them right now, and he's just being locked out time and time again. And Team Next Level systematically just approaching angle after angle, taken down, cordoned off by the smoke, and assassinating their opponent. Manages to find one in the smoke, but it is trades. There's a little bit of damage in the mix of all of this as Onyx gets taken down, but it's a miracle that 9 need.
Noni being a bastion on the site here, still actually managing to get so much done, keeping it in a far more contestable position. Rolls on the lurk, and that's it. 2 versus 1 now. Bomb has been planted, and Ken can win this, but no, he cannot. Noni shuts it down. A defuse to come through. 3 kills from him. He heard you, bro. He was like, Affinity just said that I what? All right, hold
my bad.
my
I was unfamiliar with the game. My bad.
Yeah.
I do kind of stand by it. Up until this round has been a little bit quiet, but
sure,
credit where it's due, you know? In a very important round of all of the rounds to switch online, that had to be it. Even a split second later, you know, the AWP is not the ideal weapon in that situation. But, you know, kudos and commendations where it's own. Fleerax now AWP of their own, fed up of, you know, this being a little bit of a one-sided torrid affair. So here we go, Noni back in towards mid, but it's only a leg shot.
Only a leg shot, but certainly some follow-up could come off the back of that. And, well, who needs to follow up anything? There you go. Nice little bit of counter damage done, but the push is still coming in thick and fast onto this A site. However, despite all the damage done, they actually do manage to shut down the last remaining player on site. That was, of course, Nani, who did so much in that previous round, and in this round, he gets shut out a little bit here. Favin tries to push through the smoke, catch them off guard, and he himself will be caught off, and what a fashion for TNL to take us onto map and series point.
Yep, here we are at long last, probably kicking themselves that it's taken them this long to do so. They have won both of the series against this team prior and leading up to this. They want to make it number 3. They want a clean run here, and they have got everything they want and more. They know that the buy isn't going to be amazing. Everything was thrown into that last round, so they know finances will not support that full buy. They don't have to be wary of an AWP. They really don't have to be wary about A1Ss around every single corner, and that is going to be a huge mental boon to come into this with, because it just eases the pressure off just a little bit more. And they have 4 opportunities now. They were the comeback team in that second map, not quite able to take it over the line, but they did make that comeback. This time, all they have to do is stave it off for 4 more rounds.
Is that all they have to do?
I say it's all they have to do. I feel like 4 rounds is enough rounds that's kind of like, it's not a massive uphill battle. You know, you can sneeze and accidentally win a round. But finances might start to get sticky here.
Given how some of these rounds have gone, I do think that seems more astute than what it should. But it is an MP9 round, so let's see how much they can get done in this one. Now the round begins, and Next Level looking to close this one out, to go for a slow and steady approach. A little bit of spray through that smoke, looking to catch someone off guard, but going to be allowed to. The suppressive fire, however, will dissuade any thoughts of a potential advance across that bridge. That gives Next Level a little bit of time to work with. It does not, however, force anyone to move. So now, as they start making their way up towards the top of the bridge, they have to be very wary of these up close and personal MP9s. Do they throw any utility through this? No, they don't. First player lost. Sajat and Nani hand in hand will get 3, and Firax is only able to get 1 off of that. And okay, maybe it really was all they have to do, as Ken now is stuck in a 1 versus 4. The MP9 stack a few rounds back did not work, but this time they make the magic happen. Team Next Level, bomb lost. Ken, surely at this point, all you can do is back away.
Exactly, and it's kind of risky to stack so many players there in towards mid. But the fact that you have a player that's in deep and then slightly further to the left as well means that even though you can see they check the deep angle, the problem is, as they're checking, they miss the first player. It would have needed insane reaction times to catch both, and an insane transfer to get both. But they immediately win out the duel there. And then suddenly Fleerax is left just by themselves, and that is no cover really available to them. There's no opportunity to back away or to pull out utility to back away. You are caught with a heavy weapon that you have to lug around that is going to weigh you down, and nowhere really to go with it, no one really to back you up. So you end up falling there. And then suddenly, we talked about it, it was really problematic for 9 in the first map, is that you're going into, you know, the early and mid round at a huge player disadvantage, and there's nothing you can really do to claw that back. You don't have enough map control established, you don't have a lurk or something available. Everyone is just gone before you can really formulate too much of a plan.
So the question is, what's the plan for these next 3 rounds? That's what it's going to take. Onyx already been forced down onto a Deagle, which is going to make things that little bit more... I mean, I say that. We've seen some nasty pistol shots throughout the course of the day, but a little bit of early damage here does put Next Level in a bit of a precarious situation. Not to be deterred, however, they will try to advance, and they'll advance directly into Sajat's crosshairs. Okay, getting a little bit cheeky with that one. Pushes straight through. A lot of damage done, but still advantage in favor of our CTs. Now, Niffy has taken a lot of space up in towards mid, but they need to garner a little bit more control in a main before he has a chance to activate. The problem is that Faven is just around the corner here, ready and waiting. No gaps in that smoke, so can't take advantage. Now with the shot onto Kraken, that should tell them that yes, there is someone here, but it's too slow. Faven, so slow to react. He's given Niffy every opening in the world, and what was an advantage has completely slipped through their fingers. Tell me this isn't how Next Level win this. Nani, a 1 1 versus 3 scenario here that HE could be absolutely everything, as two players are so incredibly low, but the attempt to retake with an AWP might not be the play. Nothing connects, nothing garnered. He's still holding the AWP. He's pushing through this smoke. Nothing that he can really work with here. He does have a flash, but will it be enough to initiate off? A flash comes through, one shot connects, but he'll get traded, and it'll be next level, taking it to the next level, winning this matchup and going further along in our upper bracket.
Yeah, a terrible way to end that out there. You know that you're in a very unwinnable situation. You said the AWP, not exactly the weapon. There was the A1S drop from the teammate right there at his feet. But the issue was, didn't want to make the sound cue of dropping the weapon. Then you throw the nades and you jump before you do it. There's a little bit of a hop, skip, and a jump before the HE was thrown, which means your location was known anyway. Still wants to go at it with the AWP. But yeah, just lovely positioning coming out there. And what can I say? It took a little bit of time to get there. Hard won, hard fought, but it is TNL taking that initial victory and continuing their winning streak against 9 here.
Absolutely. It got a little bit touch and go towards the end there, but yes, they will continue along. I believe that now puts them at 4-0 in matchups against 9, and of course they'll be heading on to this was their qualifier game, right? So they have now qualified and will be feeling very good about that one. 9, of course, do have a second chance in our upper bracket, but that is this series done and dusted, folks. We do have another one coming up for you very, very shortly, and that's going to be Fnatic versus ESC. We're going to take a little bit of a break now, so make sure to refill your drinks, grab yourself some snacks, and be back in time for the next match.
We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. Ridden got me skanking, had me feeling like I'm Fred Astaire. Bread was kinda short, but I was smelling like a millionaire. Claimed their opposition, when we stepped in, they were running scared. Man were louding up the atmosphere. Too much chatty, too much catty. I just lit a fatty, and it came from Cali. I'm not really here. I was in the clouds, I don't ever take the stairs. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. This another level, this one over here is very rare. was in the corner sweating till the lights came. Man don't ever sleep, step out on this night train. Right brain, man will blow your mind like a migraine. I was busting up these spots, pulling something out my socks. Man was shuffling out of blocks, phone and vibrate. I don't need to talk to Frank, I did it my way. Never slipping, never tripping, never violate. We don't gas around here, we on a higher rate. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare.
Can't take it, I won't take it no more. And the words you say are killing to me. You keep on bringing me down. 'Cause you like to think you're better than me. If there was a way to tell ya, the love you hate can never die. You don't even know what happens to me. You're gonna have to listen to me. We're rearranging, it's time for changing. Do you hear my cry? Now's the time. I can't take it, won't take it no more. 'Cause the words you say are killing to me. You keep on bringing it down. 'Cause you like to think you're better than me. You told me I was so demanding, 'cause I want the same as you. I asked and I begged and I pleaded, tell me what am I to do? And now I'm taking, no longer waiting, no longer got a hold of me. You heard the screaming, but you didn't mean it when you said that you would change. No. And the word you say are killing me. You keep on bringing me down. No. I can't take it no more. Won't take it no more. I can't take it no more. No. 'Cause the word you say they're killing me. Won't let you bring me down. Even though you think you're better than me.
Lately, I feel I can't find my feet. Pushing closer, my heart skips a beat, and now I'm falling deeper than I fly. I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him, there's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going.
And welcome back once more, folks. A very short break. Turnaround time is not crazy here at the ESL Pro League Season 22 qualifiers. I'm still Nari Mizuki, and I'm still joined by Affinity, and we are jumping into our second matchup of the day, ESC versus Fnatic. And I think this one could be a bit of a spicy one. Affinity, what do you think?
I think it could be indeed. We were just talking, it feels weird to see Fnatic, having to play in this stage of the qualifier, but they are, and they're going up against a team maybe not too unevenly matched from them as well. Mind you, Fnatic roster changes very recently, and this is all starting to weigh in the back of minds as well. That just gives ESC that little bit of an opportunity, maybe that little bit of a mental boom coming into this, going, there is a chance there are weaknesses we can exploit. And you and I have had a little sneak peek at the veto. We've had a little bit of a nosy, and we're eating good tonight.
Oh yeah, looking forward to it. We did have the schedule on the screen there, so as mentioned, this is our second game of the evening. The first one was a predictable outcome, but in a very unpredictable fashion. TNL continued their winning ways against 9, but it was a 3-mapper. We had an overtime. That third map went ridiculously close, and it felt like it could have been anyone's game, but ultimately it was still TNL's game. Now, we head into our second match, as previously mentioned, and yes, we do have that veto, and very, very excited to see, purely because these are pretty staple maps, right? This is like bread and butter at this point. Anubis, Inferno, Mirage, it's almost the Holy Trinity. If we had Dust 2, that would have been like the Holy Trinity of maps, but Anubis is like making its way in there, like we're slowly edging out Dust 2 at this point, because I think people are a bit sad that Dust 2 is still in the map pool. But
I was just gonna say bored, but
I was trying to be diplomatic.
See, you go for the diplomatic route. But I think I agree with you. I think Anubis has very much found its place in like the very core of the map pool. We're literally off the back of it last series. So I'm excited to see. And Mirage being a map that I feel a lot of people are starting to hate Mirage. They hate it because, complacency. It's been around for too long. Its face. You've seen it before. But I quite like it because if it goes the distance with a match that we said is quite firing, could potentially be quite a close one in areas. Mirage is a really good home ground to put those fundamentals to the test and really show who is the stronger team coming out here. So I think if it goes the distance, it's a good final map for it.
Yeah, I mean, the major issue, of course, is lack of innovation, right? Like, a map like that is something that's been stratted into the ground, and we're so used to everything. And you could maybe make a similar argument for Inferno, but coming into CS2, they made a couple of changes here and there, and it certainly felt like there's more potential for innovation on that map, because there are a few kind of nooks and crannies that you can get a little bit more out of than you could previously. But Mirage is still bog standard. It's exactly what we, have known for all of this time. And so, yeah, it can start to look a little bit stale. But we'll have to see if we do, in fact, get there, as we first have to get through our first couple of picks here. And I'm curious, Affinity, how do you think this matchup's going to go? We've got a Fnatic that, on paper, looking at it, maybe you think to yourself, it's odd that they're even in this bracket. This is a team that maybe, you feel like should be being invited just based off of prestige. But, of course, with all the roster changes and with recent results, that's not the case.
No, it's not. And I think, everyone has to earn their spot. They've not had necessarily as much opportunity recently to show us what they're made of, with really mixed bag results. They've had a couple of lands. They were at Glitch Masters where they took second place, which is always really, really good. And actually that second place was against Passion UA, where they've actually picked up a player from. I do believe, because of course we've had a little bit of a roster change recently, is that Fnatic said goodbye to one of their players. They said goodbye bye to Mattis, and they have picked up for this match Zero Fix, I believe. I could be stood corrected on this one, who came from Passion UA. So it's all coming full circle, really. I think it's quite interesting. Blame F as being back on a little bit better form. There's a bit of a period of time where the myth, the Greek god build himself wasn't, you know, on as amazing form. Had a little bit of a dip. Seems to be on a huge upwards trajectory at the moment, which I always love to see. But for the likes of ESC, they've been grinding as well. They've been putting the reps in, and it's a name that started to really emerge recently, and I'm excited to finally get to cast them.
Well, you know, Passion UA is coached by my favorite coach in all of Counter-Strike. So,
Grimmy Rana?
Who?
Freddie's coaching career not caught up to him yet. Is that not international news yet?
No, unfortunately not. No, it's all Tian, TC Kurtzen, the correct pronunciation of his last name, previous coach of Complexity. Not that matters right now. I just thought I'd throw that in there
Fun
as
fact.
a fellow South African. Fun fact? Oh, was that just the pronunciation being the fun fact?
No, I was just saying it was a fun fact, you know. Throw them in there, you know, sprinkle a little bit
go.
of knowledge across the board here. But I think you're right. I think it's exciting to see. What about you? Because we discussed this a little bit before. Is there anyone that really stands out to you at the moment? Anyone that you've really got an eye on? You know, Crims has been on the lineup for, since 2016?
Yeah.
You know, is Crims, you know, this little bit of a potentially a weak spot still with the experience, but maybe in the fragging department? Or you think there's another star rising? How are we feeling just generally about this team?
Yeah, honestly, like, Crims was somebody that I was going to point out. And I just want to, before I get into this, guys, apologies, we do have a slight delay at the moment, which is why we're yapping. We're not doing it for the sake of it. So we'll try and get that sorted out as quickly as possible. So please do just bear with us. But yeah, Crims was somebody that I wanted to talk about because you can see parallels in terms of the story between Crims and Carrigan, right? These are seasoned veteran players who are a little bit aged compared to you know, some of their peers, but who bring a wealth of experience, knowledge, leadership, and it's such an important factor in any team. But whereas Carrigan, you know, has gone, well, maybe the successes recently haven't been as pivotal and monumental as what they would want and what they're, you know, more used to. He's still way up there, right? FaZe is still an absolute machine that you can never fully count out, whereas Crims' Fnatic not reaching the same levels of you know, of tenure and of success. So that does kind of bode ill, it feels like. And I think that for Crims, the issue is perhaps the ability to perform in the server isn't quite matching up to a Carrigan, you know, other players of similar tenure that are performing that little bit better on the server. So being a little bit hit or miss, being a little bit inconsistent, you can sometimes forgive that depending on what the leadership looks like. But Fnatic have kind of been cycling through a lot recently, and they're just not finding that form. They're not finding what we are super familiar with, and you kind of start questioning. But I think that they're clearly valuing the experience and the knowledge that he does bring to the table. So they're just going to kind of keep cycling and hoping that at some point they're going to find the recipe that works. Will it be this iteration of Fnatic? Unsure. We'll find out in a little bit, I suppose, as we get to see Zero Fix's presumably debut. Obviously, that roster change came about a whole 3 days ago. So unsure, unfamiliar territory, I feel like, for all of us.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be a little bit of a big question for me as well, is because Zero Fix's team history consists of Passion UA for a very, very long time, since, you know, mid-2023 up until, you know, a couple of months back, then a bit of a hiatus, really. And now to come back is whether that little bit of a break, whether the grinding and what was going on with trying to make sure that he was in a position for this, and the jump from Passion UA for so long to a new team and a new system as well, is going to be really interesting to see how that's looking initially. We talk a lot about a honeymoon period, but usually that comes with the backing of having, you know, a couple of weeks, a couple of months to set a little bit more in stone here. It's not as hot off the presses, you know, 3 days which is not a lot of time at all. And maybe, you know, if it goes to this Mirage, that's going to be really nice, because it's one of those maps that everyone sort of has an idea of what they're doing. And yes, every team plays it a little differently. Every team's got their own set strat books and who's throwing which smokes that you need to learn. But it's also a bit like Dust 2 in the fact that it's one of those maps that at a worst case scenario, somebody can drop in and do a good enough job. But they do have to get to that point past an Anubis where the weaknesses, I think, will be most prominent. Inferno maybe less so, and then Mirage we just talked about. But yeah, Anubis being this first hurdle is going to be a real litmus test.
Yeah, and I think it's a litmus test for both teams, right? So we've got for Fnatic with their player who's just stepped in, but I mean, even looking at the rest of the players here, there is like, you know, Jambo joined 3 months ago, Fear 6 months ago. Okay, Fear's a little bit longer, but even 3 months is still kind of infancy in CS terms, especially if you look at someone like Crims, who's been on the roster for 8 years. So really, you've got 2 players relatively in their infancy coming onto this roster. So it is a test for them, but it's also a bit of a test for ESC. You know, they're currently on a 13 win streak, which if you just look at that on paper, that looks incredibly impressive. But then you go and you look at the caliber of tournament that they've been competing in recently and the caliber of teams that they've been playing against. And I think that the strongest caliber team that they've played against in this win streak is probably Batera, maybe Partisan. The rest are, you know, perhaps slightly lower rated. And so it's very difficult to gauge just how good they are based on the 13 win streak. So they themselves have this a litmus test that they have to go through, in that they have been dominating at their own level. Now they're coming up against an incredible storied team. You're currently ranked, I think, 24th in the world. So, you know, just out of range of a few invite tournaments, but still very much up there, very much in contention, and very much, you know, a household name. So there's a lot to, maybe not a lot to prove, but a lot that can be learned and gained from a match like this. You know, win or lose, you walk away with unparalleled experience. And of course, even if you do lose, you get to go down into that lower bracket and you have a second opportunity. So no matter how you look at it, this is going to be a pretty impactful game for the ESC roster.
Yeah, exactly. And I think you make a really good point about learning there. On the flip side is that ESC, whilst they have this amazing win streak and it's looking really good, and they've had some good teams in there, you know, Batera, Nine Pandas, some of these teams not really sort of to smile at or anything. But the Fnatic roster have a lot more reps in the past 3 months overall on a lot more of these maps. Yes, ESC, they've started to get a little bit more into it, and they've got, mind you, they have got incredible win rate stats on almost every map. So they don't play Train. They've played it once. They don't, it's not really on their radar, right? But they've an 100% win rate on Mirage. also like... Oh, I was going to like the angle that was being held there.
Oh my god. Okay, that angle just got put to bed.
Oh, luckily the timing does get caught though.
Fnatic? I mean, the low and slow that they were working through so well in that previous round just get shut down as ESC just run over them. But now, yes, 2 kills collected, but Bomb has been lost. Another kill to come through onto Fnatic. And BlameF once again, the Lone Ranger. The last man standing.
Yeah, this is an unretrievable location. Yes, there's loads of time and there's a little bit of utility. It was very clean sequence from him over there on the B site. But, yeah, this round is maybe a little bit of damage control. See if there's anything else that can be found. You know, Olymp is hanging around here potentially if he looks to head this route. We'll have to contend with this. And he is walking into the snake's den, but... I think the back way may be just safe here. I don't think there's much more. Ooh, spotted someone.
Do they let him live here? Is this happening?
They're too far away now, yeah, but the fact that they do...
I mean, I say let, right? Like, let is definitely not the word, but... I think also, given the money situation, they can't really afford to lose any rifles. So, yeah, just babysit
not on
the
these
bomb.
players at least, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So we just babysit. If somebody catches BlameF, then great. If not, it's okay. They get to keep 1 rifle. It is not the end of the world. And there you go. After a beautiful round from Fnatic, ESC just very quickly turned things back into their own favor, changing up the pacing so slightly. We went from a more patient, hesitant round where they kind of played safe back into, you know what, things were working when we got aggressive, let's do that again. And Fnatic went, whoa, this was not in the script. Completely caught off guard. Now they have to be aware. ESC Gaming like to get cheeky.
Exactly, and you've got to see them start converting these rounds as well if this is going to continue to be a theme. That Fnatic have 1 good round, but either side of it can't find anything more. That's going to be a real problem for them, not only in this map, but this series as a whole, especially when they're starting on this T side. Everything they need right in the palm of their hands, and just not able to make it 2 in a row. And look at the health bars already. So much damage done onto BlameF against the weapons they're up against. This could be lethal at any moment. And now they've given away that space in towards mid, and ESC Gaming so much control almost everywhere. Yes, they've given up canals, but they don't seem to care for it. And now out in main where the battle's going, they take the pick and they don't get greedy, immediately rotate back.
Now this is a bit rough as well because Fnatic play a slower game here, expecting that aggression this time around, and they still get caught off by it. Now, still angling in towards this A site, but they've taken so many hits, so low in the HP. But Zero Fix, the stand-in, coming up like a hero, but so much more needs to get done. And again, it's BlameF in a 1vx to have to try to clutch this one out. Doesn't have control of the bomb, knows where it is. Does he realize there's someone creeping up behind him? Sammy with that AWP, if he's not scoped in, if he tries to, then that sound will give away the game, but if he's quick enough, it won't matter. That being said, BlameF has recovered the bomb and should at the very least be able to get that plant down. Yes, he will. Extra little bit of cash garnered. Oh, turns to look at just the right moment, but it's going to take more than that. The first shot, it does land onto the AWP player. The second, straight to the dome. And finally, BlameF will walk away with the clutch.
Magnificent. And we've seen it, we've talked about it, the jokes about bait F of years long and old. This time, proving doesn't need it, can do it solo, no teammates required. And I love it. It's amazing. Timeout being called, and I'm assuming probably just to get the nerves and the shakes back under control. The adrenaline in moments like that is incredible and so clinical. The fact that they let the fights get isolated, the fact that they even let the bomb go down in that situation is kind of wild. But ESC Gaming, they've managed to keep it back and forth. They've managed to keep Fnatic fairly humble, and it is a clutch. It's a standout individual moment. They've not had to worry too much about the team as a whole being the source of their worries. It's now just making sure that when they've whittled it down to that situation, they can just close it over the line against these sort of 1vx's.
All right, Fnatic. These have been 2 rounds that you have had to fight tooth and nail to actually come out on top of. Not the form that we were expecting today, but there's an AWP in hand, and they've done significant damage to ESC's economy. Enough so that two of the players have to try and eke this out with pistols. So this could be a big opening for them. We're seeing a change in approach as well. Quite a heavy stack down towards water, possibly angling for a bridge push. But again, ESC, they really do love these aggressive pushes, but surely this time Fnatic ready, and no, they're not expecting it. Okay, they turn around and they can trade out Jambo, but that's the AWP drop. They'll have to try to recover that, and that should be relatively easy with the smoke going up. But it's insane that they weren't ready and waiting for the aggression that ESC has posed so many rounds now. Fear, no. Checking one of the sneaky angles, but not checking bridge. Fnatic seemingly just do not have a read at all on ESC.
No, and it's wild. You said not only within this game have they been overwhelmed time and time again by this aggression. Within this round alone, in an isolated incident, they have been overwhelmed by this aggression, and yet they're still falling for it, and yet they're still not worried as they've backed away that there's somebody lurking, somebody watching them and following them. And that's something we really need to see change. We're going to need to see these Fnatic players just be prepared for what's coming. Hold back, because I don't think meeting aggression with aggression is the way they're going to win this one out. Let them play into you. Play it a little bit more passively. Play that timer that's in your favor at the start. And there we go again. They don't expect to be pushed from all angles, and they do.
I think it's also because this is I don't want to say that it's an uncommon style of CS. We do see it from time to time, but you're not always expecting it to be this way. I think in most cases you're expecting bog standard, regular, defaulty kind of plays. You're not really expecting every single round to be how much space can we take before the clock, you know, ticks down 20 seconds. And that's kind of caught them off guard a little bit. Yeah, the question is, have they now figured it out? We're coming into this round with one hero AK. Let's see if we can get a little bit of damage off the back of that. But for ESC, oh my god, bro. Like, it's not even sneaky at this point. A little bit of a push out into water. Catches the player up on bridge. It is an anti-eco, so I should try not to be too critical of this round in particular. Crims will get one for himself. That could be a recovered rifle, and perhaps that puts them in some sort of a stead, but no. Very quickly, Crims is dealt with. BlameF now the one with the rifle. The rifle is gone. BlameF has picked up one himself, and there you go. It's a bit of a cleanup, only losing one round, but again, anti-eco. Okay, Samantha, don't be too critical.
Yeah, I think, though, it does set a little bit of a precedent, you know. Even though they don't have the weapons, there's still little bits that you can read from it. And it's the fact that they're going for these aggressive picks, again, just in canals looking up towards bridge. And it's just the fact that it's not even being expected still, I think is maybe something just to have in the back of your mind. This round will be the real test, though, won't it? This will be where they've got the weapons out, they've got the utility. And ESC Gaming, look, they're going for those little peaks again. They're sending two out towards main. There's somebody to have a look in connector, and come on, please tell me that Crims is ready for this. Whether it comes or not, actually, I think he's got it. He's got Molotov ready.
I think looking at how far back Fnatic are playing, though, like, this tells me, okay, this time around, they're ready. And it's so funny because the conditioning from ESC, they're like, all right, guys, this is probably where they're going to start trying to play, you know, trying to counter us. Now we play passive. Now we chill. And Fnatic are like, bro, make up your minds. All right. They've now decided that this is the moment where they need to start taking some of that space. Down to a minute on the clock, walking straight into Moonwalk's crosshairs. But there will be a trade. So, keeping things on an even kilter here. I say even, trades generally tend to favor your T's. A lot of space garnered, but Olim managing to get the first, can't follow it up. There'll be a good trade again, back and forth, and the A site is relatively free. There is also someone holding here for a rotation. In the shot, misses. Sammy can't redeem himself with the second either. BlameF in such a good position, but unfortunately can't get the shots to land caught just after the util gets used, but somehow surviving. Now 1 versus 2, trying to deny that plant from going down. Can't stop the plant, but can clean up the last 2 players. The defuse to come through, and what was likely to be a successful round for Fnatic snatched away at the final hurdle.
And it just shows you every single one of these ESC players can step up when it matters. It looked so good. They brought the round back under some sort of control. And then suddenly, just not going to happen. It's just wild to me, really, what we're seeing coming out here from a team that, whilst we said that it looked like it was going to be quite a close match, I don't think we expected it to be, you know, CT side 5 rounds up kind of affair going on here, and it's forced Fnatic back onto this sort of messy Tech 9 buy, whilst they're in a position that they can't really afford enough to go around. And now look at them, they've all stacked up on this. The wound is immaculate, the flashes come through, and they're all just going to walk in one by one to this well-established ironclad side hold.
They have managed to do a little bit of damage, which I suppose in a round like this in and of itself is fairly decent, but how much more can we get done? No, that should have been clean up. Oh, that's so rough. That should have been another kill for Fnatic. This is looking a little bit terrifying. I wasn't expecting coming into this that Fnatic were going to be looking this lost, dazed and confused. I mean, this is T-side Anubis, and they're struggling to get even a foot in. They cannot match the pacing from ESC, and they're getting outclassed at every turn.
And this is what it's like on the T side. On the CT side, when that coordination is going to be even more important, I'm maybe a little bit worried. They've still got, you know, 2 rounds in here to redeem it for us. And Jambo with a lovely opening pick. That's the way to start redeeming the confidence. But here it is, waiting, knowing that ESC are likely to push, and Jambo's got the angle.
Oh, there we go. I was about to say has the angle but not the shot, but the follow-up will be there, and we'll follow it up in triplicate. 3 kills now for the AWP player, and finally a hard-fought... the round itself wasn't hard-fought. It just required Jambo to go nuclear, but that in and of itself is a little bit problematic when you need one player to be an absolute standout. You know, Blamef to clutch in a 1vx, Jambo to get a 3k with the AWP as people rush at him from a variety of different directions. When that's what you're relying on to pull you through rounds, it's an issue. Blamef with the final kill of that round secures the 3rd for Fnatic. Last round in the half now. And I mean, we're on the precipice of desperation.
Yep, on T side as well. It's just not sustainable the way that we've been seeing them win these rounds, few and far between. The fact that, you know, no further timeout has been called maybe concerns me a little bit here, because they're hemorrhaging rounds, really important rounds, mind you. And now Fnatic look to go straight into canals again. They found something that worked here. It was Jambo on the orb in canals, and this time hoping to take that fight over towards B main, and they lose it again. That is the player disadvantage. Yes, that's not where the mass of their forces is, but they are now weakened, and look already where Vico's got. Although, ready for it.
Yeah, finally, we're starting to see a bit of return fire here from Fnatic, realizing what the play is from ESC and ready to shut it down. This time around, however, it's only 1 player that they sent on an exploratory mission. What is this dry swing? Walking straight into the crosshairs, but Zerafix is ready to trade off of that. Quick on his feet, rounds the corner, but now under a little bit of pressure. Ooh, that's the 2nd time we've seen that exact same smoke in 2 different games, actually. But Moonwalk is here on the site, ready to capitalize on that. 2 versus 3. Moonwalk with 2 HP, somehow surviving. Eventually gets shut down, but not before his teammate can keep the dream alive. Now Jambo, bomb on his back, has to rotate as fast as his legs will take him over towards that A site, knife in hand. And if he gets swung here, the swing through camera is perfect. Ready and waiting, arms wide open. Olymp shuts down their hopes of a 4th round and take us to 9-3.
Before these darker days, I thought I found my way. Quickly fades, losing the race, closing the page. In and out, I move myself again. sky is not so black and white. It's like I told him, there's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going. I just keep going. I just keep going. Dark against the skies. There's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going.
I've been with some pretty angels who always threw something away. Could I be desperate, crazy, or is it that they never see things my way? Around the world keeps turning, waking up day after day, hoping to change my story, or maybe see things in a different way. Maybe if I took a chance and got out of my way, a different point of view would maybe change the day. Gonna find somebody.
As he turns it, nice headshot.
A bit of a catastrophic first half to contend with as ESC 9-3 up at the moment, going on to their T side on Anubis. Everything looking so good for them. Fnatic changes have been made recently, but we didn't expect this. A pistol round needs to be what they get here to come back into this, to give them that leg up, to try close that gap, to try take this map pick and make the job just a little bit easier going on to Inferno. But it all starts right here, and we do see a couple of Julies in the server and a flash and a smoke to assist, but it's straight on the pace. Doesn't stop from ESC.
Might be worth noting that this was ESC's map pick, and Fnatic have got a pretty rough literal coin flip record on it, so maybe we keep that caveat in mind as ESC look to take the second pistol here. Already with that first kill, bomb has been planted, and now they just have to hold the line, spraying into the void. And unfortunately, they will get traded out. Yeah, perhaps this is the return that they were hoping for. Fnatic making magic happen here. Moonwalk setting up a bit of a crossfire, but unfortunately, Olymp goes down, and now he has to 1v3. Good for the first, but can't follow it up. And no, in fact, it will be Fnatic taking the second pistol of the first map.
Definitely the boon that they needed coming into this. Although the flip side is ESC Gaming, they get the plant down, and they don't exactly seem like a team that aren't going to want to fight for this round. They've got everything they could want and more, and they're going to go into this with their Lils and Mac 10. So Fnatic, they've won the pistol. That does not win them a break or a pause or a reprise of any kind. It is going to be straight back into the fray of battle with this one, and this could be a huge tipping point. ESC, yeah, they didn't win the pistol. If they win this, it's arguably worse for Fnatic in the long run. So now, got to be on edge, got to be careful, and you've got to be really wary not to give away these opening picks.
ESC having planted means that they at least have some weaponry into this round. See if they can leverage that into something. An economic reset here could be devastating for Fnatic if they could make that happen. But a little bit of chip damage here could give them pause. Ooh, Olymp shut down so quickly. Alright, Jambo, just on a crazy mission into their backline. Getting one, getting traded out, however. And, well, that does bode well overall. 3 versus 2 now. You'll see running out of options as Crims locks down this mid position and finishes it off with the HE. Exactly what they needed from this round. Well, maybe not exactly. They would have liked to have had all 5 remain, but It's another round that they put into their back pocket, and now they have a little bit of room to breathe.
Yeah, beggars can't be choosers. You take the round wins where you can, just to close out this gap, to stop it getting so daunting. And that does mean that ESC Gaming are going to have to sit down quietly on this one. There are a lot of Tech 9s and a couple of Deagles to go around. But alas, no utility, so they are going to have to take these fights dry. But we have seen crazier things from them. There's a lot of damage in mid, but Playmeth finding that opening. And it looks like they really want to try follow up this, and mid is closed for business.
I think this round is a bit of a foregone conclusion, all things considered. Honestly, I thought Crim's died, but nope. Manages to maintain. So this should be a 5-person, save is not the right word, but a flawless round, where every single player gets to keep their weapons into the next round. And that is, of course, best case scenario here, as we close that deficit to only 3 rounds. The 9-3 law, Nari's law, as we like to call it, certainly has some potential in the second half. But for ESC, obviously next round is when they're going to have rifles, and that could be, I mean, it's exactly what we saw in the first half, right? Fnatic lose the first couple of rounds, get rifles, and suddenly bam, they're back with an absolute passion. So maybe we'll see something similar here for ESC.
Are they back with an absolutely passion UA?
Okay.
I haven't made anywhere near enough awful puns. I've not met my quota yet. But I think you're right. This is going to be the test here, is with the rifles back out. Whether we see ESC Gaming leaning into that hyper-aggression again, hoping that the conditioning that they set the foundations for in the first half remains, and that Fnatic maybe are ready for it. I'm not really sure what we're going to see. We've got a little bit of presence over towards mid, a flash which can keep those players on edge. But here it is. It decidedly looks like a push towards with the side. That bomb has been left over in limbo towards A, and actually maybe a potential possibility that Sami has a bit of a battle on his hands to make sure it can be retrieved.
I love how you use the words "make sure." See if that actually does happen. Laying down the util, trying to find some space here. I haven't actually done much to dislodge anyone on the CT side, so perhaps...
Yeah, it's been a lot of util, but it's all been kind of all flash, no substance.
Exactly, that's kind of right, like... No one has been displaced. Nobody's been forced off of their angles. Nobody's had to like do anything crazy. We haven't even seen that many smokes come out to deal with Molotovs. It did happen a little bit later on, but now the CT is realizing that there's like almost no utility left for the Ts. They can get a little bit more cheeky, a little bit more aggressive. Only 2 Ts left, as Fnatic have lost 2 of their own players. It's certainly still doable as long as they don't get overly confident. There we go. Crims trades it out. Samey, 1 versus 2, can't make it happen. A little bit close for comfort. Felt like Fnatic got a bit overconfident, but they clean it up.
Exactly, and that's all you can really ask them, is that they clean it up there. If a second kill comes out from main, maybe that gets a bit dicey, because suddenly you don't have the issue with the player that's on site having to worry, you know, ring around the roses, which way am I going to get peeked from? So a second kill there wins them the round, I say. But that's not how the cookie crumbled, and it's all good talking about if, buts, and maybes. What we can talk about is the fact that there is now only a 2-round difference between these teams, and the ESC Gaming, a little bit of a desperate, frantic buy here. Did they go back and sell the scout? That's a very late decision to make there.
But at least you can do that now, you know? You have that option. Like that. I remember, Pepperidge Farm remembers when you did not have that option. I have seen some fun things. I watched someone buy an AWP by accident and then throw it off the map and play with a pistol, rather than just playing with the orb. That was probably one of the craziest things I've ever seen. So really glad that we have that buy option now, because they obviously lost that round. So the investment went terribly awry.
I mean, I do miss when you accidentally bought something and then you had to play with it and you had to adapt. I do kind of miss that.
You are an agent of chaos, and I'm kind of here for it, you know.
Exactly. You know, the world is too peaceful. Too many casters these days are like, yes, rifles are the smart move. You know, sometimes you have something come along and be like, XM rush. Just do it.
Okay, no, that's a little bit That's a little bit too psychotic for my taste, but so is
fear
this
my
round
genius.
apparently. How has this come down to a 2 versus 2, which started out as an eco? Okay. Surely now we come back to reality, some semblance of normalcy. Surely not with 2 HP. Okay. I saw the vision, but not this time. Decent amount of economic damage done to the Fnatic side, however, but looking at how much cash they have available, it's literally meaningless. Phew.
Exactly, but I mean, we've had too many close calls today to really sit there and go, yeah, there's no way this isn't winnable. But Fnatic, they've got all the money in the world. It's still maybe a little bit of a worry that it's getting so close. But again, they haven't actually managed to win a T-side round just yet, ESC Gaming. So even though it's getting close, they have that a little bit of ability to stave it off. They know that the danger isn't necessarily imminent. This round, we've got Samey on an AWP, and I'm curious whether this is the difference maker. It's been a very quiet map from them. So they need to do something to get their head in the games and to get their sort of name in the kill feed here. And this time, maybe it's not the change of pace we'd like to see. They've really slowed down here. Yes, methodical mid-control being taken, but it seems like they're a little bit hesitant, a little bit scared.
Well, that's surprising to see fear coming to the fore for either of these teams, really. Given how that first half went Fnatic, it felt like ESC were running circles around them, but now that the tides have turned, or rather, now that the sides have swapped, the tides have turned in response. And Fnatic now 1 round away from evening out the scoreline. I'll be honest, I had almost written them off because CT side Anubis can be pretty treacherous, but they have managed to make some magic happen here. Great bait there for Jambo to be able to get that first op shot, the second to follow, beautifully drawing these players into Crims's sightlines. And in the blink of an eye, we're down to only 2 Ts remaining. Despite having such a solid-looking defensive line, the T side has fallen to the wayside. They have yet to pick up a single round in this half. It has very much been the Fnatic show, showing the prowess that we expected out of them.
Exactly, and the thing is, the bomb being dropped in such an awkward location. Maybe if Samey gets the kill there, different situation, because they now have the site, the bomb, they can pincer, but even then, just contingencies upon contingencies there for Fnatic. They get the bomb down early, they make sure to gather all resources, not in towards looking for ESC and allowing them to isolate that fight. That's where they start to lose these rounds in these moments, but they decide just to focus on the core objective of winning the round, and that's been really good for them. Look, they've managed to type the scoreboard. Naori's Law strikes again, and it looks like they're ready to keep on going because there will be missing bits and pieces here. And I think potentially maybe some issues going on. I think round maybe being called not live, given that Samey's not bought anything. Everyone seems to be retreating back into their spawns here.
Yeah, there definitely seems to be a slight issue, so we'll try and get that sorted out as quickly as possible. And while we have this little bit of downtime, quick update on some of our other games. So Liquid lost to Sashi 2-1. Perhaps a surprise there. Certainly a surprise to me. Maybe others are less surprised, but there you go. OG take Iberian Soul in a 2-1 fashion. Namiga take Mix in a 2-1 fashion. And of course we have other matches ongoing at the moment. Navi Junior versus Alliance is going. Paravision versus ENCE is happening. And of course Passion UA are busy playing against Jijia Hao. So a lot of fantastic Counter-Strike happening across the board here. Looking forward to seeing if there are any other big surprises. I mean, outside of the Sashi Liquid scoreline, anything that kind of stand out to you?
I think
no
maybe
is a perfectly acceptable answer.
I mean, maybe not, because we were discussing this. I think maybe I didn't expect it to tip that way, as far that way, but I think the fact that it went as far as it did, you know, maybe not a surprise. It's been on the creep for a while. It's been on the rise.
There you go. You know what else is on the rise? Fnatic score in this map. It just keeps going up, boys. It's on the up and up. Stonks. Indeed. Okay. Two-pronged attack in towards this B site. Must suspect the player behind pillar. Rather telegraphed position. They completely circumvent that from Dark, but Serafix with a 3-person spray down? That's illegal, man. But you've dealt with that raid boss, so now the site is open. Now you have space to work with. Send one player on maybe a little bit of a, maybe not a mission, but just hold that angle. Oh, they did, and oh, he lost that fight, and it's down to Olymp to 1v3 to try to secure this. He has at least gotten that bomb planted, so he'll have that extra little bit of money, but the heroics from Zero Fix have certainly done what was necessary. And it seems unlikely that Olymp will come out on top of this one. The first player to swing in, the second he wins that fight as well. And now it's just him versus Crims. Who's going to win it? It will be Crims. The third one not handed to him on a platter. And with Kit in hand, we go up to double digits.
I imagine your Zero Fix there and Crims doesn't get the kill. You're probably sat there like, okay, I've only just joined the team. Can I back out? Do I have time just to slip out the back door? But no, incredible stuff there. It's good to see it come down to that. It's nice to see Olymp able to try bring the round back into it. Again, we've talked time and time again, the fact that it's relying on individuals isn't sustainable, and that's what we're seeing now. They have yet to get a T-side round. And this, again, is allegedly, on paper, the favoured side, but that's really not been the case this map. And Fnatic, it's just all cylinders. They've been really good at holding off these offensives long enough to call this off. The lovely bait and switch from Blame F there as well, using Crims to be able to be the distraction to allow them both to peek out. The amazing sort of tandem, slightly delayed peek. Incredible stuff. But here we go. Utility already run up a bit dry from ESC.
Zero Fix in the same position this time, only good for the first. Unfortunately, ESC now ready for that cheeky, I say cheeky, I said it before, relatively telegraphed, but this time around very much ready for it. Planned, precisely executed, and finally they will get their first round on the board here after what has been 6 consecutive rounds of Fnatic just laying down the law. It's taken a while for ESC to find their footing, but that is of course the beauty of coming into this at a 9-3 advantage. You've got that little bit of wiggle room. Unfortunately now they've lost any semblance of wiggle room. They will even out the scoreline here, and maybe they can springboard off of this, but there is of course every possibility that Fnatic stomp it down right back where it came from.
Yeah, I think it does really need to be a conversion here. You have the opportunity. The Fnatic's economy is a little bit humble. They still have another buy in them after this, but you can see the rope is starting to fray here. ESC Gaming, they've got one that's maybe just for the mental, that's really good as well. You've lost so many in a row. You've lost 7 in a row. You've finally got something, a foothold. You need to keep on climbing though. If you just bow out again after this round, you're no better than where you were last. So hopefully something unique, interesting, but Fnatic's already taken so much space. They've already cleared through connector and had a look through canals. They've already had Blame F have a look through mid. They can hear all the footsteps, so there's all of them waiting out on this side.
Ooh, beautiful flash there. Moonwalk capitalizes perfectly off of it, but now Crims playing against the edge of the smoke here can dodge out a lot of the incoming utility, follow it up to get an extra little bit there. 2 kills in his belt, brings it to 3 versus 3. Zero Fix trying to be the hero once again, but no more 3k spray downs for you. Blame F now has to 1v2. And this time around, I don't think that clutch is going to be in the cards again. It hasn't been planted just yet. The sound of the scope, the shot coming through, and he's going to maybe back away here. If he could pick up a rifle, there is a world, but I think that he's in a really tough position to try to make that happen. If it's going to happen now, it's going to have to be a no-scope, a beautiful reposition here from Moonwalk. So as soon as Blame F walks through the smoke, head clean off of his shoulders, and that will be ESC taking the lead once again.
I think you're spot on, and the fact that they have the utility there at the end, that's super important, because that second smoke over towards and block the pathway to cameras means that Blame F doesn't have the ability to see if there's a weapon, doesn't have the ability to pick up anything, is stuck with the orb, and that barrel is going to be sticking out the smoke. So there's point number 1. Point 2, you've got the reposition so that you have somebody else. You know that the likelihood of him coming from mid, so incredibly low. And then just finally, it all comes together really beautifully because he can't check both angles. It means he just have to walk into this. So whichever angle he chooses to check, you have somebody on the other side waiting to pounce. It's just all things considered. Lovely post-mortem there. And now Fnatic, they're just going to have to concede that point. Surely, or surely not Crims. And that's an AK, backs away, not a care in the world.
Well, this is an important one for them to make a miracle happen, because obviously losing this puts them on match point, or map point, which is a very uncomfortable situation to try to come back from. They'll have money in the next round regardless, but certainly an uphill battle no matter how you look at it. So those 2 early kills from Crims, just absolutely monumental, but we need the follow-up. The free AK will certainly come in handy, and it's still a very heavy hold towards A. And of course, we know that ESC have not opted to pull back, but Fnatic can only guess as to what the plan is going to be here. So it's a really good read from them. And of course, they're trying to leverage these stacked pistols. The first bit of utility to come through. Crims dodges out that flash. The follow-up. BlameF gets his. Crims will get another one on the round. The shot legs or possibly shoulders through the wall. He really cares. Point being, it doesn't get the kill. Sammy now somehow left to try and fight this, battle this back all on his own. He doesn't have control of the bomb. It's lost on sight. Time is not on his side. Crim still has an AK. He's gotten 3 kills in this round, and Sammy is going to look to save the AWP, but will he be allowed to? Straight into the crosshairs of Fear. Fnatic even out the scoreline and win an impossible round off of Crim's 2K.
Yeah, that opening pick, if that doesn't happen, then none of the rest of the round really can be opened up in the way that it was. Crim's getting got 1 and down is still not great, but the fact that he manages to get 2, that means there's a weapon and it's recovered. He falls back relatively unharmed. There's a spare weapon for a teammate of his to go pick up that he can go and secure as well. And then that means that they've cleared out everything. They've not seen anything. Canals, it's all open. Clear blue sunny skies for them. And now here it is, 11-11. Here takes this round, takes map points, and it's ESC Gaming. Fnatic still have that backing, so really has to be now for them. And missed opening pick, no trade available, and it's all falling apart.
Of course, on the flip side, this is absolutely everything Fnatic could have hoped for in the second half, and of course in this round as well. A beautiful opener there. They've taken a little bit of damage, but ultimately we're not too worried about that for the moment. And again, ESC, a little bit of presence shown, and they are going to commit to this site. And once again, it's Fnatic with the exact right read, reinforcing the correct site here. Surely they're going to be expecting the pillar play again. 0 fix this time, but it doesn't really matter. And yes, Fear will get cleared. Oh, it's a beautiful flash that allows Reiko to just walk on through, get that double kill, crack open that site. BlameF gets caught on the rotation, and now Crims is all alone, 1 against the world. Has an inkling of where one of these players are, can hear the footsteps, can somehow win out that battle, swaps to the AK, and then backs the hell off. Hold on to this weapon, live to fight another day, because we are on map point.
Yeah, and even though there's not a whole lot of money in the bank, I think ESC Gaming had this idea that if they can take away this AK, that's going to be the missing key component. And yes, it will be quite important for Fnatic, having just this little bit extra. It'll be that bit more utility. There's a kit available as well. And it's all of these small little things, but you can see there's a real investment to try take this out. It looks like they're going to be unsuccessful, maybe just maybe Reiko gets a spot, but no, Crims tucks on in. And it is all going to be reliant on this AK pass over to Fear potentially, because there's not a lot to go around.
This may very well be the cosmetic comeback that we have come to dread in so many CS games before, when it looks like it's a done deal and teams make us sit and watch them not actually come back. And of course, that's devastation for Fnatic if it does end up that way.
I feel like Sisyphus when this happens. Like, we've rolled the boulder all the way up the hill, and now we just have to watch as it potentially falls back down, crushing us along the way. And all of the wonderful Fnatic fans are watching.
That is such a niche reference. Like, I get it, but like, damn.
So we're getting some Greek mythology references up in here, you know?
Yeah, first JoJo Siwa, now the Greek mythology. Like, calm down. Woman of the world here.
I'm gonna expend all of my filler content if we're not careful.
Oh, not like this. We've still got potentially another 2 maps to get through, but
exactly.
Let's see how this one ends itself out. Fnatic still in this with something to play with at the very least. Can we even this out and go into that overtime scenario? And again, I mean, you've mentioned opening kills a couple times over the course of the evening, and we do know how impactful those can be for creating those opportunities. So far, bit of map control garnered for Fnatic. In fact, going for a very aggressive push out of A. So now they have a lot of information that they can play with. They've got a potential flank to come through, but it's a hard and fast push in on towards the site. And already the first kills to come through, and we are favoring ESC. Now they are expecting this wraparound, and they're already in position, ready and waiting. Molotovs come through to deny those rotations entirely, but Crims will still be able to get his. Brings it to a 3-on-3. 1 kit on board. So if Crims goes down, that makes this that little bit more difficult. He is in a good position though. So there you go. There he goes down. They can recover that kit, but can they recover the round? Blame F1 versus the world, and yes, he can. Somehow from the ashes, he's able to rescue that round and bring us into overtime.
It was only ever going to be him. He was the catalyst that got them that first round on the board when it was all looking so dire. And it is going to be him to step up individually to drag the team into overtime. And it has been a long day of games already. And this is only map number 1. We are going at the full distance. And you got to feel at some point, ESC, it looked so good. And if they'd just been able to get one more round at the beginning of the second half, just one round somewhere to stop the hemorrhaging, maybe we wouldn't be here. But alas, now they've just got to keep on fighting. And they're starting on the side that is giving so much trouble. And now it's Blame F using their own tactics, their own CC aggression against them.
Ha! He actually manages to dodge the bullets, but can't dodge the HE, unfortunately. A little bit of splash damage there, and it was all it really took. So, despite getting that all-important opener, very quickly traded back. Now they've lost that little bit of map control that they'd managed to garner so early on. So, what do at this point? They've kind of had to pull back a little bit. Oh no. Oh, they're not gonna... Oh my god, it was a cosmetic clear. They looked for half a second and then unfortunately instantly traded out. They didn't lose the AWP, but is that going to matter? Eventually they will lose it. Now Fear the anchor on the site. The anchor has been cut loose. And Crims has to, I don't know, save the AWP.
Yeah.
Not save the AWP?
Okay.
I mean, I suppose it is OT, so there is some cash to work with, but like surely you just save the AWP.
Surely you don't want to go for this. This isn't... Like, we've seen some crazy clutches. This has not been the setup for one of them. But you got to admire, however, from the side of ESC, the way that they were able to so systematically pick off these players on site. You said about the cosmetic clear, and then you've got that presence come in from Connector, and then suddenly they're just toying one and another, just bouncing off of each other with these peaks to just clear through side. It's incredible. And Crims, is he going to go back for the AWP? No.
Oh, he was too paranoid. He thought maybe they were going to be there waiting and holding for him. And also, I think he maybe thought it was somewhere else because he kind of dips towards the ground and then the round ends. So I think there were multiple factors there. But yeah, ultimately, doesn't save the AWP. But as mentioned, it is OT, so they do have a little bit of money to work with here, so it's not going to be a total loss, particularly if they can come out the other side of this round, which maybe that's kind of what they're banking on here. But it's a big round for ESC, and I like what you were saying, right? Like, you've got to give ESC their flowers here. Yes, there are a lot of caveats around Fnatic, but so what? ESC are playing really well. They keep fighting their way back into this. They are tenacious, fighting tooth and nail, but now, oh my god, guys, just dry running into that opening, but at least the trades are there. At least they keep this on an even kilter. The bomb has been lost on the site, but there are no CTs around, so there is a timing here to be caught. They've picked it up. They're going to go for the plant. Jambo gets caught on the peak, and again, it's Crims. Who would have guessed? 1 versus 2, turns his back, gets taken out, and, well, that looked like it could have been a Fnatic round, but it's not.
No, it's such a difficult one there because yes, he's got the element of surprise. They're not expecting you as close as they are potentially, but that's also the worry is that you've given them so much time to establish, so much time to contact off of each other. And it's so difficult to watch. And the trading has been really good for the most part, but the issue is for Fnatic, you're needing somebody to step up and get just one more. Because if you're isolated 3 versus 5 on this one side, you go 1 for 1, suddenly, yeah, there's 2 versus 2, but your player's on the other side of the map, not over quick enough, not over in time, and you're left in these clutch situations again and again. Now, Fnatic, one last chance to try to put something on the board this half of overtime.
Let the tension build ever so slightly here. An important round for sure. Winning this one would put ESC on map point once again. And I will remind everyone, this was their map pick. So losing this would not be a great start to the series. There you go, Sammy. Beautiful opener onto Zerofix. Zerofix has been the problem for them, but Jambo gets a very impactful kill onto Olymp, and Sammy will quickly follow to the Molotov. Now, all that being said and done, the bomb has not made its way anywhere yet. Yes, there is a player on site, and they have taken control of the site, but the bomb is only starting to make its way now. And will it actually get there? Nice, checking for any potential lurks. It's a good call to make. It slows things down a little bit, but it lets him know that he's safe to move. Moonwalk has pushed forward. He manages to isolate these fights. So much damage taken, but he's done what he needed to do. He's bought his teammate time, but is time enough? The bomb to be planted, but has left him in an almost unwinnable situation. 2 AWPs to contend with here, alongside the M4 on Crims, who has been lights out so far, has been such a key piece for this Fnatic roster. The first shots to connect onto Jamba, but he's able to duck away. Crims now brings up the rear to make that crossfire a possibility. It's not even going to be him to get the kill. It's going to be Blame F. Crims will get the defuse, and finally, Fnatic find 1 in OT.
Yep, it's a little mercy at the end there. The team flash could have been devastating right at the end. They flashed to try to get through cameras, and actually it just ends up backfiring massively. But good stuff on the retake, making sure that you've got the players alive to do so, that you pull back long enough to not allow anyone to get too ahead of themselves to try to stop this bomb going down, knowing that this is the last round, so it doesn't matter if they get the bomb down as long as you can defuse. Not willing to throw this away. Good stuff. But now this is where my worry seeps in, because this CT side is where ESC Gaming were so good, and they go into this a round up. Yes, large chunk of damage onto Sammy to start things off with. No pick to be found just yet, and they are going ugly early with this main control.
Oh, that's a beautiful opener here. Main control can be such a big momentum shifter, and that's it. That gives them that numbers advantage. Zerofix, however, continuing to be a hero, will bring things back to even footing. But it does force them to take a bit of pause here. They've had to capitulate a little bit of map control, unfortunately, and now as they make their way in towards mid, there are so many players here. Blame F, though, very snappy with those shots. Bringing things back into their control. Meanwhile, it's all a diversion. The bomb is not moving behind Blame F, but is instead moving towards B. Sammy this time around, the shot will not connect, but Moonwalk will be there to take down Blame F in mid and open up that potential avenue for rotation. Bomb to get planted, but ESC, 2 of their players so dangerously low on health, and they have split up. It's a 3-pronged attack, but they're not going to be able to play off of each other very well. However, are they aware of Moonwalk on this flank? Jambo has to be ready. He checks, but is he checking enough? No, he's going to get taken down, and now it's back into a 2 versus 2 here on the site. Crims to get 1. Moonwalk, that flank took so long to activate, and now he has to somehow make a miracle happen. The miracle is denied, and we go 14 all.
Yeah, tricky situation to handle there. The flank needed to just be a little bit quicker. And the issue is when you go with this 3-pronged retake, especially with players that are really low health, that each of those prongs is so weak. And if one snaps, then suddenly the overall fork of retake is no longer usable.
Don't you hate it when a fork is not usable?
What's the point of a fork if you can't use it, you know?
I mean, at that point, it's a spoon, you know?
Exactly, and you've never
Or a
heard anyone
chopstick.
call it like a 2-spoon retake, you know? 2-spoon sight take.
I'm gonna start using that. I don't know how. I need to find a way to use that, but I think that's fantastic. Just to like confuse people.
I haven't even mentioned the greater of the 2, the sport.
Oh no, please. That is children. utensil right there.
Whoa.
The two-sporked attack.
The two-spot attack. It's a very one-dimensional attack right now. They've had a little bit of a nose. I say that. There is a little bit of presence elsewhere from Zero Fix, but he's not been able to gather much information and playing fairly far back in canals. He's holding the space as a buffer, but he's not giving his team anything ready to work with, and now they head towards mid, none the wiser as to what is or waiting for them.
I do like that it's a slower approach as well. And I love that we've tried to keep things a little bit dynamic in the pacing. Oh no, please don't tell me. Woo, okay, the dry swing, but he doesn't die to it. So lives to fight another day. Crims is so like ice in the veins, man. Who needs a flash? Just run and gun. Ferrari swing for days. Double Molotov means that Olymp has nowhere to stand, and Fnatic now should be getting their map point. I'm still reeling from the fact that they go so dry through every single crevice, every single tiny choke point, and still win.
Yeah, it's at times it has been really detrimental to them, and it's something that usually we'd highlight and criticize, but when it's working and then you're sat there like, why is it working? Why? This is meant to be a teachable moment, but no, if it works for them, it does. They've managed to bring this back. They've managed to put this onto map point now. And ESC, you've almost forgotten the incredible start that they had. Yes, it's OT, so the money's flowing, but you've still got players missing utility. You've still got players on FAMAS, albeit with Julies for some reason. But yeah, this is not very ESC.
It's a very tense moment for ESC though, and I can certainly understand why they might be letting the panic set in a little bit. It's a nice opening trade there, and I think that it's a fairly good trade in ESC's favor. The aggression once again trying to catch somebody out, but Fnatic this time around not going to be caught out by it, not going to let that kind of throw them off of their pacing. A lot of damage done though. Jambo down to only 1 HP. Himself in so much trouble. Reiko going for the aggression here, but just getting shut down. Fnatic, they learned their lesson so early on. Now Blame F deep behind enemy lines, and Olymp not long for this world. Fnatic, not the cosmetic comeback. It was very much a winning comeback, and they make it all the way in overtime to a 16-14 victory.
Getting very close there, and they had to really work for the victory, but hard fought, hard won there. I don't know what happened during that first half, and we didn't even see really hints of that during overtime, so maybe just warming up into the first game, getting it out of their system as well, and that's really good to see, of course, stealing away this map here. But we were worried when we saw that they had a very last-minute replacement that had only been on the team for 3 days. And then our worries were a little bit confirmed when we saw how disjointed their T side was on a T-sided map. But their CT side is looking really, really strong. And going on to Inferno, that's going to be the side that we really need to see them shine with as well. I'm maybe a little bit worried about the level of team damage and team going on at the moment, especially when we move on to quite a claustrophobic map like Inferno. But a win is a win, and they'll be pretty proud of themselves for that one.
Yeah, absolutely right. Like we came into this saying there's a couple of caveats for this Fnatic roster, and we do have to keep that in mind, but to, you know, still be winning games despite that caveat. But we have to give flowers to ESC, because even with the asterisks on Fnatic today, I wasn't expecting them to pull it this close, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what happens on our second map. So everybody, make sure to refill your glass, be back in a few minutes, and we'll have map 2 ready and waiting just for you.
Treat me right.
go to broad daylight. Feeding every night like Friday night. I keep the party on rock and the Bombay ice. Gotta see stars like Broadway lights. I told a baby girl, you don't gotta kick it with the daydreamers. You can skip the line, I'm the gatekeeper. Plus I got the crowd going crazy. Dance floor blazing up, going. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so, feeling so. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so, feeling so. With the VIPs in your city, getting litty as a BIC, huh? Yeah, screaming life's a gift, so we live to the fullest till we DIE. DJ, put it back on, keep it hype, we don't wanna hear no sad songs. Everybody up in here just wanna celebrate. Sip a little drink, get the dance on. That's all, listen, everything good over here. We don't want no problems, we just want cheers. Toast to the good life, wine, liquor, beer. Haters getting blocked if they trying to interfere. Swag on 100 and my drip too fresh. Certified stunner, need a big blue check. I don't got no time for no BS, I no negative ideas in my vibe, cause I'm just too blessed. Run it back. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so, feeling so. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so, feeling so.
I've been
and welcome back everyone to the ESL Pro League Season 22 European Qualifiers. It has been quite the day leading up to this moment, and of course now we are in our second series of the day, ESC versus Fnatic. And don't let the 1-0 scoreline fool you. If you are just joining us, Fnatic, they really did do it the hard way going through that first map. Had to go all the way into overtime before they were able to close that one out. I'm Nari and I'm joined here by Affinity, neither of us using voice changes, just FYI. And we are getting ready to jump into our second map of the evening for this matchup, and it's going to be Inferno.
That it is indeed. And I'm really excited to see this map. It's a map that's fallen out of love. It's fallen out of the really core map pool as well recently. A lot of teams finding it very claustrophobic and not really enjoying playing it. I am so glad to see it picked up again. Now, maybe a little bit worrying because this is ESC's map pick. And we did see a very, very strong start from them over on Anubis. We talked about it. It went to overtime. Going on to their map pick, hopefully they've got a little bit more that we can sort of draw from. And I'm genuinely quite excited to see what we've got here. We saw, Crims had a pretty good game towards the end there. They've got a new player joining the team as well, Zero Fix, fresh off the press, 3 days on the team, and seems to be holding their own in a lot of these really clutch situations. Quiet from a couple of the members of ESC, but, Olymp, a really highlight player, just holding down the fort solo at times.
Yeah. Gonna be interesting. I do just want slight correction. This is Fnatic's map pick.
Fnatic's map pick. As soon as I said it.
all good. But of course, that puts even more pressure on ESC now because, of course, that means that they had lost their own map pick and in such a close fashion as well. And sometimes the close games can be the hardest ones to swallow after the fact, to come to terms with the fact that you just weren't able to close it out when maybe you could have a little bit earlier on in the matchup. But all of that is behind you, and as James Bardolph always says, you need to focus on the round in front of you. Pistol round now. We'll see who can crack open this first one for the map. So far, so good. Looking like it's going to be a bit of an A hit here. But, of course, heavily reinforced by our CT. He's so cheeky with it. Moonwalk, he opened things up on the previous map. So it only makes sense that he'll open things up here on map number 2 as well. But how much more can be garnered as now Fnatic have taken full control towards Pit. They've managed to trade back quite nicely. Olymp shots not connecting. That was a little bit rough to watch, but ultimately does manage to get those shots to land. Now, however, the bomb will get planted. Some decent smokes down to allow that to happen. And despite ESC being so heavily fortified here, could not stop that from happening. Now have to mount the retake, and it should be fairly easy at this point. Little bit of cleanup. Bob's your uncle, and that will be the first pistol going in favor of ESC.
Exactly, and that comes down to two really isolated fights there. It's the fight between Olymp finding fear in apartments there, in Boiler, is really, really huge because suddenly you've managed to take away this secondary backstab available. And then there's also this sort of fight over towards Iraq. I say fight. It's a jump out, it's unsuspecting, backs are turned. But it just means that once they've got the bomb down and the timer ticking, there's nowhere really for Fnatic to go. They've lost all presence outside of the map. They haven't extended past the bomb site. They're very limited where they can stand. They've got the bomb site and they've got Graveyard. That's about it. And we're going to need to see going forward them taking a little bit more space beyond winning those duels out. But yeah, just individuals stepping up to cohesively bring it all together. And now walking through a smoke, it is a signature tactic we have seen time and time again this series. But this time, it's only going to be a little bit of damage to show for it.
Control, of course, rearing its ugly head there. Fnatic coming off worse way on the other side of these battles, unfortunately. And every little inch of space that they work towards, that they garner control of, is paid for in blood. And sometimes in lives. Now they find themselves at top banana, but at what cost? They don't have too much to work with here. There are 2 players still on this site or near as dam. So cracking through is going to be just that little bit more difficult. So perhaps they'll opt to turn back. But no, they've tarried too long. Turning around now may prove to be folly. So we tick that timer down just that little bit more. Near 40 seconds left here. Smokes to come through. Follow-up is so slow. pushes out ahead with no flash to cover, unfortunately. And Samey, of course, will very quickly shut that down. BlameF will do a little bit of damage, but unfortunately, I think there shouldn't be too much more that could come off the back of this. Hang on, he has picked up a rifle. Good lord, okay. Never mind. Forget the rifle. And now it's all down to the MAC-10. And, well, the Ferrari swings are... they're coming out in full force at the moment.
Yeah, I was gonna try find an F1 joke to make in here, but yeah, ridiculous swing coming out from Moonwalk, and we've seen this be a signature of him this series, and just generally across the board has been these wild peaks that nobody in their right mind is expecting. I was maybe a little bit worried that the flank had been quite slow, and maybe wouldn't be particularly necessary or redundant towards the end, but alas, not meant to be. Fnatic, they have to push on forward, as you said, just spent too long sort of dwindling around. They had no opportunity to really clear behind them. They were sort of penned into top banana here, and so they just had to keep on moving forward and really letting ESC dictate the pace and the flow of where they were allowed to play here. And now you can see them holding really far back, hoping somebody else to make the first move, give them an opening. But Resmoke's come on out, and that's banana closed for business, and no closer anywhere else on the map either, mind you.
Fnatic, I think that they're almost expecting some of the similar crazy aggression that they saw on Anubis and thinking, well, maybe ESC are going to try some similar stuff here. So far, not to be the case. Thinking maybe since they were on an eco, you know, that could maybe amplify the possibility of that happening. But no, it's a very patient play here from ESC. Again, that conditioning really has kind of gotten in Fnatic's heads a little bit here. They will get spotted out here towards top bracket, and of course it should just be a bit of a spray down, managing to get that first kill quite easily. Okay, Zero Fix, nice little shot there with the deagle straight to the dome, forces someone off of their angle, but still very much at a disadvantage in this one. Perhaps if they'd be able to pick up that rifle, then maybe they'd have something to work with into this aggression, but with the smoke covering, pushing into that could prove a little bit too dangerous. So instead, we take the other path, the way that looks like it may net the best results, and unfortunately, the fact that it has to be a walk-up means that it's just a spray down on the site. ESC only lose one player.
I would love to see Jambo activate a little bit quicker there. So he had that lovely angle out heaven, and whilst they were still arranging themselves on site, wasn't enough distraction had been caused, would have had a nice opportunity there to pick up a kill. Probably not more than one without being traded out, but it would have alleviated the pressure to help his teammates get past the choke point elsewhere. And they needed something to try break this stalemate. And it's a third round in a row. Finally, full rifle's going to be coming out. So this is going to be the real test of substance. And it's over towards banana. They're aggressively taking control of H. It would be lovely, but look at the peaks. It's so wide, and the flash is good, but it's not quite enough. As they go 1-for-1 and also an eye, and now no further to really be able to put their grips into banana.
I was really hoping a flash would come out so I could play an eye for an eye makes the whole world blind, but we move, not to be the case. Fnatic have given themselves a little bit of an advantage in this one. Nice little Molotov there. No follow-up. Spray-throughs connecting beautifully. A player lost over towards A as well. So now Fnatic only have 2 players left. What can they do? Oh my goodness. The timing on that was very unfortunate. And it will end up in a trade. BlameF, we've seen him in a similar situation before. A 1vx that he was able to clutch out earlier on Anubis. But it's a tough ask no matter how you look at it. Less than a minute left to make a decision and to stick with it. Now, what we know that he doesn't know, it's a 1v1 on the site, and if he can win this fight, Bomb Plant should be a far more doable 1v1, but without the caster vision, the nerves start to set in, the paranoia blossoms. He knows he's only got 1 smoke and 1 flash to make this happen. Spots the shoulder, knows where the player is now. Gonna drop that smoke for a bit of cover. Go for the plant. Time is on his side, and he can at least get that down. But it's not a 1v1 post plant. It's a it's a 1v2. And Moonwalk is going to come together with his teammate, which will make things that little bit more difficult. BlameF has planted it somewhat for himself, but that smoke is going to clear relatively soon, and they do have a smoke to re-smoke the bomb if they so choose. So this is going to make that just that little bit more difficult now. The flash to come through, the tap already on, spraying down. Yes, that smoke is covering everything, and that diffuse cannot be stopped. A valiant attempt, but it's a 4th round for ESC.
Yeah, difficult because at the end he's spraying through. He doesn't quite have the angle on the planter. If he gets that initial kill, different entirely. However, the full pulse of utility on those 2 remaining ESC players, it's going to be so difficult for him because once the smoke phase, as you said, they burst out of church, they clear essentially the whole of site without having to expend any of it. So now that they know the only place they can really be is somewhere towards Banana, and they've got smokes, they've got molotovs, they've got flashes, they needed to come down to the ninja if they didn't want to. They could have just blocked off the line of sight completely, but Ninja defusing the smoke. It's a 4th round in a row. It's very reminiscent of Anubis right now.
Well, we know how that ended, right? 16-14 overtime. Certainly
Huge
a
comeback
world.
from Fnatic, though.
What is interesting to me is the parallels in the fact that it's this CT side of ESC that Fnatic seem to be struggling with. It was CT on Anubis that they couldn't find grips with, and now it's CT on Inferno that they're also struggling quite a bit with. However, they do have a decent amount to work with into this round. The previous couple of rounds have been a little bit janky. And again, we kind of stick to this slower play. The banana control has been forfeited for the time being because every time they get up there, not really getting the results they want. That being said, both sites seemingly have been quite difficult to actually get a foot in on. So perhaps this time something changes. It's a heavily fortified A site here, and now the folly of leaving Banana uncontested. I say that, the timing from BlameF is perfect. Shuts down Reiko, doesn't realize that there's a second player making their way down Banana, but that's okay because they're going to accelerate, move straight in on towards the site. Jambo good for 2, they don't check pit, so Moonwalk's able to get 1, but now he's all alone and has to 1 versus 3. The flash over the top gives him an opening, but he could not capitalize, and BlameF will shut it down, and finally, Fnatic get there first.
Yeah, I think BlameF as well going back for that 1 kill, maybe not hugely impactful just because it may have been causing him problems as he tries to escape up mid. But ultimately the team regroups before that there's a possibility for that flank to get too dangerous overall. But I'm loving a little bit of passion there. They're trying to meet fire with fire a little bit more, which is nice to see. But they're not giving away these opening duels and losing them, you know, sort of 2 players down. We talked about this, how monumental opening duels have been in swinging rounds. And now, finally, they're giving a bit of a run for the money, trying to get ahead of the utility here and force ESC back. None of this proactive defense. You are playing on your own turf, on your own ground, but on their terms.
A little bit more banana presence this time around, but not an all-out brawl for that control. In fact, Fnatic seem relatively happy to give up a lot of early control here rather than take these fights early on. And it does whittle down quite a bit of the CT utility, and of course that's perfect for them. A swing there that Zerofix will take advantage of. Now they have so much space, and realizing that, okay, maybe that will have actually pulled some of the attention across. And indeed, there was already a big stack that side because of the lower buy into this round. So perfectly executed, perfectly timed from Fnatic. The first kill to come through, the pivot over towards B. They shut down the banana player. The bomb should get planted. And despite that, I mean, look at all that util that still comes out just to make sure, just to be certain that they can get onto the site without too much pushback. We do lose 1 player at banana, but BlameF not one to be deterred, looking to see if he can find some more info out of this. Unfortunately, doesn't find info, loses his head. Down to a 3 versus 3, but I think ESC now have already decided to back out and rather not fight this unnecessarily. So for Fnatic here, the right call is to just keep the weapons into the next round.
Exactly, and BlameF going down there, it's not the end of the world. Surely, you're sure you'd like to keep the weapon, but it sort of acts as a canary. It also gives them that little bit of an opportunity of where they should be a little bit more wary as they go for these escapes, and just to make sure that they aren't getting picked off. Like, you know, sort of roadkill by vultures at the end there, especially with some of the lower HP bars. But lovely stuff that they've managed to get to now. We've talked a lot about how Fnatic Sometimes we've seen them struggle to put back-to-back rounds together, and you need those consecutive rounds to build up the economy, to build up this sort of flow state that you're wanting to work towards and work within. And now we're starting to see it, and we're starting to see ESC Gaming starting to break the bank a little bit. These MP9s, and sure, a couple of kills could start breaking that money right back up, but you have the opportunity. If you deny them cleanly, you put them back to square one.
Yeah, in that regard, this becomes very much a momentum shifting round for Fnatic. They're already building a bit of momentum for themselves, but to win this one will kind of solidify maybe 2 or 3 rounds for them, give themselves the lead, and of course a really good footing in this first half. So this is an important one to win out of. Unfortunately, Fear losing his life on the way in, and Samey as well, keeping things very much in their favor, but somehow Jambo with a nasty little spray there, and it's not even like the weird spray turn drift. I don't know. But it brings Olymp into a hero situation. A Herculean task ahead of him if he wants to climb Mount Olympus. He's going to have to deal with the two-headed dog of Jambo and Blame F. And Jambo's already picked up 3 kills for himself on this round. He fears no man in this post-plant scenario, and Olymp still trying desperately to find an opening for himself, but Fnatic have tucked themselves away, listening for the sound of the tap, the sound of potential defuse. Olymp good for the first, but cannot follow it up, and Jambo will claim his 4th.
Yeah, incredible stuff there. You can see the transfer at the end. It's so close. The reactions are on point, but just not enough there. The jump up is maybe a little bit problematic as well, because any other situation, you peek out, you find the first, and you might still have that element of surprise to transfer to the second. But the little hop, the little skip and jump gave it away. And that does mean 3rd round. Money is awkward, money is awful, and that should tie them up nicely if all goes according to plan. The plan being not to get ecoed here. I'm not even being quiet about it. They won this fight over with sandbags.
I mean, this round should be a foregone conclusion, but Reiko picks up 2. Alright, but that was the MP9. That was the money farmer and the one gun they had that could really pack a punch. I say that. I mean, these pistols can be devastating in their own right. But that was the big concern. Now, oh, this is concerning at the bottom of Banana. Crims, are you ready for this? Yes, well, kind of. But he'll get that first one, not expecting the second, so runs straight off the bridge. And, of course, will lose his life there, unsuspecting of that second player. That's going to be a free rifle handed over, and that's going to be a saved rifle. Potentially. No, it's just going to be meeting up because this is still somewhat winnable. Samey now in a really good spot. The shot doesn't connect, however. Gets pulled out into the open. The bomb is going to get planted. And we're going for this regardless. They want to retake here, and nope, not going to be the case. Jambo having an absolute terror of a second map.
Yeah, it didn't look like they were going to go for the save, and you wouldn't. You know, you've had such a successful round already. They wanted to just push their luck a little bit further. I think maybe if there is a pick from Samey, if they managed to find that, because it looked like they had it. They had the head in the crosshairs. Unfortunately, just clipping through the wall a little bit. And that does mean that they are unable to find that. But suddenly, then you're left with a 2v1. You see a world where it happens. But yeah, ultimately, they walk away with nothing. There will be little bits of utility missing, but nothing really to speak home about. It does look like Fear has decided to exit the server temporarily. As you can see, a match pause. It's been a little bit of an on and off day, making sure that all the players are ready and raring to go. But should hopefully be getting that fixed soon.
Yeah, we've had 1 or 2 little tech issues throughout the last couple of games, and of course we do try to get that sorted out as quickly as possible. Obviously we don't want to let our players suffer and struggle when they really don't need to. I mean, these are really, really important games here. Remember, the winner here instantly qualifies. Loser has to drop down into that lower bracket and continue playing for their tournament live. So there's quite a bit on the line here for these players, and I want to get them back into this as quickly as possible. We can give a little bit of an update on some of our other games, though, if people are interested. X-Navi Jr. currently 1-0 against Alliance. It was a very close one, 13-11. Paravision 1-0 against ENCE, but over on the second map, it's currently 8-2 in favor of ENCE, so we may be seeing that go over onto a map number 3. Passion UA have taken the win 1-0 so far against Jijiahao. Let's go, Passion UA. Slight caster bias here. And we'll see how that pans out a little bit later on. And then, of course, over here on our lovely stream, this is the second map of this matchup between Fnatic and ESC. And if you weren't with us for that first map, it was an overtime slogfest. And bearing in mind the half went 9-3 in favor of ESC. So Fnatic had to mount a phenomenal comeback. And on that note, I actually want to go back to something we were talking about before the game, which was about Crims and about the fact that Crims is like this Kerrigan-esque player, right? Someone who brings experience and leadership and knowledge, but that maybe, getting on in years and, a lot of question marks
as far as esports goes,
Exactly. Not like in normal terms, but like in esports terms, we're all boomers at this point. All three of us, you, me, Crims, we're all boomers. But
am I a boomer? Wait,
you are now. Yeah. Remember, 14-year-olds are winning LANs in solo events. So at 21, you are a boomer. I hate to break it to you.
I think I'd given up on being, smart by 14. I think I'd just yeah, no, this is it.
Anyways,
child ended at 14. Sorry, continue.
Back to my point. So there were question marks around his, mechanical ability. And I will just point out, top fragged in that previous map. So
Don't
not
look at the
only...
scoreboard right now. Don't look right now.
Look, I was going to get to that, right? So... not only called an exceptional comeback into overtime that eventually dragged the team over into, winning out that map, but also top fragged on the server, right? So, yeah, okay, maybe every now and then there is a little bit of inconsistency like what we're seeing right now, but we know that he's capable, and that's why he is such an asset to this roster, because in those moments when it matters, we get to see him shine. And I think, obviously we're 8 rounds in and it is looking a little bit tough at the moment, but I think that there's still time for him to show us what he's made of, even on the second map, It's still early days.
Exactly, and they're on the T side. It's hotly debated where this map lies, T side, CT side, with, it occasionally, especially towards the end of Go, leaning ever so slightly T-sided, but with CS2 being a very predominantly CT-heavy game with how the economy works with MR12. So the fact that they've already got 4, anything else they can get, 7-5, I think I'd still be happy with that, especially seeing how they fared a lot better on their CT side. Maybe not an amazing start, but it could have been worse. They've clawed it back early this time. We're not having to, make monumental comebacks.
Well, for now. I mean, this could still go 8-4, which is still pretty big in and of its own right. It's the most doable scoreline. It's the most comebackable scoreline. But, but it's not easy by any measure. So we'll see if it does actually come to that. Fnatic now on a 4-round win streak so far. Looking to make that potentially 5. We've burnt quite a bit of utility already, quite early on in this round. I say early on. I mean, we're about halfway through the round, so perhaps not quite that early. But Fnatic, to their credit, have held on to a large smattering of their own utility, whereas for ESC, we got there a smoke, a molly, and 2 flashes. Not great, but they have bought themselves quite a bit of time. The problem is going to come in now on this exec. So now Fnatic, they hit that accelerator. They start pushing through. The flash is good. Forces Olymp off of his position. But a good reposition from him allows him to get the first. Unfortunately, he's going to get traded. Zerofix is going to pick up 2. An attempt to let that snowball into more. This has caused ESC to take pause, or so I say. In fact, unfortunately, the smoke spam from Jambo is going to end up in Moonwalk's death. And it's going to have to be a 2 versus 4 retake here. 1 kit on board. So they can survive just that little bit longer, maybe, but no. Blame F, and again, Zerofix. Zerofix has been fantastic, and bearing in mind, of course, he is the stand-in today. And all you got to do is listen to Papa Crims, do as you're told, hit your shots, and apparently you can get a 5-round win streak too.
I mean, solid advice there. There's a couple of things, you know, Raiko needed to find that kill to keep themselves and Olymp alive, and unfortunately finds a way to keep both of them unable to play the rest of the round. But Fnatic have been really good at trying to eliminate the trade possibility here. And that's something that we talked a lot about, is they weren't great at opening picks. Not only are they getting the opening picks, now they're denying the ability to even those numbers back out. I also want to talk so much about the HE damage that we've seen coming out has been huge from both sides, but especially from Fnatic. The walking wounded constantly early game, especially on a map like Inferno, where it's such a prominent game, especially over towards Banana. But it's great to see, you know, elsewhere on the map we're seeing the same level of you know, utility expertise being displayed and showcased.
ESC back onto their aggressive ways, and it appears to pay off, at least for the moment. The first kill to come through. Now they have exceptional map control and very quick rotations onto Fnatic if they so choose. But now Fnatic, of course, taking that as the go button. We now need to move. We start execing in onto the site, but the MP9s are waiting. Samey, fancy footwork, ducking and diving, but Jambo and Crims are there to trade it out. Unfortunately, Olymp just that much better in the final moments, and Jambo and Crims, who got those 2 kills, are unceremoniously dealt with, and we even out at 5-5.
Yep, it feels like we've been here so many times with these even score lines, and once again here we find ourselves, but that is going to start favouring in the long run the side of Fnatic here. No, there's not much long run left, but the back and forth, it's going to cause some issues on a couple of these players. Yes, there's a lot of money, but there's not going to be enough to drop everything that they can afford. Not seeing the orb come out anywhere near as much as I'd potentially like to. I know it's hit and miss on this map, but it was a staple of Anubis, and I'd like to see it again. It is a bit rocky. But here it is, Crims up in apartments. There's the opening pick, and it's a distraction as well. They're being bombarded on both sides. Not really sure where they should divert their resources.
The banana fight is becoming a little bit more contested than what we've seen earlier on in the map. But it looks like ESC are coming out on top of this one a little bit more consistently than Fnatic are, which might be why Fnatic were relatively okay with conceding that control in previous rounds. And unfortunately, it is becoming a little bit of a problem. Nice little flash there that Samey can peek off of. One more kill. Crims suffering. We're still going to keep pushing on towards this ace site, but unfortunately timing is going to become a problem now. Olymp set in a great position, and yet despite that, it's Jambo who's able to get that kill. Now he's going to pivot. The question is, does he go B or does he push library? But with seeing 2 players moving towards banana, it's looking like it's going to be the B push. Unfortunately, Reiko, ready and waiting, knows that Jambo got that killing connector and is waiting for that push to come through. The HE is heard, so he turns to deal with it. Can't deal with Jambo, however, but he's done so much to stop this push from happening or from succeeding. Jambo will get that bomb planted, but in a 1 versus 2 post-plant scenario, now forced to have to reload, and unfortunately time, space not on his side. 2 consecutive rounds now for ESC. They've regained that control, and we move into the last round of the half.
Yeah, difficult situations at the end there. There's nowhere really to go. You've run out of bullets. You've not really been given the opportunity, the reprise to reload there. And there's not enough cover. You're being pushed. The fact that, you know, the bomb gets down is maybe, you know, a short-lived luxury, because the compromise on being pushed on the bomb plant is being pushed when you need to reload. Couldn't duck back into dark. And even if you had those utility available to dispatch immediately. So ESC Gaming, it's good to see that even though a little bit of a round loss streak, they're not down for the count. They're still picking up a fight. Maybe you'd love to see a little bit more on CT side, but I mean, they've already been tearing through this final round, wanting to stamp a 7.
And really set up to do so. On the fast track,
exactly,
getting those first 2 kills. I mean, like, okay, let's face it, losing Fear at this point is kind of, you know, he's having a bit of a rough day. But losing Blame F is a rough one. He's kind of been relatively consistent with this one. Jambo is still in, but dangerously low HP. He's already gotten 1 kill for himself, but we're going to require a lot more if we're going to want to turn around in this one. And Zerofix, looking the wrong way. That 50-50 check is so brutal, and now Jambo has to do everything. An ace is what it will take to even out the scoreline and give them a little bit more to work with into that second half, but it's seeming relatively impossible now as he moves into 2, trying to isolate these fights, but he gets spotted out, swings out, double shot, and he will not survive. 7-5 is our scoreline in favor of ESC. I mean, I will blame you.
Welcome back, Counter-Strike aficionados. 5-7 is the scoreline, and you'd be mistaken. We'd forgive you for being mistaken, for being a little bit confused as to Fnatic being on the back foot, not only now, but again. We've seen them come back from monumental odds. Yes, they secured the first map, but it was not without labor, and now here we go again. Fnatic straight up made it so aggressive, and Pajmi here waiting.
Well, that's a very quick start to the round, at the very least. Kind of put a stamp on that one, give yourselves that early advantage, and force ESC to have to change trajectory very, very quickly. They're going to be running straight into where Zerofix is waiting. Zerofix himself has had a fantastic start so far. A great first map, and the second map has been good as well. Looking to make more out of that one. Only good for the first kill. Blame F will be there to cover for the second, and Olymp once again caught in a 1vx. Oh, Good for the first, but there's the tap on the bomb. It's not a stick though, and Olymp has to play for his life, and that was so very nearly a clutch. But no, it'll be Blame F to shut that down. 4 HP remaining, and the defuse to come through. A 2-round lead for ESC drops to 1.
4 HP left at the end, though. You can see a world where it happens. He sneezed too close to it at that point, and he will keel over. But yeah, not quite enough. But you love to see the final stands like that being put up. The ESC Gaming, yes, the gap is closing, but they are not quite done fighting yet. But this has been the theme. Amazing CT sides, but their T sides have looked so disjointed. Super aggressive plays that we've seen come from them on that CT side, and it seems to fall flat a little bit when they hit the T side. And I'd love to see a little bit of that passion, that spark reignited to try get them over the edge, to get them to that third map.
Spotting out one, forcing him off of position. Nice follow-up as well. Run him down, and that'll create the space that they need to get in on towards the site here. Do they realize that Crims has slipped through, taken a bit more of an aggressive position, and they will catch him out before he has a chance to take them by surprise. Meanwhile, towards brackets, we see a fight happening. It's Sammy up on the balcony, able to shut down Fnatic and stop them from being able to mount any resurgence. And well, there you go. In the blink of an eye, that second round just completely slips away. Oof.
Evaporates, and now you can see it's just going to be a matter of holding on to these weapons, because that is going to be all they have coming into this next round. Money is going to be looking particularly tight here. And ESC Gaming, yeah, health bars are looking all over the show, a bit like a graph if you turn your head horizontal. But it's going to be smooth sailing for them, establishing, keeping this lead, and only actually Zerofix is going to be allowed to save this, which again, if you're just joining us, new to the lineup, new to the team now, I'm not 100% sure if he's standing in or if he is now a part of this roster, as Mattis, of course, very, very recently, 3 days ago, departed. And for somebody who's, you know, brand new to such a veteran storied lineup, a team with so much, you know, support and fanfare around their name, doing a really incredible job, mind you.
Yeah, I mean, I've certainly been impressed, right? That was one of our big asterisks coming into this. Like, how is he going to be able to fit into the team? A new structure, a new calling style, all that new stuff that you have to come to terms with. And honestly, so far, it's been pretty darn good, you know? Certainly on an individual mechanical level, he's really been pulling his weight, going toe-to-toe with the rest of the team. Meanwhile, however, Fnatic, I mean, look, we've got to call a spade at this point, and this is the round to do it when there isn't too much that can kind of come out of it. But Fear is having a really rough game. Crims is having a pretty rough game. And Jambo is, I mean, at this point, he's doing so much of the work. And when you're relying on one player, it was kind of what we were talking about in the previous map as well. At one point, we were talking about kind of the hero plays that were carrying Fnatic through a lot of these rounds. And unfortunately, you know, you do get to a point where that stops being something that you can rely on. And we may have reached that point, as now ESC very quickly kind of surge their way through this next round. We'll see if Blame F can keep it expensive, and expensive it shall be, but ultimately it should be another round for them, unless Fear can get his first 2 kills in the next couple of seconds without a kit, maybe?
He's managed to pick up a kit, but there's no weapon to be found. Yep, down and out. Unfortunately, the zero streak continues.
It's rough out here.
It is rough. Like, we've all had games like that. It's just maybe a little bit difficult when, you know, the whole world's eyes are on you. Hasn't been particularly bad. Nothing really to say either way on that first map. But, you know, we are going into round 16. I think it's around, like, 23, 24 ADR. It's not even looking particularly good on the damage run. It's not even been like, oh, so close. It has been just blatantly rough. And needing to step up in this moment, because maybe you're not getting the kills on the T side, but you're still applying that pressure. On the CT side, you need to be holding down your area of the map.
Stack over towards B. The push wasn't towards B. It was, I mean, it kind of was, right? It's like through bracket, through CT spawn, straight into the stack that was busy relocating. Like, that was actually Kind of nasty to watch. A bit of a bloodbath out in towards the CT spawn. But yes, this round goes more or less as expected. We're going to be going up to double digits now for ESC. And, well, we saw an exceptional comeback from Fnatic in that first map. But seemingly this will not be a repeat of that. And again, we've got to give ESC their flowers. Because we came into this talking about how they were on a 13 win streak. But the biggest competition they'd come up against in that 13 game streak was better. Which was impressive in and of itself, but you're not expecting that to be at like a Fnatic caliber. Even though this is a Fnatic that's fallen out of grace recently and that, you know, a lot of people are putting question marks around, you're still kind of expecting them to be coming through this one pretty handedly. So, really well done that ESC are putting up this much of a fight and really kind of showing that it's not all about the name, you know. Players that might not be as well known can still, you know, fight with the best of them. In fact, I'm talking about players that aren't that well known. I mean, I recognize Olymp and Samey. I know I've casted them before, so they've definitely been around for some time. But the other three are like less familiar to me, and I think that's what makes it so much more impressive, is the fact that players that I'm not super familiar with are just performing out of their minds right now, especially Reiko. Like, I can't sing his praises enough right now.
Exactly, and I wouldn't be surprised if a couple more eyes were on him, whether or not that they can take this series or not. And speak of the devil, and he shall appear and he shall dispatch of the opening duel. Crim's now left. We talked about slow game. Now we'll get the opportunity. HE blown open. There's team kills in the mix though. Reiko so good gets 3. One of them their own teammate, but still going for a little bit more. Numbers have ended up being equal at the end of this bloodbath though.
Feels like there's a way back into this round. It is a retake, but they do have decent weaponry at least. Now the question becomes, do you push this? You do still have a kit. Time is on your side. You've actually got a smattering of utility to play with here. So do you opt to push this, or do you just capitulate the round? And I don't think that they could really afford to. They have to push here. There isn't really a question of if, maybe, but can we? You've got to go. And oh, Zero fix call with Smackdown. No ways. Okay, that would have been hilarious if he had died to his own HE, but it wasn't. It was Reiko that got the kill, so all good. Reiko up to 26 and 11 right now, just being an absolute standout. And Fnatic, honestly, cannot put a foot right at the moment. Just everything falls apart.
Yep, and the issue that they have here is they've got absolutely nothing to defend against this map point being taken and secured. And we talked about the comebacks, but they've never had to do it with their back up against the wall, and they would and they will probably have to do that now. And the pace doesn't stop. We said we wanted to see the spark, we wanted to see this T-side reignited, and that's exactly what we've got. Jambo hiding in the corner, jumps on now, almost good enough for one, but it's not quite a kill, and so the site, it's going to fall.
Again, so this isn't even a new thing at this point. Okay, it is a bit of an anti-eco, so maybe this is a round where you expect it to happen, but unfortunately the fact that it's become a little bit of a pattern, you know, we're just seeing this round after round. It's so often a problem, it's so often an issue, and they're now running out of opportunities. In fact, I'd go so far as to say they have run out of lifelines, because this is now map point for ESC. We're on the verge of map number 3. Fnatic have only been able to pick up 6 rounds. I believe only 2 of them have been, no, 1 has been in this half. Was a 7-5, yeah. So they, and I believe that was the pistol. And ever since then, it's really been the ESC show. Like, Fnatic have just not shown up on the CT side. They've had no control. They haven't been able to stop the pressure at any point. They can't stem the bleeding. It's been messy, to say the very least, and it might just take a miracle for that 3rd map.
Yeah, it may just take a miracle indeed, and I think I'm surprised that we've seen it go this far. They're going to need to double their rounds. Yes, we finally got the AWP out to do it. Jambo not exactly being one of the players who've been too worried about Fear. Finally, you know, on the scoreboard. Crims hasn't really managed to find anything this half either. And now it looks like they've found where this weakness is, and they are just going to keep abusing it. Going for these early banana picks, because it's just such a weakness.
Finally got an AWP in hand. It feels like it's taken a lifeline to get us to this point, but Olymp will be the one to draw first blood. Zero Fix, the person that I have kind of spoken about so consistently throughout this, will be the one to get that trade. But Crim's now finally ready and activated for that first one, but cannot make it more, and really did need to, unfortunately. But a little bit of damage done. Maybe that's the spark that the rest of his team needs to come back into this. It's a bit of a pronged approach here, and these last two players are caught in no man's land, in bracket, in serious danger. Reiko to take down Blamev. Jambo will finally get a shot onto him, but now in this 2 versus 2 scenario, Jambo with the AWP, a retake with a sniper is... oh, it's tough. And we even saw it earlier today. It can be so difficult to actually make that happen. But there aren't too many opportunities for him to find a rifle at this point. I mean, he's just going to have to make it happen. Spots out an elbow, but it's through the wall. The HE to come through. Will it confirm? No, it will not. A lot of damage done at this point. All it would take is a tickle, but they couldn't get close enough. 13-6 ESC win on Fnatic's map pick.
We're going to a third. No, we're going to a third, and I think it is well earned here as well. Incredible start. They've managed to pull it together. They look a lot more cohesive on this attacking side of things. They've really cleaned up their act as well. It's looking mechanically really good. I think part of this not only is ESC playing really well, but also it was a very quiet game from Fnatic from 2 of their players. Usually, if you have a player that's having a little bit of a worse map, it is what it is. You've got 4 other people that can step up around it. And on a team like Fnatic, under the tenure, the leadership, the wisdom of Crims, you'd expect that to be okay. But when you've got 2 of your players, that's almost half of the team, is just really struggling to find any of these kills. Yes, they're being pounced upon, but it's just very difficult to watch at times. And yeah, well fought, well earned. A third map we go, and it's going to be Mirage. And I'm really curious now, because this is no man's land, right? We talked about how everyone and their nan has played this map. Everyone knows this map. There's nothing really new to it. So it's going to be the fundamentals that are tested. And if we look at the fundamentals that we've seen on the past 2 maps, it's ESC that's looking like the better of the 2. But it's going to that third. There's still that doubt. It could go either way. Whichever team gets a running start, I think I'm going to favor.
Well, on that last map, Fear could not buy a kill. Hopefully that does change as we move on to that third map. It is our handshake map. Not only is it stratted into the ground by everyone and their nan, as you said, but of course it's the one that both of our teams feel confident enough to have as their final arena of the day. We're going to take a short break, folks, and when we return, our third and final map of the day.
ringing and my eyes are blurred. It feels so absurd. Lost all control and my speech is slurred. I can't find the words, the ones that make you turn around and tell me it's alright. A little bit more to keep me going. Feels like my feet have left the ground. Oh, nothing can hold me down. There's nothing I can do. Baby, I'm telling you the truth. And if I can't be with you, take my heart, you can have it.
When the world is cold, you hear people say, gotta chase the dream of yesterday. But the stories told, the golden memories, ain't a truth but just a fallacy. But there's hustlers, stealers, liars out on this road, and they'll feed the fire and watch it all explode. Gotta put those flames out before we burn it down. Gotta plant new seeds in this ground. Don't let yourself be troubled or think on yesterday. Keep on moving, come on, don't stand in my way. Some people wanna pull you under. Some people wanna make you cry. Some people rolling in like thunder. We gotta fight the feeling, we gotta do it right. If the hustle and grind breaks your stride, do your turn and blame the other side. If the hustle in your mind makes you decide, it will crack and strip you of your pride. Oh, but there's hustlers, stealers, liars out on this road, and they'll feed the fire and watch it all explode. Gotta put those flames out before we burn it down. Gotta plant new seeds in this ground. Don't let yourself be troubled or think on yesterday. Keep on moving, come on, don't stand in my way. Some people wanna pull you under. Some people wanna make you cry. Some people rolling in like thunder. We gotta fight the feeling, we gotta do it right.
As he turns it, nice headshot.
The third map we didn't know we needed, but boy did we all want it. And here it is, Mirage, to finish us off. Now it has been a day of comebacks. We have seen overtimes, but here it is, our decider. Which of these teams continues their run towards Pro League, and which of these teams is down and out for the count?
I mean, this is going to be... I think that it's rather unexpected for us to have gotten to map 3 in the first place. And honestly, gotta call a spade a spade. Fnatic did not show up in that second half on Inferno. It was rough. So we need to see something really magical coming through here on this last map. And again, as we spoke about a bit earlier, map 3, handshake map. It's the map that, you know, teams are generally comfortable on. Both of them are like, you know what, I'm not comfortable enough to pick it, but I don't care enough to ban it, so it should be fun, right? Bit of a coin flip. But it's one that teams are very familiar with. And we were talking a little bit earlier about how, you know, some people have started to find it a bit boring because it's so hard to innovate on. Everything has been done and done a million times before. But it then comes down to, and this is what makes this map special, because it comes down to who can do that the best. Who has perfected the strats that we are familiar with. So let's kick things off here. With a nice little hold here in towards mid, trying to stem the Fnatic tide. A little bit of damage done, not quite connecting, runs out of bullets, and will get run down off the back of that. And Fnatic will just turn tail and head over towards this A site. They've got Crims up in Palace, ready to set up some sort of a crossfire for them. Moonwalk, however, has tucked in, spots out that first player, will get the kill onto Fear, but traded out immediately, and this should be a bomb plant. But reinforcements have already arrived from ESC. Not quick enough to stop that bomb from going down, but maybe, just maybe, in form to get that defuse. They're already on it. Somebody shoot them. Oh dear lord, there's...
Whoa.
Bruh. No, I'm so done, dude. I think that my brain just turned off.
It's so stupid, but you've got to give credit to where it's. If you look at like how this is all facilitated, is Raiko's push from jungle causes such a huge problem because the Fnatic players, they suddenly don't have anywhere to go. They can't really retreat down in towards connector because then they don't have a good enough line of sight. Then they're too far removed from the situation. They then have to fight back onto the site, but they can't go into jungle because somebody's already sat there and waiting. But the hop on the defuse immediately, the fact that nobody starts spraying and just the whole defuse comes on through. There's no words. That's gonna be, if you're Fnatic, you are not happy it's gone to a third map, and you are certainly not happy that is how you let the first round slip away.
Yeah, I'll be honest, Nari.exe stopped working at that point. Just the craziest thing. And the balls to just jump on it and stick without a care in the world for if there's someone anywhere nearby that can stop you. And the complete faith in your team to be able to like bring it back if something does go awry. Just unbelievable way for that first round to go. And of course this is from a team I think that know they come in as the underdogs and know that if they can be a little bit unpredictable and a little bit crazy, they'll have an advantage. And of course feeling really good off the back of that previous round win. Now the same aggression that we've seen from them before, but it doesn't end up with a clear advantage for them. In fact, it's just going to be a few trades and a bit of damage traded as well. As now the bomb starts making its way in towards this B side. Now Olymp is here ready and waiting, and with that Molotov coming through, he'll have the information. The first player jumps through, doesn't spot him, so Olymp can get two. Can't get that final one. Blame it with a little bit of flying Mac 10 shenanigans. We'll go back up into apartments to pick up the bomb and an M4. But now, what is the play? Having lost the bomb in apartments makes it so much more difficult for him, and he has to kind of reassess, and with only 10 seconds left, time not on his side, and yep, he's just going to have to concede it.
Yeah, it's uncomfortable. The way that you lose 2 rounds in a row, you put up a really good fight, you whittle it down to this, and as we can see as well, maybe they're not quite aware, but Sammy, so low HP, but that's 2 rounds in a row, and it's really, really unfortunate. They can't get a bomb plant down. They only really keep this one weapon alive. There's not much utility to go around with it, so it's going to be really unsupported coming into this round. So, it sucks to see Fnatic start off like this. It feels like every single one of the games has started in this exact fashion for them. It's just going to be the Desert Eagles coming into this. But ESC Gaming, what a way to kickstart this map. We talked about their CT sides time and time again. And once more, they prove us right in singing their praises. Blame F, oh, the flash. He is going to be seeing stars for days.
And already eaten so much damage very early on there, but as you said, right, like this is pretty much just a pistol round for them. They do have one rifle to try and make some magic with, but obviously with no bomb planted in that previous round, it does make things a little bit tighter on the economy. Gonna have to tighten that belt up a bit more, save into that next round. Now Blame him. I feel like he should be playing tip of the spear here, but no, instead it'll be Crims who's instantly taken down, but there is at least a trade off the back of that, so they can get a little bit of space in towards the site. Unfortunately, even pushing as a stack, they cannot turn that into kills, and oh, Jambo, the re-swing just shut down by the pistol. 3 rounds for ESC, and yes, Deja Vu to Electric Boogaloo.
Yeah, I think also something that's quite weird is we keep seeing this. ESC have this habit of buying these decoy grenades. Now, I keep watching, seeing what I think they're going to do with them, but that round, actually the decoy ends up getting saved. It's been passed around, immediately thrown off the back as maybe a little bit of a diversion, and so they have a little bit more room on the belt, but there they go. Nades go deep, trying to hurt anybody that may be standing waiting for the window. And actually, Moonwalk's going to take a fair chunk of damage. Nothing lethal just yet, though, but Blame F. Oh, caught with utility out, but the escape as well. But Fia, capitalizes on all of the commotion.
Nice little bit of space taken there in towards mid. And oh my god, they just line up for Sammy. Alright, all of that space, all of that advantage snapped away. such an unceremonious fashion. And look at the control that ESC have now all across the map. And I use the word control relatively loosely, but they've got a lot of information. And the thing is, Fnatic are also very, very split right now. I do like the call to bring Sammy back over towards the A site, because they might not necessarily be aware of this fully, but we can see that the bomb is making its way over here. Crims has garnered quite a bit of space up in towards Palace. And with that, that'll call that over, and they can play off of one another. So it's going to be a 2 versus 2 here towards this A side. Sammy is kind of watching. He's kind of dancing between 2 angles, and timing is going to be important. Keeps watching, but Crims comes out on top. Now, do they check for Reiko? Yes, they do. Crims with the 2K to crack open the site, and Olymp forced to save.
Yeah, no way to get back into this, but that's a lovely sort of combination there from Crims. He goes down suddenly, maybe not so much the case. I have a feeling that Olymp, the intention has been to save for a while here. So far removed from the situation, is just going to have to tuck on him. But it's a long timer to wait on down, and as we can see, BlameF, little money, they have sent him to just keep hold of this space, just in case he can have the opportunity to punish. Not being necessarily too proactive with it, but just being there in case the opportunity stumbles into his waiting path.
Of course, not going to happen. First round for Fnatic, and again, it's off the back of some relative heroics from... I don't know how they died to the bomb. I don't want to think about it. I don't want to consider it. Like,
I'll let you switch your brain off for a second. But how do you take that much space beyond the site and still have someone die to the bomb? You don't have to think about that one. I'll let you live continually, blissfully on.
Yeah, no. But I think that that's just kind of more of a symptom of Fnatic, the way that they are right now, right? Like, there is an illness right now, and these symptoms keep cropping up throughout the course of this series, and I suppose they're going to need to see a physician at some point to try and find a way to fix these problems.
Get some cowbell on it. Ooh, lovely HE grenade.
Doesn't do terribly much. A little bit of damage onto Blame F, so that might give them something to go off. Just now Olymp ducking and diving through that smoke, but caught out pretty darn quickly, and well, that's the site completely capitulated. They've got a bit of a crossfire set up here, trying to fire down range with that FAMAS, and unfortunately not garnering any space here. And I think that this is a very early save call, and yes, that does look to be the case. Lost one player, lost the site. Why even bother? Pull back, live to fight another day. Fnatic will be happy to take 2, but I think that they're going to look for more. We've got a bit of a push here from Jambo. Loses his life for it, so perhaps wasn't the best call to make, and he's the only one brave enough to go for such a crazy push trying to take away guns. The rest will be a little bit more careful about this, but now ESC are trying to stop them from, you know, moving out any more than that. Maybe they can get a couple more to die to bomb. Not this time, however. Very much far enough away. But yes, Fnatic 1 round away from evening the score.
Lovely little weapons picked up at the end there, but I think you're right. They came into this round with no real defuse kit. So that means that you accept the fact that if something goes south in a round like this, it's better to cut your losses early if you're not already in a position to contest this. They lost a player, half of the team was on the other side of the map, and when you don't have a kit, that is a conscious choice that you have made, knowing that this is going to have to be a difficult decision to make pretty early on. I like the fact that they choose to save, however, none of this, you know, oh, will we, won't we? I think a very solid call to be made, and here we are, more solid calls. Olymp finds the first, and he is so far extended, and Fnatic probably wondering, questioning their existence right now.
I'm questioning Zerofix there, because I could have sworn that he saw the head there, but just because I saw it doesn't necessarily mean that he did. Perhaps his eyes were trained in the wrong place. Maybe he was looking at the main map. I don't know, but didn't spot that player. Lost his life for it. A free gun handed over to ESC, and of course a numbers advantage to boot. Now Fnatic start making their way in onto a heavily reinforced site, but still very much have the advantage. Should be able to press this one. As I say that, Olymp with a beautiful double up from elevation from the top ropes. Crims to try and keep it close, but not going to be the case. And now it's all down to Jambo with an AWP in hand, and nope, will not be allowed to garner any more space. Quick as it was lost, they regain the control and the momentum in a round where they maybe shouldn't have.
Yeah, and it's decisions like when we see them save call last time, so they come into rounds like this even stronger. Yes, you let Fnatic piece a couple of bits together, you get some consecutive rounds. That's nice for a couple of reasons, but it does also mean that you come in stronger. The game plan is looking a little bit more long term here, and the fact that we're seeing such sort of long term activity planned ahead is really good to see early on as well. Nade's gonna go in. Oh, Raiko.
Straight in through mid. Yeah, there we go. That's the fear that we've been waiting for. Keeping himself in relevance. And that will give them the advantage that they so desperately require. And keep your eyes on the bomb because, of course, it has been left out at the top of mid. Waiting before they decide where to push it. They don't want to lose it in an early fight. But if they don't go back for it, then that could end badly. And we have seen times where teams have just completely forgotten to fetch the bomb entirely. Unfortunately, Fear, off the back of getting that opening kill, gets traded out because he does get spotted out, but Zerofix will trade back. So we keep the advantage for Fnatic. Are they aware that they've pushed so far forward, but doesn't matter. With literally no HP to speak of, he'll get taken down. Olymp, the guardian of the B site, but it doesn't matter. The kill was not the person who held the bomb, so the molly will come through to deny the rotations in and allow the bomb planter the space that he needs to get in and to get the bomb planted. A shot through the murder hole means that Olymp is now alone. And instead of pushing for this, he'll pick up that AWP, attempt to run away. But Zerofix is still there, still shutting that down. Around and around we go, but Fnatic keep themselves alive.
That they do. They're being kept fairly humble, but in the situation we see right now, at least financially, that's not too worrisome for them. I am very curious. The AWP coming out on the same round that we're seeing Deagles and MP9s is a stark choice. It's all over the place, and it is going to be relying once again on the individuals to step up in moments like this. Heavy over towards A, but that AWP is going to need to be ringing loud and true.
It's a janky affair for ESC though. Quite a risky force that they've gone into with this. We'll see if it does pay off. I think it's the correct call to make, so this isn't like a comment on whether or not I think it was the right thing to do, but no matter how you look at it, it's obviously risky. And so was that. So was going for that round-the-world adventure, and Crims has a suspicion, he has an inkling, and he pays off. He's rewarded for his patience. Now with the advantage, they can go just about anywhere. Sammy will get the first. Ooh, almost thought he had the second one there, but no. Forced off of that angle, has to retreat. And interestingly enough, forces Fnatic to kind of pump the brakes a little bit. And that is the power of the AWP. Its mere presence can cause a team to take pause. But all it's done is it's forced Crims to plant elsewhere. The plant will come nonetheless. Now Olymp coming from this flank position does get spotted out. Nice little bit of fancy footwork and maneuvering, and despite knowing that he was there, the spray is perfect and he brings it back into a winnable situation. 3 versus 2 now. More than doable. The last two players are so separate from one another. One in Palace, one towards jungle. But Olymp will go down. The diffuser gets taken out and it's 1 versus 2. Somebody has to do something if it's going to happen. And no, it's not. The shot will not connect and Fnatic will even out the score.
It's amazing to see that even though ESC look like they're able to carve a way back into the map, that one single crossfire holds so strong. That jungle palace, because they're not able to work out either. And even though they've got eyes all over the place, they all just feel so trapped. The site gets really claustrophobic. And that's lovely to see for Fnatic. Of course, if either one of those pieces of the crossfire fell early or fell within the battle, different matter altogether, but that's not what happened, and it's amazing to see them setting up so well, and it forces ESC back into another eco. We've seen the ecos be a little bit hairy, a little bit scary, but this time around it looks like Fnatic are doing their due diligence. They are mauling the living daylights out of ESC.
I mean, this is a bit of a nothing round, to be fair. ESC did manage to walk away with something here, that would have been phenomenal. But this will be Fnatic finally finding themselves in the lead on this map. A bit of a slower start, but again, it's very reminiscent to most of the, well, both of the previous maps, right? Where we have this kind of close-ish start to the map, and then suddenly, you know, one team either completely pulls away, or we kind of go blow for blow for a while until eventually one team kind of stakes their claim, usually in the second half. So again, you know, we're seeing glimmers of what we've seen before, and that does make it really difficult to call, because our first map went into overtime and our second map was a 13-6. Yep. Very tough.
Yeah, it is all over the show, and this first half, they've been, other than the first map wasn't particularly close, but for the most part we've seen, and it's felt quite close. And it's that second half that really establishes. But if the team can pull ahead just even a little bit in the first half, that's going to be where they really get that advantage and that little bit of a buffer if and when something goes wrong. But there's the opening pick to Crin, really desperate to find something in return. Gets one. Actually might be awarded a second mid, but BlameF is just too hot on the trigger.
Oh, I like this. Alright, Reiko. That's a good kill, but obviously that's going to give away the game a little bit for his positioning here. But Padme, that's such a crucial kill here, bringing it back to 2 versus 2. But we are aware of this lurk now. Crims will shut it down very quickly and make short work of it. Now 1 versus 2 here. Knows where the bomb is planted, but not entirely sure where the second player is. Knows where Crims was and has to be aware that there could be a peek here, a swing to come through. Finding a little bit of cover behind the boxes, but perfect synergy between the Fnatic players to shut that down, bringing themselves up to 6. And well, this is one of the better forms that we've seen from them today. They've given themselves a 2-round advantage. They've confirmed at least a tied scoreline at the half, and this is actually the best score that they've had in the first half so far. Like, they've had some really solid second halves, but it's the first time that they've come up against ESC CT side, and I would say had the upper hand.
Live to tell the tale, yeah. I'm quite happy about this. It's taken them a while, but it's also going to be some of these more tenured experienced players that have the stamina to go on for these longer series and still come on top. Crim's bad game wipes the slate clean. That is the marks of a true warrior in this game.
And that's another round that's over in the blink of an eye. And again, it's a round that we kind of expected to go that way. Anti-eco, all that good stuff. Last round in the half. And this is where the big question mark is for ESC. Money in the bank. So AWP is on board here. Now, they do obviously have to sacrifice a little bit of utility for that. But so often, that sacrifice is worth it. And Sammy has actually had some pretty sick shots. It's going to take a little bit more than that. He's also been a little bit inconsistent, and we need to see that kind of tighten up a little bit coming into this one. So we're seeing him take this aggressive push in towards mid here, battling against the counter AWP, and he does actually win that fight, which is massive. But Crims has also got an AWP, so there's a lot of possibilities here for shenanigans. Zero Fix getting a trade in onto Reiko, but very quickly gets taken down in return. Samy's down to 3 HP here, but it is still the AWP player, so it doesn't make a huge difference in that regard. Fnatic haven't garnered too much ground for themselves just yet. Bomb's still posturing over towards this B site, and with 2 players on either side for the CTs, they're not in too much of a stressful situation just yet. For Fnatic now, what they kind of need to do is group up a little bit and perhaps set up a multi-pronged attack. And okay, there's a slight rotation coming through here. Moving over towards that A site, but Sammy, literally from Narnia, getting that shot in towards mid has now forced Fnatic's hand. They have to start pushing, and very quickly, ESC are going to figure out that it's going to be this B push. They're playing hard B retake, but with how long it's taking for Fnatic to take this space, they're allowing the rotation back towards B to happen far faster than what they would have wanted. Olymp tucked up into the corner, relatively telegraphed, but will they take advantage? No, they won't. Fear good for 1, but Olymp will trade it. Now BlameF has to 1 versus 3 to secure themselves this 8th round. The swing from Olymp is good, and we go 7-5 at the half in favor of Fnatic.
Well, don't let yourself be troubled or think on your
right, when the moment's right, you see me. Fanning out the fire, fanning out the fire, always. Bring me on, then I can be whole now. Bring me on, with just your candlelight, with just your candlelight, with just your candlelight, with just your candlelight. I don't want to fight, I don't want to fight this evening. It's just only right, it's just only right for me. Gave you all I got, gave you all I got, believe me. Gave you all I got, gave you all I got, you see. Bring me on, and I can be home now. Bring me on, just your candlelight, just your candlelight. Take it how you feel, my love. Yeah,
As he turns it, nice headshot.
One more half, one last time, and it's Fnatic finally a leg up here at the half. They've got an opportunity going on to this CT side to really drive home the point. Yes, it's taken them a while to get here. We're gonna look the other way from the first map, but it's been a lot cleaner. Everyone firing on all cylinders, but ESC Gaming not far behind, very hot on their heels. Aggressive team. If we can see that aggression come out one more time, potentially their map for the taking.
This is the first map that Fnatic go into the half with an advantage. Previously, every single one of them has been them on the back foot, but not this time. And now Fear will be the anchor in towards B, at least for this round. Gets 2 for himself before he's eventually felled. The problem is that he's felled in duplicate. Samey getting 2 as well. The rotation in from the last remaining Fnatic players takes too long. Now Zerofix already in on the side. The dually sing, but they can't stop the bomb from being planted. The HE is big, but unfortunately loses his teammate. Now Zerofix has to 1v1. Does he realize he's creeping around the side? Not a clue. It's a 4K for Samey, and it's another pistol round for ESC.
Yeah, they've been generally really, really good with them, and we've actually been seeing pretty good conversion rounds from them as well. And with Fnatic, yeah, there's a couple of kills, but there's not really enough money to comfortably go for a force buy. It looks like they're going for it anyway, and my eyes do not deceive me. I did briefly see an ump there.
There's a reason it was brief. What that reason is, I leave to everyone else to speculate.
Even I'm not that crazy.
Alright. That is an open B site. As Fnatic look to take aggressive mid presence. They're expecting some aggression here, and there you go, the flash to come through, and they push out of it, but spotting absolutely nothing, realizing they need to turn their attention back, and with all of the util coming through towards the B site, they realize, well, we may have misread this. That site has been completely capitulated, and now they back away. Bye!
Yeah, not much they can really do, and these weapons, they're just gonna have to save them. There's not really an angle that they're close enough to work into this site effectively with the MP9s, and with no kit available to be able to spend that extra time to get them in a position. It's just not worth it, because that's all they're gonna have coming into the next round. And if you're ESC, you're pretty happy with this one. You've kept everyone alive. Not a single point of damage to be found this entire round.
Yeah, I mean, they gambled heavily on the mid push, knowing that if they lost B, the retake was going to be damn near impossible. So it was risky. It's kind of like when you gamble a site, but they gambled mid. And then realized, well, that wasn't the case. So let's just hold on to the weaponry that we have. And then we can move into the next round. Not having to spend really much of anything. Of course, they can spend into a little bit of utility, and that's what they're opting to do. But aside from that, They can save the cash into the following. And that's a really rough way to start. And it's not the first time that they've won the pistol and then lost the second round. And that really does put you in a tight spot. And of course, that will be why they went for that save call rather than losing all the weapons and have their economy entirely reset. So let's see what they can make happen now as we move into our third round in this second half. Space taken in mid once again, but not spotting anything out. They fall back, reinforce the sights a little bit of utility used over towards this A site as well. We know where the bomb is posturing at the moment, but now that push is coming in through mid. Jambo turns to look just in time, but unfortunately the shots do not land in any sort of meaningful way, and he will get taken down. That's going to be a free rotation through mid back towards the site, and with this being, I don't know, anti-eco-esque, of course, it does go as expected, and these smaller guns, these SMGs, not quite getting the value that they would have wanted. A little bit of money garnered there from Zero Fix. A smoke to just allow them to survive that little bit longer. Now they know that Olymp is there, so realistically, it's just, again, holding on to these guns. There's not much more to be done. Ooh, a kill through the murder hole, and that's a free gun, and now we can run away, maybe? Okay, we survive.
Deep breath. Maybe. Oof. The Molotov just for the extra space. You love to see it. But yeah, once that site falls, there's only one person really on site, which means they're playing retake the whole time. But the presence is overwhelming when you're flooding through from behind, which means that they get caught between a rock and a hard place. There's not really any way that they can even look at going into this. They do have to battle a little bit. Blood is shed in order for them to escape, which is never opportune, but it happens. But honestly, I'm loving what I'm seeing here from ESC. They are putting to shame some of the titans that we know and love, and they're actually doing it, keeping a lot of people alive, and keeping, a lot of this youth still in the back pocket.
Ooh, that's some chunky early utility as well. So that's going to slow things down. I say slow things down. No, it's not. They're going to keep hitting the W key, but they're going to run straight into Fear's crosshairs. And where was this? Fear on Inferno. Now we're seeing him get value. Now we're seeing Fnatic start to wake up across the board as they bring themselves back up onto an even kill. I mean, that round was over in the blink of an eye. They ran into crosshairs.
Yeah, and I love the idea, I love the pace, within the first 10 seconds, Samy's already in connector. The issue is, very much gets trapped there, the whole team gets converged on from all sides in mid, and yeah, you're safe in connector for now, but you've got no exit plan and there are enemies on every side, so yeah. The pace is good, I like the idea, just completely the wrong execution, just not ready. For anyone to have pounced on them as quickly. So this time, do an alternative route, spread out, thin the herd a little bit more so you can't all take them down in one foul swoop.
I think you'll find that they can be taken down in one fell swoop. Not the point you were getting at, but thought I'd throw that in there for the shake.
It could be one very long across the map foul swoop.
Right, like a scythe swinging
like
across.
Yeah, I like that, like a scythe.
Yeah. Very, very death imagery. Speaking of, there's Spear again with another opening kill. Keep Fnatic looking healthy in this round, but Reiko's already made his way up into window towards the murder hole, and he's gonna win that fight. In fact, trade things out a little bit. He's got control over towards jungle. Jambo does manage to get one, but Olymp will trade it out. Now Zerofix realizes he's in a spot of trouble, has done a little bit of damage, but my god, how did that not connect? Okay, Zerofix survives. He gets a second as well. If Zerofix is alive, it's still winnable. That was really shaky from ESC. Some of those fights should have been won.
Yeah, there were a lot of instances where even one of them going the other way, the way that realistically from a, third party looking from the outside in could and should have been won. And the timeout being called, I think definitely there's some conversations that needed to be had here. And so, yeah, any one of those sort of isolated fights goes a different way. We see round potentially spiral differently. The dominoes topple, in a slightly unique pattern, but That's not how it happens, and you see it from Fnatic. We've talked time and time again about the individual stepping up. This time it's looking like a more cohesive Fnatic altogether, but the individual stepping up where they need to in order for that cohesion, that synergy to be fully formed across the map.
Fnatic now on the verge of double digits, with ESC coming into this with just, you know, pistols really, not spending a cent, because they need guns in the next round. Fnatic hitting double digits is essentially putting them on notice for the end of this map and the end of this series. And of course, losing this one means elimination. So unfortunately, it is going to be a rough end to their series. But we won't count them out just yet. There is still a chance for them. And who knows, maybe they mount a crazy pistol round. Weirder things have been done as now they start to rush their way. No, not a rush. They get stopped by the HE, and that causes pause, causes them to rethink their position and turn around and head back towards their spawn. Perhaps making a little bit of noise here, hoping to pull rotations, but I mean, Fnatic realize they don't need to over-rotate. They can just chill at this point. Jambo, nice little shot there through the window. And of course, this round should be very much an easy walk in the park for Fnatic. And those double digits will get hits.
Yeah, it doesn't even look like a fight is being put up. You see a couple of the Desert Eagles that have been brought up, trying their best, but not really finding any foothold. We're going to see maybe an issue here, a lot of utility missing from ESC. Now, they have had a habit of, you know, taking a lot of these fights, incredible wide swings without any real utility backing them, but it's still, there's bits and pieces that they're going to need to displace this really, really solid Fnatic defense that are going to be lacking from a couple of these players, and they're going to start feeling it in maybe some of these more clutch moments. And so as much utility as they can draw out early game is going to be imperative.
Jambo's having another great game. So is ZeroFix. Beautiful opener there. Can't quite follow it up. No one really in striking distance at that stage. But there you go. Baits them out. ZeroFix will follow it up. Beautifully done. Now Moonwalk had some incredible moments on previous maps, but this time around can't get too much done. Samey as well. No open hand this time. It's going to have to be the rifle, and unfortunately in a 1 versus 3, it's all downhill from here. If they can at least get that bomb planted and have that little bit of extra cash into the next round. I don't know how much of a difference it's going to make realistically, but you'll take every edge that you possibly can. And unfortunately, with him being the last one left alive, he has to be careful. He has to take every precaution, and unfortunately that does mean that that bomb will not get planted. Jambo to shut it down. Fnatic up to 11. ESC with very, very little cash in the bank now, and opportunities slipping through their fingers.
Yep. And this is not going to be the buy to defend against that all-important, not only map point, series point. Yes, they've oh. I saw all of the utility disappear. They're actually just choosing to go the Tech 9, the sheer firepower, hoping to rely on it, and it's failed them so far. So this needs to be a turning point for them. Something, anything, just to buy themselves breathing room going into this. We don't expect a round win, but the fact that they've already managed to get onto this site and buy this much space is a good omen of this.
Tech 9 rush, baby. That's what I live for. But getting onto site is only the first part of the battle. The second part is getting the bomb planted, and now it's the third hurdle where they stumble, and unfortunately they cannot hold this post plant. I think it would have been miraculous, to say the least, had they actually been able to, but it is clean up from Fnatic. Did they even take any damage? They didn't. Not a lick of damage. A perfect round from them to bring them onto map and series point. And this definitely is a redemption map for them, given how rough Inferno looked a little bit earlier on in this evening. But for ESC, they have fought tooth and nail the whole way through this series. Map 1, the overtime. Map 2, the dominant win. And now on map 3, they have struggled, but they keep fighting. And I'm looking to see if we can get a bit of a turnaround. Reiko's been a bit quiet on this map. If he can activate, maybe we can see them at least even out the scoreline, take us into that overtime again. But for Fnatic, I spoke about the point of pride earlier today, and for them, I think it really is the case here. They've been slipping out of people's minds. No longer do their names fill our mouths. And I think that they're somewhat sick of the disrespect. Sophia, off the back of a horrific performance on Inferno, has really pulled up his socks here. Yet another opening frag for him. And Jambo will follow it up with 2 of his own. He'll have to reposition, but that's okay because the rest of his team is there. Blame F to close it out to get the final 2 kills. And it's a 13-8 victory for Fnatic. Not the whimper we saw in the first 2 maps, but the bang that closes it out and qualifies them for stage 2.
Exactly, that is them progressing to the double elimination bracket. Unfortunately for ESC, as heartbreaking as it is to see them take this to that 3rd map, to see the overtimes, that is going to be them out of this competition. But hopefully with their heads held high, that they have put on an incredible performance, exceeded all expectations. We said it was going to be a close game. I don't think we quite had this in mind. So many standout moments and some incredibly standout players as well in the mix of all of this. Raiko, we cannot sing the praises enough of. Olymp, some amazing moments. Samey a little bit difficult towards the end, but again, standing up when needed. Some very flashy moments, but it is going to be Fnatic pressing on forward. It's labored, but there's a lot to learn from this as well. The phrase, you win or you learn. I think there's a lot that they've learned from this win as well. Little bits that they need to sort of tighten up. And also, I think the more that they play with Xerafix, who has done a really good job for somebody who is fresh onto the roster, brand new, with not a whole lot of, variety in their team history experience to draw from, has done an incredible job. And that's only going to get better and better as the team spends a bit more time gelling in these officials.
And that has been us done and dusted here for the ESL Pro League Season 22 European Qualifiers. I have been Nari Mizuki, and my wonderful co-caster has been Affinity PNG. There we are. There are our names if you've been wondering. Now you know. Thank you so much, guys, for joining us. But the action does not stop here. North America will be coming at you very, very shortly again across a variety of streams. It's done and dusted for Affinity and I, but we have another set of amazing casters to be taking you through the North American region. So please do stick around, and we'll see you guys in the next one.
Come play with us.